but I've seen two newspapers as well.
It's so ridiculous that you can't get hold of the people.
Never get hold of them.
Yeah. And like slow traveling down the six. All the white water classes nowadays. So it's changed a little bit. It needs to. Actually, Phoebe, will you take it? You can.
Welcome back to Day 5 already. 2026 Toyota South Africa Show Jumping Championship. And to all the ladies out there, happy Women's Day. Today we're going to be celebrating you all. We're also going to be celebrating show jumping excellence. We are looking forward to some excellent show jumping indeed. Three incredible classes coming up. We're starting just over 23 minutes time in first of our championship round. And it's going to be the 1 to 40 Toyota South Africa Championship. It's a class of 1 round against the jumper, and we have anticipated 64 competitors lining up to take part. There will be 1 rate break midway through the first round. That will be in place of obstruction number 32. So rate after 31. That is what we can expect in the first round of the championship class.
Oh, that's actually cool. Stay flat. Oh gosh, I never decided that the judges do. Oh. Yeah. It's not far away, but I don't know what number. What number are we rating at? What number are we rating? Rating at number? 31. What number
That's
is
a
that?
1 rate break in the first round. This is going to be down after number 31. So after 31, the Husband will have our first and only rate break for the first round.
I'm 36. Thank you. Morning, how are you?
And yet,
the jump off for our one sports Toyota Championship classes. Don't forget, riders will expect to travel at a minimum speed of 375 meters per minute. Caught up a few riders earlier on in the week to become championship deputies. Get acclimatized to traveling at that speed. We're looking forward to seeing the riders through to the jump off. We do have a scratching in this class, that's at number 25, Adrian Delavasi. 52 also scratching, that is where we will be racing. We have an addition, however, at 58, coming in after 50 will be ready for that, as we said, you want big slide luminary. If anybody knows of other scratches, please do let us know after the judges box. We have 15 minutes to go before we start the class. There's plenty of time, it's going to let us know. Number scratching out of the list after number 17, Jim Connell.
She would have walked.
Roger, goes with 14, 1-4.
Jump off track for those that are looking to go clear. Do take note that there is an additional fence in that you will end at fence 14, which is 10 back. So it's the pylon parking reverse. So I'm going to get a number there. Just make it go there right now. So your jump off track for those that are looking to go clear. Fences 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 70, 8, and 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 14. 14 being the pylon parking in reverse.
Leave a chair.
Number one. Because on the jump they come like that. So there's an I wonder. Let's push that one a bit more. I'm just changing because on the jump I can't. This one this way. Just this one this way. I just don't want to do it tonight. A little bit. That's a go. I forgot with the jump. Not too tight. Make loose. Make loose.
Tiny bit.
push it this way, hold that way. More? You need to go more. Cross that way. That's better. Okay, now that one, that way. So I put this here, we then change on the back. We have it at 150.
Why?
So a couple of adjustments to the running order team says no chance of you still have a tracking 17 good from the quarter Hoffman not taking part. However, at 25, we have a change of horse and rider with Rudy Tarantino coming in at 25 and more Orlando City still the weight going half under 31. And one more additional later on at 58, David Smiley with the quarter.
Calvin, pelo meu copo, né? Rufaile.
The same as thank you. Bring this lot this way.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky?
No, it's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other.
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s all heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
There's a car as well. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last. Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
There's a car as well. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, eh? Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
On the equestrian path, And if you haven't yet done so, you only have today to go back.
Good morning and welcome to Kailami Equestrian Park. We are here for the final day of the Toyota South African Championships. We are starting this morning with the adult 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship. A very, very exciting lineup. You'll see the likes of Paige Gage, Barry Taylor, Zandi Alcock, Jonathan Clark, of course, Shari Michaelis, Chelsea Mamarian, Hannelise Comfer, Simon Henry, of course, Carl Bunzai. We also have the likes of Ashley Tainer, Ray Korba. Ashley Healy will also be joining us in this 1 meter 40 champs. Max Bonamy picked up a place earlier this week. Caleb Seaton Smith, Nicholas Syme Riley, of course. Got a couple riders also in the lineup with 2 rides. They'll be looking to get into the jump off. There is, of course, a first place prize of 25,000 Rand. Second place will be getting 15,000 Rand. Third place will walk away with 8,000 Rand. I am joined in commentary this morning by the very wonderful Mr. Rogan Askin. Rogan, thank you so much for joining me.
It's really a pleasure to be with you. And we've got a very nice morning sport ahead of us.
So first horse already in the arena. This is Voltula Dadio and Bradley McCarty.
Thank you very much, Bradley. Good luck and go well to all our 1 meter 40 championship riders. Time out 80 seconds. Required 375 meters a minute. And that's back to Bradley McCarty, owner and rider of the Luta Dadio.
Thank you. Thank you. The McCardys run a very good breeding and production operation in the Midlands. They breed, very successfully breed thoroughbreds and definitely have a hand in sport horse breeding. This is a 13-year-old mare by Van Helsing out of a For Pleasure mare. You can see the For Pleasure coming through in the chestnut, rangy. Bradley's a powerful rider and a really good all-round horseman. He backs horses, understands the breeding industry very well. So what you'll notice probably during the course of the morning, as the light improves, the clears will follow. This is quite testing at 8 o'clock in the morning in winter in Gauteng. The shadows are still long. The arena is freshly watered. There'll be water sparkling on the poles, and the horses are often slightly sticky in the beginning. By 8:30, a lot of the water's disappeared off the poles and the shadows are better. The optimal time, of course, is when the sun is overhead and the shadows are at a minimum. Bradley's working hard to get this horse round, and she's looking like her mind is back in the stable. He calls it quits for the day. And that's not untypical of what can happen this early in the morning.
It's quite a testing course here from, of course, builder Kate Launder.
As it should be. This is, while this is not the South African Championship event, this one, it's got all the best horses and riders in the 140 division. So it is almost like a 140 South African Championship. Number 2 is now not such a new partnership anymore, Paige Lee Gertsch. She's on Biogen's Callagher Lord Chris. This is a 14-year-old by Lord Zed out of a Contender mare. It is truly feisty. It takes very careful, sensitive riding. It's got a lot of application and energy, and Paige loves every single minute she spends on its back. This is her kind of ride. She likes a hot, feisty horse. She's a tall, slim lady herself, and brings so much finesse to the riding of this marvelous animal. formerly the ride of George Cutlass, and then acquired by the Goetjes for Paige to ride.
And Paige having quite a fantastic week at the Toyota South African Champ. She's picked up quite a number of prizes along through the different heights from 130 up to the 1m40s. So I think she'll be really hoping to go clear and get into the jump off. She was in the jump offs yesterday in the 130s and 135s. So she'll want to be in the money again.
She's doing a great job. Rides the horse with a short rein. Because of his blood and quality, she rides in a very light forward way. And it really is the modern way to ride light. If you can't ride fast and forwards lightly, you're not going to be cracking the results. That's the way modern show jumping has gone.
So I am looking at the time as she's coming through the last time, allowed 80 seconds. So she is clear for jumping, but it does seem like she's going to pick up a time penalty there with her time 80.5.
That is bitterly disappointing, because what a lovely round. You heard her make a quick through the treble combination, just making sure that he's focusing and traveling forward.
The riders will also have seen that. They know Paige is usually quite up on the time and unusual for her to get a time penalty, so they'll now know that the time might be a little bit tighter than they first anticipated.
Barry Taylor now with Masculine Z, a horse he rides for Heather Mostert. This is a 10-year-old gelding by Mithras de Rejo out of a Quasimodo mare. And the Quasimodo being the really celebrated part of this pedigree. He's produced top horses throughout the world. This is a horse that Barry enjoys extremely. It suits him, he likes it. He considers himself very lucky to have the ride.
And he picked up a 4th place earlier in the week in one of those earlier 1m30 classes. He was flying around the speed class. And, picked up a 4th place. So he'll be definitely looking to go clear. He knows the horse has the ability. That time allowed, currently it is 80 seconds. The judges do have the ability to potentially extend the time allowed, but that will be up to their discretion. So time allowed 80 seconds. And we saw Paige come in an 80.54, so she was only a half second over the time allowed.
The course design is making time part of the challenge. And he's over the time. So within the first 3 horses, the judges have the right, and the course designer has the right to change the time. So it's not out of the question they lengthen the time slightly. That's tough because Barry certainly wasn't hanging around. He kept on riding forward. I don't think you'd have been able to ride much more quickly than that. Let's see, we'll give you the details if they do change the time. Sandy Alcock brings in her beloved Lansing, Callagher Lansing, the 16-year-old by Lissabon out of a Pilote mare. She nearly qualified for the South African Championships. She's had a first time up at that level, and she's been beside herself with pride and joy. He's a little guy. He jumps from speed and athletic ability rather than power. And that's unlucky. She's had a pole down there. So the 2 time fault rounds said it's very doable to jump this track clear, but not so easy. Oh, wow. There's a water tray under that Hirsch's vertical, and it's at the entry to the treble, and there may have been just a moment of distraction.
Zandi straight back up on her feet. She wasn't on the floor too long, so we're very glad to see her up on her feet. Lansing looks to be fine. His ears are pricked. He's looking for carrots at the gate. So we know we'll see that combination back to fight another day. And you'll see Zandi also has her safety vest on. It did go pop when she fell off there.
Now quite popular, those inflatable vests, so that the vest fills with air before it's attached to the saddle. And as the rider leaves the saddle, it fills with air and cushions the fall. I think it's going to prevent a lot of injuries in the future going forward and be a feature of our sport.
So we go to Kayla Rodia. She's at number 6 on the program. She rides Idlewild Curioso.
Experienced pair this, Kayla Nordia and Idlewild Curioso, progeny of Consuelo, out of an imported French-bred mare by Jetta d'Or.
And this combination finishing 3rd in the 1m40 A2 just earlier this week. So they are on form. She'll be looking to keep a consistency, and she also is very aware of the time, so you can see her moving on around all the corners.
Lovely round thus far. So 80 seconds, she's got under 20. Okay, she's not in the jumper, but let's see what her time results are.
So she comes through the finish inside the time, 78:43.
Yeah, so it is doable.
So it is doable.
The riders have to pay attention.
Yeah.
Wow.
2 fences are falling for Kayla, so Curioso will leave on 8 penalties.
Now we've got Jonathan Clark, the very celebrated and experienced rider. He's on Back on Track Sheldon. This is a 13-year-old gelding bred in Namibia at the Zai Stud, and it's an Indoctro Conti. He had a spectacular win in the Welcome Stakes class, skipped the middle class, so he's got a tank full coming into this championship class. That was most uncharacteristic, a little stop it early on like that. So, of course, that's going to cost him time as well. So that'll be a very expensive moment for this pair. And they won't be contesting the jump-off.
I think John will be a little disappointed with that. He's been very competitive this week. I think he's been in the prizes almost in every single class he's ridden in. So see John,
well, that's the usual stylish form that we see. So really disappointing that they won't be in the jump-off, and very disappointing for Linda and Jonathan, that little moment at number 1. And back to what I said about the light early on. You can see the shadows are still long. The light will continue to improve, and the later draws are definitely luckier.
So we go to number 8 on the program. It's Marlene Greef. She rides Sunny Park Stables' Chanticleer. And speaking of unlucky, Marlene, a little bit unlucky in one of these earlier classes. She was jumped right out of the saddle. She actually took a little bit of a tumble, but she was straight back on her feet, and she's ready to give it a bash in this 1m40 South African Championship.
Yeah, she's an experienced rider. This is an experienced horse. The previous one was bred at the Zeereis stud by Wolfgang Speth, and this one too. This is by the imported son of Heartbreaker, Delacour, out of a Conti mare. Sheldon previously was also out of a Conti mare. So the tight turns shorten the horse's strides, and then occasionally the riders get deeper, that is to say closer to the fences than they'd prefer, and the price they pay as down goes a rail.
So we're still hunting down a clear round in this 1m40 championship. We still have about 55 combinations to come, so we'll definitely be seeing some clears, but we're clearless 5 riders in.
And valid for a championship track. It's not in order of qualification, like the South African individual championships later will be, so we could expect the clears anywhere throughout the course of this morning.
So 12 total penalties for Marlene and Chanticleer, 8 for jumping and 4 for time. So another victim of those time penalties. Her time was 83.50, and of course that time allowed is 80 seconds. So the turn of Amy Hay. She rides Tackentog's Bellamy.
Delightful human and a very keen and seriously improving rider is Amy Hay. Tackentog's Bellamy is by Blockbuster out of a Beluderaway mare. This is a 10-year-old mare. The focus on pedigrees has increased over the years. People are starting to understand how the pedigree can predict talent, ability, aptitude. And the breeders go out of their way to acquire good bloodlines. Then they spend a lot of time scratching their heads to see how they combine mares and stallions to try and produce ever increasingly good horses. And the horses really are getting better and better. What the studs like Callagho and 334 and Capital are doing is remarkable.
So she has found 2 rails in the track so far. We're going to see how she is for time as she comes down this last line. I think she will pick up a time penalty or 2.
Just over, yeah, you're right.
81.31. So a total of 10 penalties. She'll pick up 2 for time.
Forgive me if this is incorrect, but I think a second approximates to a horse's stride, more or less. Depending, obviously, depending on the speed, but you can factor that in. So she's a stride. If they're a second over, they're a stride extra or stride short. Now we've got stylish rider Lara Neal on a 10-year-old bred at Callagho. This is by Corinth out of the Heartbreaker mare Wellingen, who's been a real star for and at the Callagho stud. And Wellingen is an Indoctro, Heartbreaker Indoctro. Bear with me if I've got the order of that wrong. Yes, it's Heartbreaker in Doctorow. You saw an Indoctro going earlier in the shape of Sheldon. To point out riders to the youngsters who to aspire to, Lara would definitely be one of those. She's incredibly focused and disciplined. She is smooth and quiet, positive, a really stylish rider. This is looking good.
And the time looks good too. Our
Ah,
first
there
clear
we
round
have
in
it.
Lara
We've-
Neal and
wow.
Callaghan Corrigan.
Round a rather testing track. That's a real achievement. Super, super, super.
So the turn now of Shanae Bean. She rides Equicover Capital Chicane. So this combination had two pretty great rounds in the 1 meter 50s. They just missed out on qualifying, so we see them here in the 1 meter 40 championship. They've had an early rail in jump number 3.
But Shanae looking like such a talent for the future. She's risen quickly to the higher levels of the sport on this 10-year-old capital bred horse by Capriccio out of a Consuelo mare. And this horse is possessed of so much application and attitude. It's positive, it's organized. She rides it and exploits its talent beautifully.
Shanae also has a lot of BMT, I find. She game for anything, and she's also looking good for time as she comes into the last.
Wowee.
So the 4
there
penalties.
It is. Second clear round. And
No, she did have that earlier rail at jump number 3.
Apologies, yeah,
So
overlooked that, yeah.
So yeah, so just those are 4 penalties, but proving again that the time is doable. It can come inside the time comfortably. So the turn of number 12 on the program, Divan Bosman. He rides Cornerstone's Midgard Zakiro.
Here's another young talent. Divan Bosman trains and rides in Pretoria. And this is a Consuelo from Namibia. And talking about BMT, this young man is overloaded with it. And this is a Consuelo Glückscup Boccaccio. So those names, while unfamiliar, have all produced really good horses in Namibia. Namibia has loads of space, loads of sweet felt ground, and breeds very tough, sound horses. Hard to imagine a horse breeding operation in the semi-desert or in those very arid conditions. But the ground loaded with calcium, and so many good horses in southern Africa have found their origin in Namibia. And of course, a strong tradition of German breeding and understanding of bloodlines and application of good horsemanship. The German nation, a leading equestrian nation, and the descendants of those Germans in Namibia are passionate and successful breeders.
Divan clear to the last. He's looking okay for time. Through the finish, he's clear all the way. We
Super.
officially have a jump off. Divan Bosman clear round 78.86.
And he's a danger in every jump off.
Rogues, I'm not sure if you saw, we just had a Little shot of some flowers in the arena. See if we can get back to that shot. They've been set up in the South African flag for, of course, the Toyota South African Championships. So Shari Michaelis Tackentog's Ultimo WC.
And just a reminder that Ultimo is by a stallion that the Neal family, that strong equestrian family just south of Johannesburg, bred with Ulana van Labos. He was wonderful for Sean Neal in the early days of sport horse breeding. He was probably underutilized as a stallion, but he was a wonderful horse himself and has made here a lovely horse. Now, the mother of this horse is Whisper Cool, who was fantastic with Lara Neal, by a little mare Fair Wunderbar out of a Lancer mare. Lancer himself was a grey thoroughbred. So there's grey on both sides of the pedigree. This was highly likely to be born a grey. That jump has taken its toll throughout the week. It takes such careful jumping.
But what I am noticing is we're starting to see the time. Riders are coming inside the time a lot easier. 79.42. You see Shari inside the time, and it just those 4 penalties. See, she just rolls that Nelson Mandela Bridge vertical.
Yeah, and Shari's usual lovely round.
Chelsea Memorian next to take on the 1m40 championship. She rides Capital Chico.
This is a 10-year-old by Capital Castigo out of a Chicoletto Z mare. They're a very useful pair. Competitive. Super to watch. Of course, the less a rider looks like it's doing, the better the rider. And here's a lady that doesn't look like she's doing much, but delivering the results.
And Chelsea also with the 2 rides in this championship. So she'll really look to get both of them into the jump-off, give herself twice the chance to take home that 25,000 Rand.
And there the water taking its toll. The horses can, the water glints, there'll be little bits of water at the bottom of that water tray. The water glints and the horses can sometimes smell it. And it is definitely a bogey for certain horses. Frustrating, because that's a very nice round, and he does not want to go near the water jump or that water tray.
And Chico did have some problems earlier in the week with the water jump in the 1m50s. So I think Chelsea, she knows that Chico and water are not a huge fan of each other. But we'll see them back to fight another day, no doubt. And we'll see Chelsea a bit later on her second ride, Capital Hope.
Team Khan are based near Shongweni and have been for a long time now keen horse breeders. They're stud Emerald Isle. This is a 9-year-old stallion by the fabled Canaan out of an Always One mare. And I think I'm right in saying Tracy rides 2 Canaans, and they've really upped her game. Such nice horses.
And this pair's been pretty competitive throughout the week. They actually picked up a prize, quite a competitive prize. They were in the top 6 in that 1m40 A2 competition.
Which was a hard contested and strong competition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very good 6th.
I think there were only 6 clears.
These very modern sport horses are elastic. They have good canters. They have delicate but good rideability. You can see the Tracy's not a big woman, and she rides the horse in a rubber or nylon snaffle, a nylon pelham, attesting to the horse's easy mouth or easier mouth. Tracy jumped successfully all over the world, in America, in Europe, and was very successful with a great thoroughbred called King Router, and then some lovely imports.
So she's having a really great round. My only slight concern is the time. Of course, it's been tight. Time allowed only 80 seconds. She's coming in at
Good spotting. It's
76.
close, and it's going to be close. Okay, it doesn't matter the time now. She's touched the entry to the treble.
And she'll have
and
3
over
time
the
penalties.
But that's a relatively young new horse at this level, and she will not be disappointed with that.
Not at all. He's had a fantastic week of show jumping. She'll be absolutely thrilled, and plenty to come from this combination.
So this is Hannelise Comfort, daughter of Cry Comfort, who was in the South African Defence Force equestrian unit and now breeds and trains in Mpumalanga. Hannelise is a feisty, incredibly competitive rider. This is a 10-year-old by Capital Colnado out of a Lansing mare. And interesting, Colnado is the horse that was sold to Jennifer Gates and competed successfully in the Northern Hemisphere, with a great following of interest from South Africans.
Hanneli's been slightly unlucky this week at the South African Championships. Just as you see, they're taking the odd rail here and there.
Gosh, you saw the horse cast a shoe there. It was easy to spot because it's got an orange cushion pad under the shoe between the shoe and the horse's foot.
Look at that time, 75.99. She just taking that one rail at 7B.
Yes, jumping out of the double of verticals.
I think she'll be happy with that performance. Quite a testing course set by horse builder Kate Launder.
This horse has a big fan club. It's a 13-year-old by Callagher Lissabon out of a concerto mare. Tanya van Lille is the slim lady in the saddle. Tanya's had wonderful success with this horse, and this has been on everyone's top of the pops list, this horse. This higher division, newer to Tanya, and very often the riders press a little hard, get anxious, and then a rail will go down. You see her circling there and organizing herself.
So Tanya definitely going to find herself some time penalties as well, but I don't think she'll be too concerned. She's really just looking for mileage and experience around these higher tracks.
And there's a green arrow from that pair. The horse bulged out to the left during the entry, and she didn't get the exact right distance she wanted, making the distance in the combination difficult for her.
And again, Rogues, you'll also notice that 3-3-4 treble combination, we haven't had it as a treble this week. They have made the middle element poles all white, and usually the poles are, you know, a dark black, silver, the blue on there. So a little bit off-putting as well. It's also right next to the kind of Toyota hang zone. So right against the fence, a lot of spectators watching as well. Those white poles. I think it's quite a test right at the end of the track as well.
You're completely right to point that out. And that's the way the subtlety of course design has gone. Horses are monochromatic, so they don't see colors in the way that we do. White certainly would have a stronger vibration or a stronger impact on a horse's eye. Being flight animals, then their eyes on the side of their heads, their vision is very different to humans, and as I said, monochromatic. That vertical's fallen a number of times, and it's towards the in-gate to the arena, and the horses can very easily just glance at a horse standing in the in-gate or standing at where they entered and not focus completely on it. That distance invites the horses to go down towards number 2, and the rail falls.
So this horse on tracks, Vakile Callahoo, I'm Splendid. New to the 1 meter 40s. He's an 8-year-old gelding by I'm Special Demuse. He's out of a Landor S dam line.
Yeah, attractive horse, beautifully bred, and produced by Oscar all the way from the lower levels. As a younger man, Oscar worked for Barry Taylor, as well as for Ryan Sander, getting himself a solid grounding or a solid riding apprenticeship. And here he is now at the higher levels of the sport, married with 2 children. His wife also a really useful show jumper.
And of course running his own yard at Linrow
Yes.
Stables.
Which is just
Down the road, literally.
Yeah, exactly. Walk out of the Kyle Army premises gate, and there is
Linrow. So
Yeah.
8 for jumping
Team
and
Rube.
9 for time. So 17 penalties. Again, Oz will just be looking for mileage and experience for this horse around these higher fences. I think he'll be really happy with how that horse has jumped the whole week. She really has been splendid.
Exactly. Number 20, Carl Bunzaya, Luc Duayen, 12-year-old, by Lissabon out of a Balubay de Rouet mare, owned by the Chart and Inner Stud. That's the passion of Chart and Inner Kruger. Their stud situated also in Sweetveld in Northwest Province. Very good breeding ground. If I'm right, I think quite near Schweizer Rienecker.
So interesting to note about this combination. They're jumping in the 140. They didn't qualify for the 1 meter 50 class happening a little bit later. But interesting thing about this combination is they currently sit in a tie for 3rd place in the Ultimate 4x4 Toyota Series. So Carl will definitely be looking to, after the show, prepare for Toyota Derby, where he can pick up some valuable points. The points worth, of course, double. He could potentially drive home in a brand new Toyota Hilux.
And wouldn't that be nice for him? Because there isn't any rider who'll say no to a bucky, especially a
Absolutely.
Toyota bucky.
He had a fantastic round in one of the 1 meter 50s, which was the qualifier, where he so Carl will definitely be looking to get the preparation right for the Toyota South African Derby.
And he's been successful in that derby. He's been placed in it, I think, multiple times. Maybe it's a year for him to win it.
Absolutely. And a soft rail falling for Carl Bunzaya and Luc Duayen. And we're seeing again more and more riders coming inside the time, 79.55 for Cole. So definitely a combination to look for going into the Toyota South African Derby. So Luke Jan and Cole Bunzai.
Now, let's talk about Carolyn Duprier. She rides for the 334 stud. She's here on 334 Pearl. This is a 10-year-old mare by Pessoa VDL out of a Carlos DZ mare. So this is the kind of mare that 334 is very proud to use. She's done a wonderful production job with this mare. You see it going in a hackamore to accommodate a delicate mouth. I think there's already progeny on the ground from Pearl. I forget to whom Pearl was mated, but there's progeny from Pearl at 334. But that's not the most interesting part. There's an amazing 334 website that you can go on and look up anything, who the relatives are, who the ancestors are. Soft rail there, to borrow your phrase. It is the joy of the stud owner, Govert Triggle. It's an incredibly good website and very much the brainchild of Carolyn. So big ups to you, Carolyn. The 334 broodmare herd is all based on accomplished, well-bred, correct mares. And when I say accomplished, Govert is shooting to breed from mares that have jumped 140 or more, not less. It's quite an ask and quite an achievement. He's going to make a big impact on world breeding in the years to come.
So a great round there for Carolyn and 3-3 Pearl. They had 8 jumping penalties, 4 for time, so a total of 12. But I don't think Carolyn will be too worried about that. This mare has jumped fantastically throughout the week. She will be thrilled.
Businessman who lives in Randkiesfontein. This is iFarmer Callao Conrado by Concariano out of a Cassini mare. This is a 14-year-old gelding. That's very interesting and uncharacteristic. So Callao Conrado not liking that. A couple of times this week, Kate has opened with a triple bar, which can be a daunting fence, and the rider's eye can be distracted to the back rail.
And we have seen a lot of riders struggle with the triple bar at jump number 1. We've seen a lot of them have refusals. Some have even fallen off, and quite a few of them landing on that back rail.
It can be a very positive thing that it encourages the riders to ride forwards and opens the horses up early on. But every now and then somebody becomes a victim of it.
So the turn now of number 24. It's Jenna Eager and she rides Leander D.
It's a wonderful South African adjective, lekker. And Jenna is a lekker girl. She's just fun and nice and motivated, and here she is with Leander D, the 11-year-old Latour, out of a quality time mare. Little horse, very feisty.
And Jenna, not only a stylish rider, she's, I would say, a very effective rider.
Indeed. Now training with Barry and Lorette Taylor at Farnham Stables and putting together strong results.
And Leander D can be, I'll use the word cheeky sometimes. You'll see Jenna, she sometimes has to get quite stern with him. Give him a good talking to.
So she shouted and pressed him for that double combination, and down goes the B element. Horses often glance down at the water tray under that fence, number 8. and a positive finish.
Just
Jenna
those,
smiling and patting.
yeah, just the two fences are falling. 8 penalties for Jenna Eager and Leander D, and she, of course, finishes inside the time.
Number 25, we have Ruby Tarantino and More Warande Z.
Yeah, just announce it anyway. Number 25 now, Amor Warande Z and Ruby Tarantino. Ruby, a young rider based at Farnham, gets a little forward and deep to that Oxa. And this is progeny of Air Jordan, the son of Argentinus, out of a Treasure Z Feo de Laus mare.
Ruby having a great round as she's coming through this last treble combination.
Just over the time.
So she'll just go with the 5 penalties, 1 for time and 4 for jumping. Just that front rail falling at fence number 9.
Yeah, most presentable round for this championship track. Businesswoman Joanne Robbins. She brings in the 12-year-old Zorocco Blue out of Zandigo mare, Zorocco at Frandrake. Joanne hails from Zimbabwe. As I say, a businesswoman, lives in Beaulieu, and a passionate horsewoman. She provides horses for other people to ride and makes sure that she's always mounted on a very, very worthwhile string of horses. Her source for horses, the very useful professional from the Netherlands, Michel van Eck, who has sent loads of horses here to South Africa. Zorocco Blue, definitely a sought-after stallion. Time could be an issue for Joe. Making up a little time right there. A very positive ride to that big Oxa.
Also, I think something to mention, Rogues, this course is actually quite long. You'll see her coming in to jump that. That is fence number 11. And then they turn all the way back to the treble at 12. So a lot of efforts around this. They've also been jumping, of course. This will be their 3rd day of jumping.
And this, let's hope. Oh man,
Look
what
at the
a round. She
time.
will definitely be delighted with that. So leaving all the fences up, but just over the time. Marvelous round. Let's hope that earns her a rosette. The smile will dispel any shadows here in this arena. Well done, Joe.
Fantastic rounder for Joe. So still only those 2 clears. We only have Laura Neal clear and Divan Bosman clear. We are hunting down clears in this 1m40 Toyota Championship. No stranger to a clear round is Ashley Taylor. My apologies. 334 Callao, stand by me.
And Stand By Me is an 8-year-old bred by the Callahoo Stud by their Ziegerhensk Sampras out of Kiddham's Reuben mare. This would be a horse that requires talented riding, sensitive, maybe a little unconventional, a little bit unorthodox. Not a big horse, but loads of ability, and ultimately will join the broodmare herd at 334. Ashley, let's use the word progeny of Barry and Lorette, and what a good pedigree. If you're going to have a show jumping pedigree, Dad, Barry, Mom, Lorette, that's bred in the purple.
Ashley really is a fantastic rider. She has many different kinds of ride. Often you see a rider sticking to a similar type. Ashley has many different kinds of rides. A lot of people say she could ride anything. I tend to agree.
Yeah, I think you can honestly say she can ride just about anything and make it look easier than it is. Some rails down, but this is early days for this horse at this level. So competing the course, giving it valuable mileage.
She's also going to pick up one time penalty, so she'll leave with a total of 13 penalties.
This pair was the winner of the 140 speed class, and they were stylish, sparkling winners there. 334 entry, 10-year-old by Staccato out of a Calato mare. Rainer Korber.
Ray having a fantastic week. He's also picked up a couple prizes in the 1 meter 50 classes as well with his rides.
So it makes him a very high qualifier in the South African Championships after this. Gosh, clever course design. That is trapped, or what can I say, not trapped, but certainly caused the odd mistake, that number 2. That horse could jump that number 2 100 times again and not touch it. The focus in equestrian sport is often on the stallions. They're the big, shiny, muscular, handsome animals standing as the representative of the stud. But the genius of a farm is so often the broodmare herd. You have to do all the work of carrying the foals, and nursing them, and it's a somewhat less glamorous job than being a breeding stallion. Super round, and she's one for the future.
Definitely, and Ray comes out inside the time as well, 78.56. So just those 4 penalties are falling at fence number 2.
Interesting that round was good enough for 8th place thus far.
Absolutely. We still only have those 2 clears. We then have 2 riders sitting on 1 time penalty and a rider sitting on 2 penalties, and then come the riders on 4 penalties.
Number 29, Gareth Neal, who's won so much in South African show jumping, husband of Lara. Here he is with a Callahoo stallion, Bolzano de Quince. This is a Caprice Bois Margot out of a round Annex mare. This is a 15-year-old and already has daughters at the Callahoo stud. Interestingly, he can breed big horses, bigger than himself. Jumping in very simple equipment. No martingale. Gosh, what didn't he like there? Just a little dip out to the left. That's some horses in equestrian sport for you. The unpredictable often happens. Gareth a little aggravated by that, and he's cutting out. So something amiss with him, not his usual form. And he was clear up to there.
He was. That's, yeah, a very, as you've been saying, out of character for a horse like Bolzano Du Quoins.
Now number 30, Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble. The water and the water tray have taken the toll with this horse at this show. You see Ashley carefully showing him the water tray, indicating that's probably what she's going to attempt to jump. He's a beautiful horse. He's an 11-year-old, and he's by Crumble. And Crumble is a Coleman. This horse out of a Casal Carthago mare.
And Ashley, of course, she jumped clear earlier in the week in the 1 meter 40s and picked up a 5th place. She was absolutely thrilled with that, I can imagine.
He's a really good example of modern European or German breeding. Elastic, good looking, great canter action. You watch him prick his ears and focus on the fence and focus on his job. So that vertical going down, and now the test of this water tray. And you see him, Ashley asked him to go forward, and he cut out. So he's aware of it, and she gives him a little reprimand. It is so frustrating when there's this much talent and ability, both horse and rider, and then a moment like that catches the pair.
And to jump it so perfectly the second time.
And a very good recovery to Ashley, and well done. And that's going towards that water complex again, and he was eliminated there at that exact moment.
Yeah, you see Ashley showing him the water and not the Nelson Mandela Bridge vertical.
Out they go.
Definitely a combination that we will see back in action in the future, and big things to come from Sir Crumble and Ashley.
So 2 clears. What a competition this has turned out to be. There were probably more clears than ideal in the 135s and 140s, but this is the other way around. They're just 2 clears. We're over halfway through the class.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick break. You can see some fantastic shots of that gorgeous Hilux, but don't go too far. Plenty of action still to come in this 1 meter 40 championship. We are hunting down clear rounds. Wow, that is a gorgeous Hilux, Rogan. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more 1 meter 40 action shortly.
You can tell Taryn's a typical riding Maplota girl, focused on a bucky rather than a slinky sports car. Well, there's no accounting for taste.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other.
Usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s, all heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Ja, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward, without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop! They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
So we are back at Kyalami Equestrian Park for more of this 1m40 Toyota South African Championship. You can see some riders are still coming up. Max Bonamy, very competitive this week. Leona van der Merwe. Of course, Caleb Seaton Smith that will look after those little thoroughbreds. Simon Henry, Dominique Alexander, Fiona van Vollenstein. She's very competitive this week. Oscar Ngube will be returning on his second ride. We see Carl Bunzai with another ride. Also see the likes of Mika Chalker, Caitlin Pike, Courtney Weber, of course, Grant Langley, Jean Corba, Max Bonamy with some more rides. James Lowe's got a couple of rides as well. So plenty of action still to come in this 1m40 Toyota Championship. We only have 2 clear rounds so far. Finding the time to be a little bit tight. Some riders taking some light rails here and there. We have 2 riders clear, 2 riders on 1 time penalty, and a rider on 2 time penalties, and then our 4 penalty riders. All to jump for today in this 1m40 championship. There is, of course, a fantastic prize of 25,000 Rand for the winner. 15,000 Rand will go to second place. Third place will take home 8,000 Rand. There's prize money all the way down to 16th place. So to get us back underway in this 1m40 Toyota Championship is Leona van der Merwe. She rides 334 Vidette.
Fiona in the very brightly coloured jacket from the 334 stud. Leona, apologies. And this is a daughter of Vagabond on La Pomme and the Chin Chin mare. So, marvellous pedigree. This mare has been successful.
And this mare's jumped really, really well this week. She just had 1 down in the earlier speed class of the 1m40s. So this mare definitely on form. Should really look to jump it clear. And of course the time being a big test in this 1m40 champs.
Ideal mare. She stands over ground. She looks to have a superb temperament and excellent rideability.
Clear all the way.
Wonderful. Third clear. Well, that's promising to make the jump off a whole bunch more exciting.
So 334 Vidette and Leona van der Merwe, third clear round in this 1m40 Toyota South African Championship. They were clear 79.15, so just inside that time allowed of 80 seconds.
Formerly Jessica Prince. This is now number 34, Jessica Jane Harris. She rides Equiprovet SA Prism. 15-year-old by Foresight Preamble D. Stood with Grant Langley in his time. Carboneur van der Helle mare. And this has been a Grand Prix winner in the 150 level. Went overseas, came back again. Great to have this horse back.
You know what I find also incredible about not just this horse, but I guess this family is Jessica sometimes hands the reins over to her cousin Tegan Brains, and Tegan and Prism have also produced fantastic results. Jessica was out, a lot of riders call it their broodmare season, when riders go and have their baby of their own, and Tegan did a fantastic job on Prism. Now Jessica back. She jumped in the 1m50s earlier in the week. Not quite qualifying for the big one, but having some really good rounds.
And not to forget Mum Mandy, a very, very successful, good event rider. Actually a good horsewoman. They're based at Camperdown near Shongweni.
So inside the time, just that one fence falling will leave Jessica and Equiprovet SA Prism on 4 penalties, still putting them into 9th place currently, Rogues. So if you can have a pole and come inside that time, you're still in the money at this stage.
Absolutely. And thus far, 3 clear rounds.
And 16 prizes up
Be
for
nice
grabs.
to get a few more.
Absolutely.
Let's hope.
So the turn of number 35, it's Caleb Seaton Smith. He rides Blue Steel Equestrian's Milkwood stud King Julian.
Caleb, a 23-year-old, 1 year left of his legal studies. His dad, Grant, is jumping later in the South African Championships. And the 2 men are both on thoroughbreds. And that's very special. Caleb had a wonderful horse by Just as Well as a junior. And what he did was went and looked for more of the same breeding. This pair is fast. If there's a stopwatch involved, you can't decide who's won or lost until this pair have jumped. Caleb riding increasingly smoothly, developing some very good mileage and looking comfortable here in the 1 meter 40s.
Just has to get through this 3-3-4 treble combination. The time looks good.
Oh wow, what a good round, and he'll be a threat in the jump off. He's delighted. It's not a big thoroughbred. Caleb and his dad both make sure they stay slim and fit to ride these thoroughbreds, because it is one of the aspects of thoroughbreds. They're not as good a weight carrier as a warm blood or sport horse.
But Rogues, look at that time, a 73.71. If we thought the time was a problem, it definitely was not for Caleb and King Julian. So they're definitely one to watch out for in that jump off. So 4 in the jump off so far. And the turn now of Nicholas Syme, Riley Rivendell Lamborghini.
And 1 and 2 out of the way. This is progeny of Lissabon, out of El Calvaro Z mare. Karen Koop, the breeder, and in partnership with Nicola in this stallion. He's definitely thrown to the heavier side. A lot of the Lissabons are lighter than this. Calvaro himself is a very big, strong, you'd probably say old-fashioned stallion, but produced wonderful top level jumpers. Calvaro himself, a Coletto Romero. Thank you, Carolyn.
Nicola, of course, we will see her in action in that 1 meter 50 South African Championships happening later. She'll have 2 rides in that class. She was
See the horse slightly hesitate on takeoff there. Thrilled that it left that up. So it's just this treble. Oh, super clear. The jump off looking better and better.
So our 5th clear round in this 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship. Nicola will be really, really happy with that clear. She's been jumping Lambo in the 1 meter 50s. I spoke to her earlier. She said she's been riding really hard to get him around those tracks, but that effort looked fantastic for Nicola Syme, Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini. So Michaela Martin will look to go clear on Penbrit's Sherlock. She was in the places earlier this week in the 1 meter 40s.
And this horse is an 11-year-old. It's by Sir Shutterfly. They used Sir Shutterfly semen quite a lot at Rivendell, out of a Cosmic Z mare. Michaela's mum runs a big equestrian setup just south of Johannesburg, and by that I mean a riding school, a competitive livery stables. They do some serious breeding, and it's consistently caused trouble throughout the class, the little water tray and the water jump complex, and boy, the horses can look at it. Having seen Shutterfly himself jump, he was a small, beautiful sport horse stallion, but he was so alert. He missed nothing, and he was quite tricky to get onto in the World Equestrian Games when he made the final four. It was a mission for the riders to get onto him, and he didn't enjoy the fact of strangers, the other three riders in the finals, riding him. So again, maybe the horse's eye to that water complex and not focusing, because this is normally a very careful horse.
So having 2 fences down, looks like 14 penalties for time. So I think Michaela will be happy to have made that correction at the water and really gotten Sherlock through that. Has caused them some problems, but definitely a combination that'll be back to fight another day at this 1m40 level.
In the second half of the start, we had 5 riders go. 3 have gone clear.
Assegai Cantellara, Assegai stud near Grahamstown, the brainchild of Kerry Curry. This is a 14-year-old, and this horse has done a power of winning in its lifetime. It's by Canter Z, who's an imported stallion out of a Rex Granus mare. Also, Rex Granus, an imported stallion, very much an East Cape recipe here. Elise Coetzee, now living out of Gauteng, and still managing to stay at a really worthwhile level. Cantellara by Canter's First C, who's an own son of Kumano. Then Rex Granus and Little Mayfair Wunderbar on the mother's side. That was lots of the blood produced by Ernie Davenport, his farm near Graaf Reinet. Going to be all right for time. It's going to be touch and go. Doesn't matter, that fence has gone down. Another one that's caused hiccups throughout the competition. Oh, and well inside the time.
76.94, just that Mandela Bridge vertical falling. So it'll put her into 10th place currently, which is still in the money. We, of course, only have the 5
are
clears.
well up. The ones with only time faults are well up in the prizes.
Absolutely. So the 5 clears. Barry Taylor sitting with 1 time penalty. Paige Gage sitting with a time penalty. And Joanne Roberts sitting with 2 time penalties. So they are definitely in the money. So the turn now is Zara Didi Lurie. She rides Iliano.
Has been on good form this show. Iliano is a son of the fabled Heartbreaker stallion Toulon, and this is out of a mare by Canadian River, who's by Capitol, and then on the dam side, Coriolan. I'm not sure how many people have used this stallion, but he'd certainly be a valid choice for your mare. Light, modern. He's always been kind and brave, possessed of ability and good technique. It is not easy to go clear here. You can just roll a pole out of the cups as easy as Cebu.
And we have actually seen that Kirsten Drew combination causing some issues. seems like they're finding that combination through 7AMB just a little bit tight to get out, not quite finding the space. A lot of them rolling the front pole on the Oxa on the way out.
Absolutely, and again, an airy vertical like number 2 towards the gate. So the horses can easily lose, get slightly distracted. Ah, good round. Sarah Diddy pleased.
She'll be over the time as well and pick up 5 time penalties. So she'll leave with a total of 13 penalties. Won't put her into the places, but she'll be glad to have ended her show on a good note.
Tanya Chellan does a whole lot of work for 334. Here she is with number 40, Don Quixote Z. And this is by Dominator. Very exciting stallion in Belgium. He's by Diamant de Semele out of a Cassini mare. And the mother of this horse is called Catwoman. And she's a Clintissimo Z out of an Agonix de Seigneur mare. So really smart pedigree. And let it be said, he's a smart horse. He's naughty. Seen her being bucked off by him when he's full of his oats on a fresh day. And can I finish that to say naughty but good? Tanya was a leading child rider, a leading junior rider, and has had some lovely horses in adults, but I would say this was her second best one ever. She had a Super Bay horse whose name escapes me a few years ago, with which she was very successful. A horse by Khidam, as I recall. There's that vertical again.
We've seen it fall quite a number of times in this class. This rider's just not finding the space to get out of that Kirsten Drew double.
And I'm guessing she's going to be inside the time. Although with the rail down, it's not out of the question. She takes her foot off the accelerator a little. Ah, now the verticals. And slightly over the time.
So she'll pick up 2 time penalties for that effort. So she'll leave with a total of 10. But she'll be really, really happy with how that little horse has jumped this week. I do think that Tanya and Don Quixote is a combination we'll see in the 1m50s in the coming months.
How good's your adding skill? I was just quickly looking at the prize money. I've got to over 60,000. Lovely 25,000 rand to the winner. So super money. Here we go with a Lassiter.
Yes, it's Blue Steel Equestrians Eagles Lasco and
Amy Farquhar, also an accomplished junior from Port Elizabeth, under the tutelage of Diane Snodgrass, one of the legends of the sport. And this is a 13-year-old Lassiter out of a Concerto mare. Lassiter was not unlike this, small and grey. And the horse had a good first day, and on the second day jumped really poorly and didn't want to jump. And what it had looked like he'd done was there was a horse opposite him, and they'd lunged at each other. It hurt his ligaments in his neck and hurt himself in the stable. Well, he's seen the physio and he's seen the acupuncturist, and let's hope it holds for this, because it's a very competitive, successful pair.
She's having a really, really strong round in this
She's
1
a strong
meter for the
rider.
champs.
Yep. Typical of Lassiter, full of blood and full of technique. And there's a danger out the way, I think, and I think she'll be on time, so it's just this treble. Oh man, just touching the Oxa, not getting a great distance in, slightly deep, so the horse went high and then touched the Oxa. draw your attention to the safety cups, which have tolerate only a very small amount of pressure, downward pressure, before they release. And the arrival on the scene of safety cups a few years back has reduced the number of falls and certainly made the game harder to go clear, but much, much safer.
So Amy's effort puts her into 14th place currently. A couple more clears will unfortunately kick her out of the money.
So great to go home on a positive round like that, rather than on the difficult class she had on the middle day.
So the turn now of Max Bonamy. He rides a PDL Husqvarna Z.
And number 2 going down. Max is from Zim, now based in Natal, and has worked and ridden overseas, so a very stylish, accomplished rider, very experienced rider.
He was, of course, second in the earlier 1m40 speed class this week.
Max's mother was a talented and successful dressage rider. Remember her winning well with a Zimbabwean thoroughbred, had silver in his tail, and she was good. Her tempi changes were slick and good.
So he did find an early rail in that Toyota vertical at fence number 2, which we have seen give problems in the 1m40 champs. And rolling the front pole of that Kailami Park Oxa. But Max, of course, does have another ride in this class.
Oh, disappointing not to be in the runoff. But
He's
another
also
day.
picking up 2-time penalties there. We see another victim of the time. So he'll end with a total of 10 penalties. So 22 riders still to go in this 1m40 championship. We then, of course, will have the jump off. Currently have 5 riders in the jump off. We go now to Fiona van Vollenstein. She rides Sapphire Rain.
Fiona based with Dominique Alexander at the Sellerhof stud. She's on a 10-year-old by Zakharov out of a Brandenburg Sebastian mare. And if she gets into the jump off, she's always wonderful against the clock.
You say that yesterday, Rogan, she was on the podium. So she has already been a champion in the South African Toyota Championships this week.
By now, all the riders are aware of the time allowed, the pressure of the time. Unlikely that they'll make an error of incurring time faults. This horse is slightly quiet. Fiona has to ride it along and keep it going. And Pearl going down there. My goodness, I'd like to know how many horses have fallen victims of number 2 and number 11. A lot.
Absolutely. So she'll come through the finish under the time allowed. She'll come in 79
Just
seconds.
under the time allowed, yeah.
So just those 8 penalties, but Fiona's had a fantastic week at the Toyota South African Championships. And she'll be going home a very happy lady. So Chelsea Memorian back on our screens. This time she aboard number 44, Capital Hope.
An 11-year-old. It's by Capital Hotline out of a Katoki mare. Katoki's such a great stallion worldwide, not looking like a sire of sires, but he's produced incredible number of very successful competition horses all over the world. Wasn't that a beautiful opening jump over the triple bar? The show has been running since Wednesday. On Wednesday, 2 arenas running, but the rest of the week, up to 4 arenas running all day with all the different levels. The next event is the Interprovincial Championship, and it's a chance for viewers to see horses you don't normally see, horses based in Port Elizabeth, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and so on.
Chelsea putting together a really nice round here. I'm slightly concerned about the time allowed. She'll need to move on through these last few fences if she wants to come inside that time allowed.
It's definitely going to be touch and go. Okay. Two down. Presentable round, 2 down.
Yeah, she also picked up 3 penalties for time, so she'll leave on 11 penalties. Some great jumping for Chelsea this week. The horses have been fantastic. She'll be really, really thrilled to see big pats for Hope as they leave the arena. So another with 2 rides in the class, Tracy Khan returns aboard Emerald Isle Khaleesi.
Lovely progeny over the Canaan, 11-year-old, out of an always one mare. And this is quite historic, the Khans, because this goes back to Emerald Isle Sands of Silver, a daughter of Sandor, out of a thoroughbred, I think she was a thoroughbred mare, Bikini Beach.
And there we see Tracy taking the back rail of that Kirsten Drew Oxer on the way out of that combo. A lot of people have been rolling the front rail. And we see Tracy just touching the back rail there.
The structure of those verticals, they're just a few poles, so they're very airy. Makes them that little bit trickier for the horses to judge. At the bottom of the entry to the double is a white panel. Horses can look down at that. Correct and stylish, a most worthwhile round.
Great round for Tracy and Emerald Isle Khaleesi. They'll pick up 3 time penalties as well, so they'll end with a total of 7 penalties. But it's all smiles from Tracy. Great shot over that Nelson Mandela Bridge vertical. So the return of Hannelise Kamfa. She, of course, having 2 rides. This time she rides Capital New Star.
Rather well-bred horse, being by Numero Uno, out of a Cassini mare, owned by Helen Holland. This is a 13-year-old from the Capital stud.
So we saw Hannelise earlier on Afrigard Capital Capella. She just had the 4 penalties, but she's still currently sitting in 9th place. We've only had 5 clears. We then have the 2 riders with 1 time penalty, a rider with 2 time penalties, and then we see Hannelise, the fastest of the 4 falters, currently sitting in 9th position. She'll of course want to go clear. She wants to get into the jump off. She wants to get her hands on that 25,000 Rand prize money.
You might be eyeing the Toyota Hilux. I'm looking at that very sexy other car parked in the corner, the new Toyota Eevee. It looks so smart. Just the treble to go. Is she going to deliver a clear?
So 2 tests to go would be this treble as well as the time. The time's looking okay.
She's got it.
Come on,
She's got it.
She's a clear through the finish. 77.84. Annalisa Kamfer giving us our 6th clear round in this adult 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship.
Simon Henry now with Michelle Dawson's Callao Caspiano by the Callao stallion Casperon. They've been in the 150 classes. This 140 class could be a very, well, let's hope it's an easier ride for them and that they organize themselves a place in the jump off.
They narrowly missed out on qualifying for the 1 meter 50 class. That's happening a little bit later today.
Okay, there's 2 verticals out of the way. Now the bridge jump. Super, just the treble, and he's going to be inside the time, it would appear.
He'll come in just
Very
inside
good.
the time allowed. 78.81. Simon
Very
Henry,
good.
Callao Caspiano giving us our 7th clear round in this 1 meter 40 champs class.
As the jump off gets deeper and stronger. Lorlock Picasso is from the Lorlock Stud. That's from a lovely farm near Schweitzer Rienecker. This is a 16-year-old by Brannick Prince Fyodor out of a Wedekind D mare. Wedekind was the Wachmann Dollarit who stood at Ernie Davenport's stud in Graaf-Reinet. Lorlock was the passion of Rita Maria. Great legal mind and very big passion for breeding sport horses. When you see the horses jumping it sweetly like this at 16 years old, you know she had her formula right. They were sound, tough horses, and just to repeat it, it was a Sweetfeld situated farm.
Hannah's having a really positive round here on Picasso. Had some great classes leading up to this 1 meter 40 championship.
Just the treble again. Let's hope for another clear.
I think she will be okay for time. She's just got to keep these last 3 up. And she does.
And well in the time, so super.
So another clear round in CDE, Lorlock Picasso and Hannah Gerber. Our 8th clear round in the adult 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship. This jump off definitely heating up it to be a hot one. got the likes of Hannah Gerber, Lauren Neal, Caleb Seaton-Smith, Simon Hendry, Leona Vanamava, Divan Bosman, Hannelise Kampfer, and Nicola Syme Riley all in that jump off. I would hate to be a betting man.
Exactly. Caleb Seaton-Smith, I say. Number 49, Natural Callagher Consigos with Oscar Bongani Ngube, also owned by Samantha Mehring. And Consigo is an 11-year-old by Concariano. Concariano has produced more bays than chestnuts, but a useful horse here. Out of a Clinton mare.
Well, of course, we've seen Oz and Consigo around the 1m50s before. This horse also used in the Tri-Nations Cup that happened here in South Africa not too long ago. I believe he was used for Team Ireland.
This is looking very promising.
I am a bit worried about the time at Rogues. Time allowed 80 seconds.
Oh yeah, no. 4 seconds over and the third last fence falling, so no jump off for them.
No, so 5 time penalties. It leaves them on a total of 9. Oz did let out a bit of a sigh of frustration through the finish. He knows that that horse could definitely have jumped it clear, and I think a bit frustrated about the time as well.
Samira Rexroth is the owner of this 11-year-old mare. Her name is Perica B. She's by Perigu out of an Esprit mare. And in the saddle is the very competent all-rounder Carl Benzaya. That was exactly how to ride the 5 strides 1 to 2. Small, strong horse this. This is an import. Samira's sister is a high-ranked dressage rider in Germany. Her daughter is a very talented-looking dressage rider here in South Africa. And unfortunately, there's 7A going down. That hasn't fallen as much as the other verticals.
And then he just needed a bit of time over that. He was a bit fast. Gone straighter, and you should have gone straighter to this upright here.
And finding a deep distance to the entry to the treble, so finishing on 8 penalties, but inside the time. Where do the prizes go up to now?
So we currently have 16 prizes on offer in the 1m40 championship class. We've got the 8 clear rounds so far. We then have Barry Taylor and Paige Gage sitting with 1 time penalty. And then we have Joanne Roberts on 2 time penalties. So those are the top 10, 11-ish. But we go now to the second ride of Ray Corber.
This is a competitive pair. Not appearing on my program, but it's the Flax owned Big Smile entry.
Should we go see what's happening?
This is Big Smile Lunedi for Team Flax, and a very successful horse this is, highly competitive, often in the prizes.
Yes, he did pick up a 12th place in the earlier speed class this week.
So touching a vertical there. We haven't seen that go down much. Not a lucky class for Ryan. He had a pole down with his other winner. Maybe saving his juice to win the South African Championship. Oh, such a nice round. Inside the time, but one rail down. The Hirsch's vertical, which hasn't fallen often. Chris van der Merwe bringing in now a 3-3-4 stallion, Cantari. This is a Cascadello Ascari. Oh, there's one earlier than that, apologies. Grant Langley.
So Grant rides a Foresight Leroy Brown.
Yeah, 9-year-old by Casper out of a Polydictus mare.
They've had a good week as well. They picked up a place earlier in the 1m40 speed class. They did have a pole, but were still in the money. So he'll be really hoping to jump clear, get into this jump off.
Grant, the father of 2 girls. At this stage, they don't ride. He runs a really significant equestrian center in Summerveld. He's a very good coach. He's breeding successfully, training a lot of young, talented young people in KwaZulu-Natal. He's been a serious force to be reckoned with and runs at least one big show, maybe 2 big shows a year at Shangweni. So it's a man that wears many hats and he's always got his hands full.
And also such a respected man in the equestrian community. I don't know a lot of people that have a bad word to say about Grant. He's highly respected by many. He's a very kind, polite, and really an asset to our sport. So he took that earlier rail at the Hirsch's.
Just the one down, yeah.
He is inside the time allowed. He'll be really happy with how Leroy Brown has jumped this week.
Now it's Chris van der Merwe on a 3-3-4 stallion. The 10-year-old, Cantari by Cascadello out of an Ascari mare. This pair very much settling at the top end of the sport. The horse is a beautiful animal to look at. He goes in a simple gag snaffle. And he's matured and found his strength. Let's hope for them for a clear and to contest the jump off. This horse has been in the 150 classes, so this is not qualifying for the 150s. This is a step down, a very nice breather for the horse.
Chris has been competitive this week. Yesterday he was on the podium in the championship class, him and his wife Leona. He will also be aware of the time. He knows that Cantari, although he does have quite a big stride, he knows the time is tight.
That's very attractive form. Just the treble to go. Wow, the horse twisted out over the last one, heard Chris click lightly, and it was such a good round till the last fence down, inside the time.
I think Chris will be slightly disappointed with that fence, but the way that this stallion is jumping,
bitterly.
But he'll be completely pleased with how the stallion's jumped this week. He's jumped out of his socks and Really, really happy with that effort. So the turn of Jean Corba. She rides Equine Walker SA's Talana.
Number 53. And this is a 10-year-old bred at the Callao Studdeds by Talana van het Riethof out of an Argentinus mare. Jean has produced this horse all the way to this level. She's done a lot of work on the horse. Can I say that the horse looked, as a young mare, plump and dumpy? Well, there's nothing plump and dumpy about her now. And once again, to commend Jean for her eye for a horse and for her production capabilities. No one's ever sure quite when Jean sleeps with the amount of work and stuff she gets through. Wife, mother, high-level show jumper, businesswoman.
Jean putting on an exceptional performance here. She, of course, will be jumping in the big 1m50 individual championship later. She'll have 2 rides in that class in the form of Pretty Woman and Lexington. And she's clear all the way.
There it is. And the music plays out for a clear round.
Definitely a combination to watch out for in the jump-off in Jean Corba and Equine Walker SA's Talana. So she gives us our 9th clear round of this 1m40 champs.
Definitely more clears in the second half of this competition, and it was the prediction with the light improving. Caitlin Pike, Callao Castellona, by Callahos Casperon out of Landor S. Mare. This is a 12-year-old. And this horse has an eye-catching, stylish jump. Caitlin, tall, slim, fit, riding with Barry and Lorette Knowles-Taylor. And really earning herself her place in these higher ranks in the sport. She's seriously committed, very competent, and oh man, she took a steady round the turn to that and didn't find an ideal distance. Of course, once there's a stop, there's the 4 penalties, but it eats a big hole out of the time. So this won't be a contender after that moment.
Shaping out to be quite a lovely round. She had that little refusal. She'll be slightly disappointed with that because otherwise a really fantastic jumping round from Callao Castellona.
Well, she certainly won't be blaming Castellona. She just had an unlucky moment on her way to the vertical at number 6. The delightful Courtney Webber, number 55, Foresight Caspian, by Casper out of a Nintendo mare. This horse again bred by Grant Langley. It's not a 5-year-old. 11-year-old.
This combination having a sterling week in the 1m40s. They picked up a 4th place earlier in that speed class. Courtney very, very competitive against the clock.
Courtney's been a successful junior and a very successful adult rider. It's just a quiet, soft way of riding. Stays in a light seat and canters. Oh man, she missed her moment. So the jump has to be rebuilt. The time is stopped. They add some seconds for that. So that's an expensive moment.
But you'll notice Courtney shouldn't get frustrated, shouldn't get frazzled. No, she knows that maybe that was a bit her fault. She doesn't get frustrated with Caspian. She just gives him a pat, reassures him that everything's okay. And she's going to save him for another day. She's going to...
Absolutely.
She'll retire. She knows that what this horse has done for her and what's to come from this horse. Again, always putting the welfare of her horses first. I think that speaks to the horsewoman that Courtney Weber is. So they'll be back to fight another day, no doubt. So 9 clears currently in the adult 1m40 Toyota Championship. We have about 7 horse and rider combinations to go. Next on the program will be number 56. It's Taryn Allnut. She rides Dubliner. Dubliner, 13-year-old thoroughbred. We saw another thoroughbred come through earlier with Caleb Seaton-Smith. That horse actually in the jump off.
Oh, what a shame. That's very untypical. And I was going to say to you, Dubliners by Visionaire out of a Tara's Halls, Rakeen Roland Gardens Princely Gift Mare. Such a good example of a very nice thoroughbred for the sport, but just having a totally unlucky moment.
Taryn back up on her feet. She seems all good. Dubliner, I think, gone for a bit of a tour of the showgrounds. But Taryn just being double-checked by the medic. All seems to be good. And, of course, that's what's most important, that horse and rider all okay at the end of the day.
Okay.
So Mika Chalker next to go. She rides equicoverrivervale.com.
This 9-year-old grey mare is by VDL Dakar, out of a mare by Bellanotte. Bellanotte, the full brother to 3 Socks. So Barabeda Ray, Heartbreaker, Lister Darman on the mother side. And the Rivervale stud, the brainchild of the Pote family, matriarch there, Cheryl Pote, and Murray, her son, doing a wonderful job breeding and producing horses on their farm in the Midlands. Murray has a lovely grey stallion, You For Me.
Yeah.
And they're passionate,
That
good, solid horse people.
That grey you're talking about jumped yesterday. It jumped clear, jumped fantastically for Murray. He was elated with how that stallion jumped.
Maud Arts is back and working her magic in KwaZulu-Natal, back from China. Maud's had a big impact on the South African riding scene herself, a very good competition rider and a wonderful coach.
So Mika putting on quite a display of show jumping here. Her show's been a bit up and down with .com. She took a bit of a tumble on day 1. Day 2 for her was great. I think she just took the one rail. And she's clear all the way in the championship class. Mika Chalker, Rivervale.com, giving us our 10th clear round of this 1m40 championship. And Mika is quite a speed queen. She'll be one to watch out for in the jump off.
So, Georgia Rurich, number 58. She brings in Special van het Kaisershof. This is an 8-year-old Koeno VDL out of an Indoctro mare. Georgia very excited about this horse. And he's just at the age where he's going to settle and mature and show what he can really do. Sport horses enter their prime somewhere around 8 or 9, and if you're lucky they go on well into their teens. He's not flashy, but he looks steady, rideable. That's a really good example of his lovely jump. Scopy guy.
And I heard it, Georgia, while she was walking the course earlier. She said she was so glad that she had jumped to 150 earlier in the week. Made this 1m40 class look a little bit more manageable for her.
It really does shift your perspective. And sadly, over the time.
Yeah, she also picked up an early rail in that Toyota vertical at fence number 2. She'll pick up 3 time penalties and end with a total of 7. Golding has jumped fantastically for her throughout the week. She'll be really, really happy with his SA champs. And I think lots more to come from that combination in these higher grades.
Yeah, good run for the future. Nice name. This is Izumiyaki, 10-year-old by Berlin out of a Kazal mare. Jackie Cochran. And Jackie has a ride in the South African Championships a little later today. Having sorted her way through some horses, she now has a really significant string of horses available to her, most of which she's done all the production work. She lives a few hundred meters away from Kyalami Park and runs a water treadmill business, which is successful and incredibly beneficial and useful. The horses go there for hydrotherapy, basically. Just 4 efforts to go. Dangerous vertical. It's so easy to take a miss at that, trying to be careful, trying to jump it carefully and not getting a smooth distance.
And again, I think the time is going to catch Jackie through this treble combination here. It does. So she'll leave with 8 penalties. 4 of those penalties will be for time.
Gosh, a different moment and she'd have been in the jump off too.
Absolutely, and lots to come from Izumiyaki. She's a fantastic little mare. I think we'll definitely see her jumping the South African Championships one of these days.
Max Bonamy now with the stallion Emerald Isle Carpathian. We introduced Max to you earlier today. This is a Kanan Demiro. The owner Tracy Khan, a 9-year-old breeding stallion.
And this combination very competitive throughout the whole week. They were second to Ray in that speed class. He's of course already been around the track. He'll know where he needs to just tighten things up a little bit.
Max reasonably tall, slim, light, fit, and really capable of delivering smooth rounds. Maybe a bit forward at that vertical, and the horse not finding time to clear it behind. Just a slight touch there.
Really nice around here from Max. Be very disappointed with that rail.
It is a good round.
75.08, well inside at the time, and just those 4 penalties for Emerald Isle Carpathian and Max Bonamy.
Looks like just 2 left. Is there a horse in the arena?
Yes,
yes,
there
the grey.
is.
Yeah.
We'll be going to James Lowe next. He rides number 62, Capital Corland.
This is a 10-year-old stallion by Corland out of a Cassini mare from the Capital Stud. I'm not sure if he was bred here or purchased in Europe and raised here, but watch this for a lovely animal. Did James have a moment at the Nelson Mandela Bridge jump? But this is everyone's ideal show jumper. He's deliberate, elastic, steady. High level of rideability. So a little bit about James, chiropractor. His partners in some practices. Oh, there's the stallion thing. A little moment at the water. Wow, disappointing.
He did also take the inside line. He went inside jump number 3. He obviously knows the time is tight to
Yes.
try and shave a couple seconds.
Yes.
So maybe not also getting the best line there to that little water tray. So through the finish with a total of 26 penalties, again 18 of them being for time. Those time penalties really they can really almost kill your score a little bit there. Of course, every second that you are over the time allowed, you will incur 1 time penalty. So last to go in the first round of this 1m40 Toyota Championship is Leona Fanamava. She rides 334 Capital Kotori. She's of course already in the jump off on her earlier ride 334 Vedette. So she knows what it takes to jump clear. We know Kotori can be clear and she can be very, very quick in those jump offs. course, such an elegant, poised, beautiful rider. Rogan was talking earlier about young riders and riders to look up to. Leona is one of those riders that you would aspire to ride like. Just finding the back rail on the first element of that 3-3-4 treble combination. She was inside the time allowed, so she'll just leave on those 4 penalties. We will, of course, still see her in the jump off on 3-3-4 Vedette. Expect her to be competitive as ever. So that does conclude the first round of the 1m40 championship. We have 10 horse and rider combinations going through to the jump off, which does mean that some of those faster 4 penalty riders, those who just ended with the time, will be in the prizes. So there's plenty of action still to come in this jump off. We'll quickly go grab maybe a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, quick bite to eat. We'll be right back with plenty action from the 1m40 Toyota jump off.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
There's a car as well. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy, we'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward, without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n karre. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
So we're back at Kyalami Equestrian Park. We are about to go into the South African 1m40 Toyota Championship jump-off. We have 10 riders in the jump-off. Some riders to look out for. We have Laura Neal, Divan Bosman, Leona Vanamava, Caleb Seaton-Smith, Nicholas Syme Riley, Annelies Comfer, Simon Hendry, Hannah Gerber, Jean Korber, and last to go will be Mika Choka. They are jumping off for 25,000 Rand. That is what first place will be taking home. Second place will take home 15,000 Rand. Third place will take home 8,000 Rand. And of course, there are prizes all the way down to 16th place. So some of those riders who had 4 penalties in the first round, those quicker riders, will be taking home some of the lower prize money. If you happen to find yourself in the Kyalami area, you can head on down to Kyalami Equestrian Park. We have a very exciting day of show jumping. Following this 1m40 championship jump off, we will be having the interprovincial team event, which will be followed by class we've been waiting for all week, the 2026 Toyota South African Show Jumping Individual Championship. Top 30 have qualified, and they'll all be looking to take home the very, very impressive prize pot there, 65,000 Rand. But first to go in this 1m40 Toyota Championship jump off is Lara Neal, and she rides Callagho Corrigan.
Top rider, this Lara. Callagho bred Corrigan by Corinth. And she's quick. That was super. The vertical doing its damage again. So jumping out of 7, touches the second part.
Taking the top rail off the Kyalami Park Oxer to end on 8 penalties. A quick time, 39.81. She will
That's
still
a very
be
good
going
guide
home.
of the time.
Absolutely, she'll
Tan,
still
yeah.
be definitely taking home a prize.
Divan Bosman now, who has won so many classes. You see him sporting his national colours jacket on the Consuelo, and it doesn't always look that he's going as fast as he is. Based with and trained by Anton Hook. And touches the back of that. Such a good turn back. Gosh, not a form ride. You've seen Divan on much better form than that. So it not happening for him this morning.
So Divan will end on 16 penalties, 8 for jumping and 8 for time. But the worst he can do in this jump off is 10th. So all our riders will be taking home a little bit of prize money.
Now, the riders following will have seen all of that, and they'll be aware of the pitfalls of this track. 334 Vedette, Leona van der Merwe. Let's enjoy her smooth, competitive round. Here's where the fault started. So there's the danger out the way. Gallops round to this water tray vertical. Touches it off. And 2 down.
So 40.35 her time. She's not quicker than Lara Neal. Lara, of course, 39.81, but still putting herself into second place. We are hunting down a double clear in this 1m40 championship jump off.
Yes, and I agree with you. The class is wide open. Wide open.
Absolutely, and we've spoken about this speedy combination. Caleb Seaton Smith, Blue Steel Equestrians, Milkwood Stud, King Julian. He's going quickly, but he's not going stupidly.
This one has caused trouble so far. Let's see what happens. And also jumps it on the angle, has it down behind.
If he can keep this up, he'll still go into the lead.
And he does.
And look at the time, 39.05. So he has the 4 penalties, but he still goes into the lead. We have not yet had a double
and that's
clear.
way the fastest ride so far. So that's the best of the 4 rounds in terms of time. Rivendell Lamborghini. Well, that'll see him finish, no doubt, with a decent ticket. This pair, Nicholas Syme, a lot more mileage than Lamborghini. Let's see what happens. 6 strides there. Nine strides on the turn back. She's set up well for that. She's just got to clear the last to take the lead.
And her time looking good as well.
Beautiful gallop to the last.
Our first
There it is.
double clear, Nicholas Syme Riley, Rivendell Lamborghini into the lead. They go 41.68, although not the quickest time we've seen today. It's our
But
first rider to keep up all the
beautifully
fences.
judged.
Fantastic riding from Nicholas Syme Riley. So Annelies Comfort will have seen Nicola just jump into the lead. And there is no doubt in my mind Annelies is going to give this a very, very good go.
With her numero uno horse from the Capital Stud, New Star. Similar to Nicholas Syme. Big ask there. That'll have lit him up. Now to clear this difficult double. And she does.
She's a one
It's
from
looking
home
quicker.
as she gallops.
Marvelous.
Clear all the way, not quite quick enough to catch Nicola. 44.41. Into second place goes Annelies Comfort and Capital New Star.
What a great effort. And that's a new partnership. That's very exciting and very promising.
Annelies will be really happy with that. She's also picked up one of the later prizes on her 4 penalty rider Capella. So to have 2 prizes in the 1m40 champs, Annelies will be smiling ear to ear. Simon Hendry next on Michelle Dawson's Callao Caspiano.
Okay, here's where it gets challenging. What's he going to do to the vertical?
So our other riders went inside that blue oxer. He's gone around.
Super.
He's galloping down to the last.
A little bit forward at it.
The time was quicker, 41.60. So would have put him into the lead, but drops him down into 4th place with those 4 penalties. But Simon and Michelle, I think, will be really, really happy with how Caspiano has jumped this week. And he'll be definitely in the prizes.
3 experienced good ones. The first of those, CDE, Lorlock Picasso, Anna Gerba. Oh, no, man. Rolls off number 1. disheartening for her. And
But she'll know a couple other riders have had a pole. She can definitely still get herself into the top 6. She can stay clean the rest of the round and keep that time tight.
R25,000 to the winner. The riders will not be living a little dangerously there. There wasn't such a great distance, and yep, round she comes again.
Much better ride the second time around for Hannah Gerber and CDE Lorlock Picasso. They'll end with a total of 16 penalties, 8 for jumping, 8 for time, but still puts Hannah into 8th place. So, of course, all our 10 riders in this jump-off will be going home with the prize. The worst they can do is 10th and take home R1,000. So that'll still be fantastic for all our riders.
Some consolation for not winning 25.
Absolutely.
But here comes a speed merchant. Equine Walkers, SS Tulana, Jean Corba. Eight strides there. Looking very promising. Super. 2 left. It's water tray vertical. Gets it.
She's 1 from home. She's going to need to gallop down to the last if she wants to beat Nicola.
Opts for the steady ride and pays a price there for penalties.
The time was quicker, 41.47. So a really good ride there from Jean Corba. Puts her into 4th place on Equine Walker SA's Tulana. She'll be happy with that effort. And again, look out for Jean in the big 1m50 individual championship happening later. So, last to go in this 1m40 jump off.
Can Mika do it? She's got to be faster than 41.68 and clear. Nicholas Riley holding the lead there, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rivendell Lamborghini sitting in 2nd. Hannelise Kamfer, the only 2 double clears in this class. 3rd place currently Caleb Seaton Smith and King Julian. And then we find Jean Corba, Tulana. 5th, Simon and Caspiano, and 6th, Lara Neil Corrigan. That's all currently. Mika Chalker known to be a speed queen. She's going to leave it all out here. She knows she has nothing to lose. She's going home with a place regardless.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Extra stride there. Now there's a gallop to this double of verticals. She's steady. I think Nicola's won it. Let's see what happens. Down it goes, so Nicola has won it.
She has, but Mika could still put herself into a really nice position here. And 4 penalties, 42.36 will definitely end Mika in the top 6. And a great way for her to end her South African Championships.
Am I right? Just 2 clears in that jump off.
Only the 2 double clears in that 1m40.
Annalise
and Nicola.
Nicola, remarkable. So, very exciting 1m40 national championships, the 1m40 national championships, the Toyota South African Championships, and some classic show jumping. And the fortunes changed in the jump-off. Not a lot of clears in the first round. What were there, 9?
We had 10
10
clears.
clears.
10 clears. We only had two double clears. So, of course, one by Nicola Syme, Riley Rivendell, Lamborghini. Taking home the silver medal, Annelies Kampfer and Capital New Star. And then third place is going to go to the Foster's 4-faulter, which was Caleb Seaton Smith and Blue Steel Equestrian Milkwood Stud King Julian, that lovely little thoroughbred.
And he banks a very welcome 8,000 Rand for that.
Oh, he won't be complaining. Fourth place going to Jean Corber and Equine Walker Essays Talana. Fifth place is Simon Hendry and Callao Caspiano. He'll be really happy with that. Sixth place, Mika Chalker, Equicover, Rivervale.com. Seventh to Laura Neal and Callao Corrigan. Eighth going to Leona Funamava and 334 Vedette. Ninth, Divan Bosman and Cornerstones Midgard Zakiro. 10th to Hannah Gerber, CDE Lawlock Picasso. So that was our top 10 in this 1 meter 40 South African Championship, sponsored by Toyota.
Twelfth place to Paige Jason, Biden, Callao Lord Chris. 13th, Joanne Roberts, Morocco at Congress. 14th to Max Donovan and Emil Alcoff-Halpian. 15th to Leona Fontanava and 334 Captain Tesori. And 16th to number 16, Annelies Kampfer and Afrigard Capital Capella.
So some great shots there of Annelies Kampfer, our second place rider, and the wonderful Capital New Star. There, of course, our winner of the South African 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship, Nicola Syme Riley, and the ever wonderful Rivendell Lamborghini. You can, of course, catch Nicola a little bit later in the 1 meter 50 champs. She'll be looking to do just as well as she did in this 1 meter 40. She does have 2 rides in that 1 meter 50, so bound to be very, very exciting. So all smiles from Nicola Syme Riley as she takes the win in this 1 meter 40 Toyota Championship aboard Rivendell Lamborghini. Second place going to Annelies Kampfer. She aboard Capital New Star. Annelies and Nicola, only 2 to jump a double clear in this 1 meter 40 championship. Third place goes to the fastest of our 4-faulters. That's Caleb Seaton Smith and Blue Steel Equestrians Milkwood Stud King Julian. Jean Corber picking up 4th place on Equine Walker Essays Talana. You can also catch Jean a little later in the 1 meter 50 championship class. She, of course, the leader in the Toyota 4x4 Ultimate Series, her wonderful Lexington. 5th place, Simon Hendry. So nice to see Simon in this top 6 here aboard Michelle Dawson's Callao Caspiano. 6th place going to Mika Chalker, Equicover, Rivervale.com. 7th place went to Laura Neal. 8th to Leona Funamava. 9th to Divan Bosman. 10th went to Hannah Gerber. 11th to Barry Taylor. 12th to Paige Gage. 12th to Paige Gage. 13th to Joanne Roberts. 14th to Max Bonamy. 15th Leona Funamava. And 16th place to Annelies Kampfer. So as we get our top 3 riders onto the podium, you see us all smiles from Nicola, Annelies and Caleb. So the sash being awarded to our winner, it's Nicola Syme Riley. She is your Toyota 2026 adult 1 meter 40 South African champion. On her wonderful stallion, Rivendell Lamborghini, she of course receives the gold medal. The silver medal being awarded to Hannelise Kamfer, so well deserved, on her wonderful Capital New Star. And third place goes to Caleb Seaton Smith and Blue Steel Equestrians Milkwood stud King Julian. The trophy being awarded to Nicola. She will of course take home that fantastic first place cash prize of 25,000 Rand. Hannelise will go home with 15,000 Rand. Caleb takes home 8,000 Rand. A huge congratulations to our top 3 riders. A huge thank you has to be said to Toyota for their fantastic sponsorship of the Toyota South African Championships. Without our sponsors, shows like this are not what they are. So a huge thank you going out to the fantastic Toyota.
So to our top 3 grooms, gentlemen, join us on the podiums as well, please. We have wonderful prizes for you, courtesy of Toyota. Racing happens to prize money for the grooms for winners, medals as well. So it's these top 3 gentlemen.
So you see our top 3 grooms heading over to the podium. Huge thank you to Toyota for recognizing all that the grooms do for our sport and all that they do for our horses. I think if you ask a lot of these grooms, they truly love our horses so much. They take such exceptional care of them. And it's so great that they can be recognized for their efforts behind the scenes. They have many early mornings, many late nights. They experience the highs and lows of their riders winning or not having the best round. A lot of these grooms will actually coach their riders and say, yeah, no, you didn't jump that one too well. And you can see our grooms with their medals. They'll get some goodies thanks to Toyota. They'll pick up a little bit of prize money as well, and so well deserving. And so great that Toyota recognizing all that our grooms do behind the scenes, day in and day out for our horses. So show jumping often seen as such an individual sport. A lot of people don't realize the team behind the scenes that it takes to get these horses and riders to the top of their game and to these top levels. And of course, there you have the winner of the Toyota 2026 adult 1 meter 40 champion. It's Nicola Syme Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini. Second place going to Hannelise Kamfer and a Capital New Star. Third, Caleb Seaton Smith, Blue Steel Equestrians, Milkwood stud King Julian. Fourth, Tejan Korba and Equine Walker Essays Tolana. Fifth, Simon Hendry Callao Caspiano. Sixth, Tamika Choka, Equicover Rivervale.com. So that does not conclude the exciting show jumping happening today at Kyalami Equestrian Park. The next event in the Peter Mini Arena will be the team event. It's the Open Interprovincial Team Championship, which will be followed by what we've been waiting all week for, the 2026 Toyota South African Individual Show Jumping Championship. And also, just a heads up, I will be getting Jean Korba in here for a little interview as well. She, of course, is leading the Toyota 4x4 series. And we'll be getting all of Jean's tips and tricks. So don't go too far. Plenty of action coming from this South African Show Jumping Championships.
test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so if you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
Ja, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward, without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
to open the course for inspection for the Open Interprovincial Team Championship, proudly brought to you by Toyota. It's not all that often that we get to watch team events, but it is always exciting when we do. And this year, to determine this Open Interprovincial Team Championship, we are proud to say that we have 5 teams representing 6 provinces. Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and a combined team from the Northwest and Mpumalanga. Over the last few years, there have only really been 2 teams that have dominated proceedings when it comes to this Open Interprovincial Championship. Gauteng and KZN swapping for the last few years. The last time anybody else won that wasn't Gauteng or KZN was an Eastern Cape victory back in 2012. This year, Team Eastern Cape fielding a strong group of riders and horses, as is everyone else. Last year, of course, it was Team KZN that won on home turf down at the Durban Shongweni Club. This year, up in Gauteng, can Team GP take it back, or will we be looking at one of the Cape teams, possibly Northwest and Mpumalanga as well? This competition, it's a 2-round team competition. Each team comprises 4 members. They each jump their first round, and then we drop the worst score from.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s all heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n karre. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, eh? Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so if you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
So for those who might have just joined us, we do know lots of spectators still arriving. A very warm welcome to KEP on this cool and windy Sunday. Fortunately, the bulk of the bad weather is holding off until tomorrow. And a happy Women's Day to all the ladies in attendance. Join us now during the course walk for our Interprovincial Team Championship event, where we have 5 teams taking part. Have a look at the teams, their riders and horses. From the Eastern Cape, we've got Chef de Keep Marie Lamont and their team riders Summerall on First for Horses Mystery March, Jenna Corrie on Casino B, Leandre Lewis Rex on Sailor Sam, Georgia Rourke on Capital Don Costello, and their reserve rider Kane McDonald and Carlson 113. Then from the Western Cape, their Chef de Keep Savannah Fondaseda, their team riders are Danielle Everton on Callahoo Larisha, Kristen Hardhoff on Brandenburg Live It Up, who was victorious in yesterday's 130 championship class, Paige DeRoy on Silver Streamer, and Victoria Rivers on Rivendell Coldplay. Team reserve is Cameron Burtonboy and Adelt Callegro. From Team Gauteng, who are looking to reclaim the title after stolen from them last year, we have Chef de Keep Kelly O'Connor, their team riders Taryn Allnut on Callahoo Cairo, Jodie Peters on King Heart, Zandi Alcock on Nina Ricci B, and Fiona van Valencia on Premier MB. Then from the Northwest and Mpumalanga, Team Chef de Keep his Kai Comfort for this combined team. Team riders are Bradley Hitchens on Capital Renegade, Kaylee Walker, Pinto de LC, Shani Swanepoel on Nickelback Z, and Nariska Prinsloo Hill on Blue Steel Equestrian Capital Carline. Then the defending champions, KwaZulu-Natal. Team Chef de Keep is Grant Langley. Their riders are Hilton Ford on Rivervale Back in Time, Aisling Triggle on 334 Diamond Prince, Kylie Breaks on 334 Kamira, Leona van der Merwe on 334 Kiss by Face Z, and Team Reserve Chris van der Merwe on 334 Casa Remo. course, length of 500 meters and a time allowed of 86 seconds.
So welcome back to Kailami Equestrian Park. So we've just had a very exciting 1 meter 40 championship class. And now we're going into the Toyota South African Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship. And we start with Team Eastern Cape. It is Summerall first to go. She'll ride first for horses Mystery March. We will see these team riders jumping 2 rounds. Of course, there are 4 riders in each team. The best 3 scores from each round will count, so there will be the opportunity to drop a score. The second round will also be against the clock, so the times will be added up of those riders, their penalties will be added, and of course the team with the lowest penalties and the quickest time will be the Open Interprovincial Team Champions.
The arena's ready, the riders are ready, and we are ready to go up here. First bell for Summerall from Team Eastern Cape, first for horses Mystery March.
So this round not against the clock. Riders of course still need to come through the finish within the time allowed, but their main focus will be jumping a clear round and having 0 penalties. And a clear round for Team Eastern Cape. In the way of the Summerall, and first for horses Mystery March. So Team Eastern Cape, a clear round. They'll be currently sitting, of course, with a score of 0. So now the turn of the team from the Western Cape. Their first rider, Danielle Evertser, Calho Larisha. Danielle's had a consistent show in the Opens at the South African Championships. So she's clear so far, 1 from home. She'll really look to keep this up. And she does a clear round for Callao Larisha and Danielle Everter. So Team Western Cape also now sitting on a score of 0. So the turn now of Taryn Allnut. She rides her wonderful Callao Cairo. She's jumping for Team Gauteng. So Taryn Allnut, Callao Cairo, 1 from home. They are clear through the finish for Team Gauteng. So all 3 of our first riders have jumped clear. So 3 teams all currently sitting with 0 penalties, and the turn now of Bradley Hitchens. He rides a Capital Renegade for the Mpumalanga Northwest team. And I'm really, really excited to announce I have an awesome guest here in co-commentary with me. It is the fantastic and wonderful Jean Korber. Jean, welcome to the live stream. Been wanting to chat with you all week. It's so awesome to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So you, of course, just jumped a fantastic round in the 1m40 champs.
Yes, Talana was absolutely outstanding. Unfortunately, to the last, I tried to set her up and calm her down, and she said, "Mom, it's a jump off. We need to be going." And just had the last one down, but she was amazing.
And talk to us about some of your other rides. Of course, we know you on the wonderful Lexington. We also see you've got Pretty Woman M in that big class. Are you excited for the big individual champs? Are we nervous? What is your game plan going into such an incredible and prestigious event?
So I'm really excited. Obviously, there are some good nerves as well. I feel incredibly privileged to have 2 horses qualify for the South African champs. I've never had that before. Lexington is obviously my boy that I've had for a long time, and he's experienced, and really hoping to have some good rounds on him. And then Pretty Woman, I'm obviously incredibly excited to have her at this level now as well. I've really always believed in her. She's got unbelievable talent, and she's been very tricky. She's got a hell of a temperament on her and can be quite feisty and naughty and that. And her and I have we've worked hard to get onto the same page. But once she's in the ring and jumping, there's no better feeling. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And yeah, we've had a wonderful show, and Toyota's really put up an unbelievable show. The vibe is amazing, and then also with the car series, with the Toyota Hilux. I mean, what an amazing prize for our sport to have something like that.
Absolutely, and I wanted to get into that Toyota 4x4 Ultimate Series. You are currently leading the charge. as we go into today's, of course, the South African Championship, an opportunity for you to pick up some valuable points. Again, we're moving into the South African Derby. It's about 6-7 weeks away now. How do you prep for the Derby? You're leading the series. You, of course, have to jump in the Derby. The points are worth double. So will you only be jumping Lex at the Derby? Are we thinking about putting Pretty Woman M? How are we prepping from this show going into Derby?
So we actually still have another 2 World Cups before that to jump in at Maxwell's and Waterwoods. And then obviously our Derby training starts. We always start slowly, doing some of the Derby obstacles, normally at Bryce McCall. Last year I also went to Dominie's place, and I really like going there, so I'm definitely going to beg Dominie to go to him again. And Lexington is obviously a wonderful, wonderful Derby horse. I love Derby, I really, really do. With Pretty Woman, she's actually done 2 mini derbies before and done quite well, but she got a little bit of a fright with training down a big bank, and I feel like we're in such a good place right now that I don't really want to upset the apple cart with her right now. So I will probably only be focusing on Lexington for Derby. And then for the Toyota 4x4 series, I actually had quite a bad fall at the first show of the year here at KPC and broke my arm quite badly. And just before the Outdoor Grand Prix, I was a little bit hard-headed as I can be and decided I'm riding at the show. And I only rode Lexington and ended up having a fantastic show. I think he came 5th or 6th in the Outdoor Grand Prix, which has set me up nicely for points towards the series. But anything can change. There's drop scores, so I think it can completely change still.
Absolutely, and I wanted to speak to, Lexington, such a fantastic horse. He's done amazing things for you over the years. He's not as young in age as many of these other horses. So what goes into keeping a horse like Lexington at the top of his games, sound, happy, strong, healthy, jumping consistently at these levels throughout your entire season? Our seasons are very, very long. We had our first World Cup, I think, in about February, and we'll be jumping all the way into October. How do we keep our horses, well, you in particular, how do you keep your horses at the top of their game for such an extended season?
So I definitely work very closely with my vets, with Baker McVeigh, especially Patrick Martin. He looks after my horses. And then I have Sue Alcock that does laser treatments and physio treatments on them, as well as Sasha Chelin. She's always there, and also during the shows she always looks after my horses, and then we always take notes, or they give me their notes, and we make sure that if there's something new that's popped up or whatever, then we'll investigate further. It is a constant you bleed money a little bit for it. So when you win a bit of prize money at a show, you're very happy because then you can pay all those bills. But, these horses are athletes, and what they do for us is incredible. So I definitely do a lot to make sure they feel their best. And then with Lexington also, it's a big thing is actually his shoeing. So Dave Hislop is our farrier, and we're always constantly working on his feet. He doesn't have great feet, but we look after it, and he is getting a little bit on in age, but he doesn't think so.
No, not of course. And you mentioned these horses are incredible athletes, but you yourself have to be quite an athlete to keep up with them. And you mentioned earlier in the year you did break your wrist. I actually remember that fall. It was such a strange one. So how, as riders, do you keep yourselves, again, fit, strong and focused at this level? Because your horses may be on it and ready to jump these huge tracks, but you yourself, you may have had a confidence knock on a previous ride. How do we as riders stay on the top of our games to make sure we're giving our horses the best opportunity every time they step into the ring?
So I do ride quite a few horses a day. I ride about 3 to 5 horses a day, which is not as much as professional riders. I have a full-time job, and I also have a horse walker business, and We have 2 children, and so it's very busy, and I try my best to go to Fit to Ride with Andrea, but I don't always get there. But I am active and walk with the dogs, and always do quite a lot, and obviously busy with the riding and that. I would really like to make more time, especially before Derby, to get slightly fitter. But you are right, I should be looking after myself as I do with my horses. But I don't get to that sometimes.
Well, Jean, I think you've fooled a lot of us. We would all say you're very fit, very active. No one would ever say that you are slacking in the fitness department at all with the amount of rides that you do and how well that you do. You've had a fantastic SA Champs. Can you speak to what, a show like this means with a sponsor like Toyota? We've had 5 days of really phenomenal show jumping. And I don't think a lot of these shows are possible without fantastic sponsors like Toyota. I mean, you, of course, jumping at the top, you see what these sponsors have to offer. You get the full effect of these shows. And how important are the sponsors in our sport?
You're so correct. We cannot do this without these sponsors. It is a very expensive sport, and we really, really appreciate all the sponsors. And I really hope that Toyota gets a big benefit out of sponsoring and putting all this money and effort into our sport, so that they keep coming back. We are, as riders, really, really grateful, and this has been a wonderful, wonderful show. We love the vendors village. It really creates a wonderful vibe, and also the beautiful display of all the extremely nice cars. I'm quite a car fanatic, so I love looking at all the different cars, and I really hope that Toyota gets supported by all the riders and the spectators, and that they feel like they get a good return on investment.
Jean, as a car girl, if you keep going the rate you're going, you'll be driving home in that Toyota Hilux, which is, of course, up for grabs in the Ultimate 4x4 Series, which is being led by Jean Corber. She'll be looking to pick up valuable points today in the qualification, the championship, which is the 6th qualifier.
That would be amazing.
So, Jean, another question I have for you is on your string of horses. You, of course, have produced your string from the bottom all the way to the very, very top, and you've done that by yourself. And I think it takes an incredible horsewoman to be able to produce horses from, I'll say nothing, don't be offended when I say that, but from nothing all the way to 1.50 meter. And how, I know a lot of people have said, Jean has an incredible eye for horses. How do you pick your horses? Everyone wants to know. Everyone wants one of Jean Corber's horses. How do we pick a Jean Corber horse?
They're not for sale. Shame. I'm not actually sure. I love watching horses. I watch a lot of the different classes. I also really love pedigrees, looking at their pedigrees, what they've done. And then I'm not sure. I sometimes just see something in a horse that I love. And then it will bug me until I buy the horse. But I would say I love a horse. I look at their eye. That sounds like a strange thing to say, but their eye is very important to me. I love a horse that's hot and forward, and a horse that wants to do the job. I really, a positive horse that tries. And then a big thing for me is a partnership. I really need to get to know the horse and get attached to a horse and feel like I connect with the horse. I've had a couple of times where I've chosen a horse and it's been a lovely, lovely horse, but I haven't connected with the horse. And then it has been quite hard for me to sell the horse because even though I don't connect, I'm still attached to the horse. But and I do enjoy producing them, but I won't lie, it's like I'm getting a bit old now and I get a little bit nervous. I'm a lot more nervous than I used to be with the young horses. So, but I think I've got the best string that I've ever had. So it's a really, really big privilege, and you just appreciate every round that you have. And when you have a good show, you take it with both hands, because your next show you could be on the floor.
Absolutely. Show jumping, such a humbling sport. I think riding in general, such a horses humbling period.
Very, very,
I don't have
very
to say
humbling.
more of that. If you own horses, if you know horses, you know exactly what we mean. But Jean, I'd like to get your take on this team competition. We've been watching it a little bit. So currently on track is Aisling Triggle, 334 Diamond Prince. I'm sure you're very familiar with the team 334, of course.
Yes, definitely. This is a lovely, lovely horse by Diamante Simile. A lovely partner for Ace. She's been riding such beautiful rounds on him, and I think he's definitely going to be a Grand Prix World Cup horse for her. Ace also has a wonderful horse called Hey I'm Wilma that she took over from Leona, and she's riding so beautifully.
Oh, they actually picked up a place in their championship class yesterday. Ace was thrilled about that. And we see her in this team event. She's jumping for Team KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, they have a very, very strong team. Good round.
And
Beautiful.
she's clear. So Team KwaZulu-Natal currently sitting on a score of 0. Everyone's sitting on a score of 0 except for Team Mpumalanga Northwest. They are carrying 4 currently. They do have the opportunity to drop that score later. We'll hope that their other team members jump clear. But I think it's awesome, and you'll know you've ridden all over our country. I've seen you jumping at Shongweni. Back in the day, I used to see you down at PE as well, and you can speak to the level of riders all around the country. I mean, we've got the Team Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, Mpumalanga Northwest, and KwaZulu-Natal. I think that speaks a lot for the talent we have all around the country, not just in Gauteng. A lot of people think, oh, well, Gauteng is where you have to be if you want to be successful. And I think a lot of these team events are proving that that's not true.
Definitely not. I think a lot of times the Cape Town riders come up here and kick our asses. So it is obviously more difficult. I myself am originally from Stellenbosch and moved up to sort of further my show jumping career here. And it is easier if you're based in either Johannesburg or Natal because you have the opportunity to get to all the big shows more often. I think the sad thing and reality for Cape Townian riders is also when they go back, then they have to go into quarantine, and you know there's a whole lot of those things that makes things a lot more complicated for them. But it really is nice that, especially for a show like this, that we have got the 4 teams with all the different riders and giving them this extra opportunity also to have another class for the show. Team events are wonderful. I think it's such fun. I've been in the Gauteng team a couple of times, and it really is fun. It creates a camaraderie, and I think we also had at one stage, we had that wonderful team events with at all the different World Cup shows, and it was such fun.
Yes, I remember those. Those got very, very competitive. I think maybe a little too competitive at times.
Very, of course. Everyone wants to win. But you know what was wonderful with any team event? It brings people together from different yards. You know, where you would normally, you know, mix with your yard, whether you in the Gonda Beatrix clang or the Barry Tail or the Domini, whereas with the team events you might be from different yards, and it kind of brings you together, and that's what I also always really find extremely fun and good for the sport.
Yeah, and I think to our spectators at home also just to note that the team event isn't just here in the opens. We've had team events all the way down to I think the 80 centimeters even.
You're right, yes.
So a lot of riders here in a part of teams getting their colors essentially.
Yes.
They're representing their province. Some in schools, maybe even younger, will be picking up provincial colors, which is a huge feat in its own. A lot of people think
yes, and then they get an award at the SA Show Jumping Awards. They also get recognized for being part of the team. So it really is wonderful that they do that in our sport.
So Paige DeRoy on track. She rides the little thoroughbred Silver Streamer from the Western Cape.
Yeah, so Paige is also one of Gonda's clients, and I think this is quite a hot, tricky, fiery mare, but has unbelievable heart and a big jump.
Another thing
she did a very good job there.
Yeah, fantastic. That treble combination caused a couple problems in the 1m40 champs class, and it's now going the other direction. But another thing I wanted to talk to you about was this fantastic surface that we're riding on. Kyalami Equestrian Park, really one of the premier facilities when it comes to show jumping. And I think you'll know, obviously, jumping at the top, how important is the surface that we jump on? We jump on sand, sometimes we jump on grass, with the Outdoor Grand Prix, and of course the Derby being on grass. Is there a huge difference, well, I guess you'll be able to speak to that, in jumping in the sand as opposed to on the grass?
Definitely. So the grass can sometimes be slippery and also a little bit uneven, and some areas of the grass might have a bit of sort of soggy areas where the water sits more, and other areas maybe slightly on the harder side. So I think it's quite difficult to get it 100%. These Klop fiber surfaces are really amazing. This is one of Peter Morrison's arenas. The preparation of these arenas are incredibly important. You could have the best surface, but if you don't prepare it properly, it can get very loose, and especially around the corners and that. So there's a lot of watering, rolling, raking that goes into it to make sure that when the riders are going, especially at speed, around a corner, that the horses have got enough grip and that the sand doesn't move away.
Alrighty, Jean, and I have a question for you that I'm sure a lot of the people on the live stream, a lot of our younger riders, I'm sure will want to ask you this question. It may seem like a very open question, but a lot of riders, younger riders, look up to you in the sport. They want to be like Jean Corber. They want to ride like Jean Corber. What does it take? What advice would you give to younger riders who are climbing the grades, maybe not quite seeing the success that they want to, having a bit of a struggle on a pony or a horse? What advice would you give to young riders in the sport that are just trying to progress and be the best that they can be?
Thank you for that. I would firstly say maybe rather look at my husband, Rainer Corber. He rides a lot smoother than me. I'm not the smoothest rider. I am probably a bit more sort of erratic and all of that. But anyway, be it as it may, I work hard. You've got to be prepared to work hard, put in the hours, put in the time. And when you have bad days, you've got to try and put it behind you. I know it's easier said than done. Put it behind you. Look at the positive in it. See what you can do to fix whatever's gone wrong. And I think for me, like I said before, it's really important to build up a partnership with your horse, because at the end of the day, you want that horse to go around in these classes with you and jump over these big jumps. So spend time with your horse. It's not just about riding them. It's also about spending time with them, getting to know them, getting to know what their quirks are, what they like, what they don't like. And just keep working and be in a system. Trust your instructor, trust the system, and then you will get somewhere. If you keep, my personal opinion, if you keep moving around and jumping around and trying to, I don't know how to exactly explain it, but I think you've got to trust the system and stick to it, and find what works for you. Confidence is also a really big thing. It's something that I battle with. I'm not a naturally confident person. I overthink things a lot. So I do work quite hard at trying to keep myself confident and keep my horses confident. And do, you can go to a mental coach. I've done that a little bit here and there in my life. That you go to a person that just helps you to work through these, give you breathing exercises and eye exercises. I mean, there's all those different things. So if you do feel like you need something like that, go for it, do it, because it will help you.
Absolutely. And a saying that I'm trying to live my life by, that I'm sure you will agree with, is don't let the hard days win.
100%. And when you have a good day, you take it all in. I'm an ultra critical person, and I can watch my rounds and beat myself up for hours for something that I've done wrong, and I don't always focus on the good things. And so even me, I have to focus very hard to concentrate on what was right, what was good. and appreciate the fact that I get to be here and I get to jump in these classes. And I think that's been a big thing with me in the bigger classes with Lexington as well, is that yes, it's disappointing when you have a pole, it's disappointing when you have 3 poles, but at the end of the day, how lucky am I to get to jump in these classes with a horse like that? And then you'll end up jumping clear.
100%. And you spoke a lot about focus, and I think it can be quite daunting to talk about focus, because it sounds like something that, well, of course you're focused over these 1 meter 50 tracks, but I think the focus starts from the course walk.
Yes.
Of course you want to walk your course correctly, and then into your warm-up, and you'll have to speak to this, but the warm-up, so important.
It's
so
really
important. And the warm-up can be a crazy place.
Yes.
Lots of horses, lots of riders, absolute carnage.
Yes.
So how do we keep our focus in the warm-up? How do we, we obviously have our own warm-up routines. What exactly is your warm-up? How do you stay focused in the warm-up, keeping your horses calm and, focused, ready to jump? What is your warm-up? Maybe it starts from when you walk the course. Can you talk us through that?
So I think obviously it's very important that you spend time walking your course correctly. Depending on which horse you are riding, you have to focus on walking the course according to that horse. You might have a horse that's got a big stride or one that's got a slightly smaller stride, so then you've got to decide on your distances and your rides according to that particular horse. With the warm-up, I am late for absolutely everything in my life. So when it comes to my jumping and my horses, I am actually always pretty much on time and make sure that I have more than enough time. So I know it's very early, but I prefer to be on my horse at least 18 horses before my turn, so that I know I've got more than enough time to walk in between, give them a breather, maybe watch 1 or 2 people, and then also have enough time for actually jumping and warming up, so that also if something goes wrong or you want to change something with your bit or your spurs or your whatever it may be, you've got time for that. So that's generally what I try and do, is be on 18 horses before.
Okay, and speaking of the warm-up, I'll kind of coming off of that, do you think it's possible to over warm up your horses? Can we overdo it in the practice ring and then, kind of bring them in and, you think, oh, well, have I just wasted all of their great jumps in the warm-up? Is over warming up something that you see, or do you find it not really as much a thing anymore?
Yeah, I try not to focus on, to look at other people's warm-ups. I would say I generally jump the cross twice, once off each rein, and then I maybe do 3 verticals, and then the oxer maybe 4 times, and then I go back to 1 big vertical. So that would be about 4 times for the oxer, 4 times for the vertical, unless you've had a bad ride or if there was a problem or your horse knocked the jump and you would have liked to do it again. So that's generally what I do. I don't particularly know what other people do, but that's what Ray and I tend to do.
Right, so I'm going to shift our focus back to this team event. So we're going to catch up everyone a little bit. So on track is Victoria Rivers. She rides Rivendell Coldplay. And currently the Western Cape team is sitting with a score of 0. Gauteng also with a score of 0. KZN 0. We find the Eastern Cape on 4 penalties, and then we find the Mpumalanga Northwest team on 8 penalties. This, of course, we're going into the last riders for each team. So after this, each team will be able to drop one of these scores. We see either the 4 or the 8 penalties will be dropped, and some of our teams will be on a score of 0. Going into the next round, our teams will have to jump against the clock.
Actually, Victoria has been having a wonderful show on all her horses. She's incredibly competitive. And I think she actually had a very good place on this horse yesterday in the championships.
He's very spicy, but I think that's the way Victoria likes them.
Definitely. But like you say, you could still have a drop score. So they've got they're going into the 4th round now, and then they will determine who the drop scores are and what the final tally is.
Exactly. So Victoria had 8 penalties, so she's the last of the Western Cape riders, so they will drop her score. The rest of their riders jumped clear, so they will finish round 1 on a score of 0. Eastern Cape have also jumped all of their riders. And they, of course, had a rider that had 2 clears, a rider with 8, and then a rider with 4. So Team Eastern Cape will drop the 8 score, and they currently sit on a score of 4 going into the 2nd round. Fiona van Vollenstein on track, Premier Envy. Now, she's had a fantastic round and a fantastic show. She, of course, won her championship class yesterday.
She's incredibly competitive. I love watching her. She takes all the risks and does it so smoothly and so beautifully. So I was so pleased for her that she won the championship yesterday. She really rode beautifully. Yeah, this bridge jump has been an interesting jump. It's actually caused quite a lot of trouble during the show. Hashem, I think Ray's horse Lunady is such a big horse, and the first 2 days, I think he thought he couldn't fit through there.
I saw that. It's quite narrow. I spoke to course builder Kate Launder. She said it's been in the jump shed for quite a while, and she just hasn't pulled it out. So it's great to see it out now.
It used to have planks. Like one yellow and one red and one. So I prefer these poles. I think this way you can actually see the poles. But it's quite an interesting jump. And years ago at Burlington, we also had like an arch that went over the jump, and the horses ducked. Or some of them used to duck under it.
It was almost like an eventing arch.
Yeah,
type.
It's beautiful.
Stunning.
Makes beautiful pictures, but.
So Nariska Prinsloo Hill on track, Blue Steel Equestrian Capital Carlin. She's jumping for Team Mpumalanga Northwest. We, of course, Fiona van Vollenstein just jumped clear. So Team Gauteng sitting with a score of 0 after the first round. Mpumalanga Northwest are sitting on a score of 8 currently. So Nariska would want to jump clear so that they can drop one of those 4 penalties.
Nariska also always a very competitive rider. She's got a lovely string of horses.
Yes, Nariska, of course, had so much success overseas with her wonderful Bill Clinton.
She was there for quite a number of years, and then decided to make the big trek back home, and now she has a beautiful setup in Middelburg.
And she'll jump clear for Mpumalanga and the Northwest team. So they will end on a final score of 4. They had 2 riders with 4 penalties, so they got to drop one of those scores. So we just have 1 rider still to go in this first round, I should say. It's Leona van der Merwe. She will ride for Team KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, I think they've elected to scratch because they're already sitting on 0, so her drop score would just be the scratching.
Absolutely, and some fantastic riders in the KwaZulu-Natal team. Hilton Ford, Aisling Triggle, Kyla Brains. Very competitive team there. So the standings then after the first round. So Team Eastern Cape will sit on 4 penalties. Team Western Cape will sit with 0. Gauteng is sitting on a score of 0. KZN also on a score of 0, and the Mpumalanga Northwest team on a score of 4 penalties. So this next round will be against the clock. The times will be added from all the riders as well as their penalties for us.
So they still
to
take
get a
the
winner.
top 3 scores and the times.
And the times.
Oh, that's exciting. Over the whole track?
Whole track. So also you'll see Kate Londa putting some of the fences up a hole or 2. So his jumps will be going up to 1.35 m for the second round.
Yeah, and often in the second round things can change completely. So it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Speaking of 2 rounds, Jean, that 1.50 m individual championship is taking place over 2 full rounds. So stamina is going to be a big one in that class. I don't think just horse stamina, rider stamina as well. I mean, those courses are incredibly long.
Definitely. I think that's the only thing that worries me about having the 2 horses is my stamina. Both my horses definitely have enough stamina, especially Julia. I think she could probably go around 4 times and still have energy to go. But yeah, definitely have to stay. I think it's also staying focused. You know, you get quite tired.
How do you keep your horses fit? What is your fitness, regime, track work? I'm sure lots of different aspects come into fitness, but what do you find keeps your horses kind of
So
going?
I do probably about 2 schooling sessions a week, and then 2 schooling/jumping sessions a week. And then I do love taking my horses on out rides. I think they often get a bit bored in the arena. And we live in Bolu, so we're very lucky. We've got beautiful bridle paths to ride in. In the winter they get a little bit hard, but there's quite a lot of nice hills that you can trot up, and I think that also helps with their fitness. We do have a track close by here as well, but I actually haven't used it as much as I probably should. But to sometimes just get a bit of wind fitness, I would really do a bit of forward cantering and then give them a break, and then do another bit of forward cantering around either our arena, or sometimes I hack here to KPC and then I go around the big warm-up arenas here.
Right, so it looks like we're going to go into a quick break. They are going to rake this arena, and then we'll be back for more action from the Interprovincial Open Championship.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s all heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
So with minor adjustments already made to the course, no tractor rake needed for the second round.
So we are back at Kyalami Equestrian Park. We are about to go into round 2 of the 2026 Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Competition. The standings are currently, we have 3 teams on 0 penalties and 2 teams on 4 penalties. Of course, this round, penalties and time will count. So Team Western Cape on 0, Gauteng on 0, Natal on 0, the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga Northwest sitting both with 4 penalties. I am joined in commentary for this team championship by Jean Korba.
Yeah, so it looks like they've put the finish after the number 8, the Prestige Oxer. So they won't be doing the treble and the last line again.
Yeah, again, these horses have jumped, some of them have jumped 3 full rounds in the week. They've jumped championship rounds, so this a 4th class for some of these horses. So this track will be shortened. And again, these horses still jumping out of their skins. I mean, 4 classes in, it's fantastic to see that some of these horses have such stamina.
So Taryn, who have you got your money on?
For this team event?
Yes.
I'm going to... I think it's going to be between Team KZN or Team GP. But between you and me, Jean, I'm going to go Team KZN. They are so quick. They're so speedy.
I'm with you on that one, even though we are both should be voting for Gauteng here. I also think that it's going to be Team KZN. They've got a very fast team.
So Samaral on track, first for horses Mystery March. She, of course, jumped clear in the first round for Team Eastern Cape. She, of course, rides with Diane Snodgrass-Botha, absolute legend of our sport.
Yeah, and also the Eastern Cape riders are very fast.
Absolutely, a lot of little thoroughbreds that they bring up, and they, as you have said, they kick butt.
Let's gallop to the last.
And a clear round, 41.35. So they have, of course, had the 4 penalties that they carried through. So they currently sit with 4 penalties in 41.35. Of course, the times will be added as well as the penalties. And now Bradley Hitchens, a Capital Renegade, he rides for Team Mpumalanga Northwest. He had 4 penalties in the first round. He'll be definitely looking to jump clear. And of course, they need to jump speedy clears. Their times are being added together.
He did an inside turn there to 6A and B.
So clear to the last.
Oh, shame.
Of course, as I say that, rolling the top pole of that Prestige Oxer, 45.85, so not as quick as Team Eastern Cape. We knew they'd be speedy, of course. And that will put Team Mpumalanga Northwest currently on 8 penalties. Of course, they will have the opportunity to drop one of their scores and times in the second round. So Team Western Cape, they sit on a current score of 0. And they'll want to keep it that way, knowing that Gauteng and Natal are still to come. Kalaho, Larisha, Danielle Evitsa.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what the team managers have briefed their riders. Keep the poles up. Maybe don't go too fast, risking taking the rails, because you could end up on a being the only clear rounds. But I think actually last year it was so competitive that everyone was clears, and then the time comes into play.
Now Danielle, she's making sure she's going to be quick against the clock. She's going to put the pressure on the other two teams.
Yeah, she's got a good rhythm. She did an inside turn there to the Hirsches, and now the gallop to the last. Oh, she's going to the wrong jump.
She is going to the wrong jump.
Oh no. She's gone to the wrong jump.
She has jumped jump number 11, which is the Kyalami Park Oxer, instead of the Prestige double. I mean, the lines are very similar, Shaniel.
They are similar, and unfortunately,
I think she'll kick herself for that one.
Definitely, she had a
stunning
beautiful round.
But Team Western Cape may be able to drop that score. They've still got 3 riders to come. And the turn now of Taryn Allnut for Team Gauteng. She rides Callao Cairo.
She's always very speedy.
Absolutely. She, of course, she's had a fantastic show on both of her rides, in the 140s and the 135s.
She's done the inside turn to number 3. Oh, shame. That was a very unlucky pole. It actually rolled
backwards. Yeah. So she'll still want to keep the time tight. And she does. 40.70. The quickest time we've seen so far. But 4 penalties, though. But again, depending on how Team Gauteng jump, they may be able to drop her 4 penalty score.
So we've got our first Natal rider, Hilton Ford, and Rivervale's back in time.
So now we know that Leona did scratch from the first round. So only 3 of the Natal riders jumped. They all, of course, jumped clear. So they're all going to have to keep these poles up in a very speedy time.
But Leona can still come in for this round if she needs to. He's also doing all the inside turns. Definitely not hanging about. Super, double clear.
Clear all the way, 41.33. So that actually takes Team KwaZulu-Natal and puts them into the lead currently. Of course, they are sitting on that score of 0. There may still be some drop scores to come. So we go now to Jenna Corrie. She rides Casino B. She is the 2nd rider for Team Eastern Cape. She jumped to clear in the first round. Of course, to Eastern Cape sitting on 4 penalties, so she needs to jump clear and she needs to keep it speedy.
Like we said before, I think the Eastern Cape riders are all very speedy. But she needs to keep the poles up. She's not taking all the inside turns, but she's got a good rhythm.
So she needs to keep the last up.
Oh, shame.
And the 4 penalties are falling for Jenna Kari. 44.82. So puts Team Eastern Cape on 8 penalties with a total time of 86.17. Of course, all these times being added together as well as the penalties.
And we can still have a drop score.
Absolutely. We'll see some drop scores coming as the 3rd and 4th riders head through the start. We go now to Kaylee Walker and Sento Del C. She's riding for Team Mpumalanga Northwest.
Oh, shame. She's had a duck out at the second jump.
And we'll see Mpumalanga and Northwest have merged into one team. Not so many open riders falling in that region, which is why we have Mpumalanga and Northwest as a combined team. So she has found herself into some time penalties. So I think this is definitely a score that Mpumalanga Northwest will look to drop. So she'll end on 27 total penalties.
But they still have another 2 riders to come. And then, like you say, I think they'd be hoping to maybe drop her score.
Exactly, which will put them straight back into contention at this stage. So Jodie Peters next to jump. She jumps for Gauteng, King of Hearts.
And she actually used to be a Natal rider, and I think she's probably represented Natal quite a few times and has done a little bit of a swap with some of the current Natal riders that were always in Gauteng.
Righty, my apologies. It looks like Kristen Harhoff, Brandenburg Live It Up from the Western Cape will jump before Team Gauteng.
She's very speedy. She won the 130 championships yesterday with an extremely speedy jump off.
She was untouchable yesterday. She did jump clear in the first round.
Super inside turns.
She's going to gallop to the last.
Sure, super round and a very good time.
40.25. So they really needed that clear after that elimination at rider number 1. So now the turn of Jodie Peters, and she rides a wonderful King of Hearts.
Jodie's also very competitive on this horse. She's won many classes.
We'll be seeing Jodie in that 1.50 meter individual championship. She actually won that championship in 2011.
She did. When I think it was at Burlington that year?
Yeah, with Rafika Dor.
Yes.
So it's the only time she's put her hands on that 1.50 meter trophy. She'll be looking to give you a run for your money, Jean, in that class.
Super round.
Clear all the way for King of Hearts and Jodie for Team Gauteng.
Also a very, very good time.
So Gauteng currently sitting with, seems like a score of 4 in 80.98. Of course, there'll be some drop scores still to come. So Team KwaZulu-Natal are currently sitting with a score of 0. Hilton jumped a very speedy round in 41.33. Aisling will look to jump clear as well, of course.
Good inside turn there. She's picking up the pace. Come on. One more to go. Super, yay.
So a double
Very
clear.
Good clear round.
For 334 Diamond Prince. So KwaZulu-Natal sitting on a score of 0 and 84.17. So they go into the lead currently. Of course, we'll have to wait to see with some drop scores and so on. But currently sitting in the lead, Team KwaZulu-Natal with a score of 0 and 84.17. But Team Eastern Cape, Jean has mentioned how speedy they can be. Leandri Lewis Reeks and Sailor Sam, this is a very speedy combination.
Oh, she's unfortunately had number 1 down.
She's one from home. Time's looking nice and speedy.
Oh, shame. And another one going on. She actually had a beautiful smooth round. Just unfortunately 8 penalties.
So 8 penalties, 44.63. So that currently puts the Eastern Cape team on a total score of 16 and 130.80. Of course, they still have a score that they will be able to drop after their last rider.
So for Western Cape, it's important to... Oh, we've got a Eastern Cape... No, Mpumalanga team first. Sorry.
Mpumalanga North or West. I think they're jumping in a reverse order of merit in the second round. So this is Shani Swanepoel, Nickelback Diav Z. She just had 1 down in the first round. But Shani known to be quite speedy.
And they are definitely looking to have a nice clear round so that they can drop the big penalty score. Super round.
Great clear for Shani, 46.01. So it puts in Team Mpumalanga Northwest on a current score of 39 in a time of 156.62, but they'll be looking to drop that top score of 27, which will bring their penalties down significantly. And Team Eastern Cape also will desperately hunt a clear round in Paige DeRoy and Silver Streamer.
So unfortunately, Western Cape's first rider jumped the incorrect jump as the last jump and got eliminated. So it's important that Western Cape's last 2 riders jump a clear round so that that elimination can be the drop score. Paige doing the inside turns. Sure, this horse got a big jump.
So she's clear all the way, 42.04. So that really puts the pressure on the KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng teams. Team Gauteng will be next to jump, Zandi Alcock and Nina Ricky B. She needs this clear round, and she needs it to be very, very quick. Zandi knows how to be speedy. She needs to stay clear.
Yeah, Gauteng has had 2 fast rounds, but unfortunately won 4 penalties, so it's important for Zandi to keep the poles up. But she is always very competitive. She's gone round there, but with a good forward pace. She's got a strong rhythm, gallop to the last.
Good time coming into the last as well.
Yes, super. See, she's delighted.
41.69 and a clear round for Zandi Alcock. So that puts Team Gauteng on a current score of 4 penalties in 122.67. They still, of course, may have the opportunity to drop that 4 penalties if Fiona van Wallenstein can jump it clear. But important one for Team KwaZulu-Natal in Kyla Brains and 334 Chimera.
Kyla is also always very speedy with this mare, often on the podium.
She is flying.
Come on. Good ride.
One from home. She has to keep it up. Come on, Kyla.
Well done. Look at the time. 39.27. That's definitely going to push the Natal team up.
Puts them into the lead. So they sit on a current score of 0, 123.44.
So I think it would still be important so Gauteng wants to get a clear, but not a slow clear. Fiona needs to give a good fast clear so that they can stay on a fast time. And then Leona would probably still need to ride for Gauteng to try and better their time, their overall time.
Exactly. So Team Eastern Cape. This is Georgia Roerich. She rides Capital Don Costello. We see Eastern Cape currently sitting with a score of 16. Of course, if Georgia jumps a clear, they will be able to drop some penalties.
She's also very competitive, having a good fast round.
A great time coming into the last. And
super.
Clear
so now
round.
they'll be able to drop the 27 penalties.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry. That's Eastern Cape. That's Mpumalanga. I'm getting a bit confused. Sorry about that.
No, it can be a little bit confusing in these team events. So they do get to drop the 8 penalty score. So, Team Eastern Cape currently sitting on 8 penalties in a score of 124.41. I should say their time 124.41.
And is that is their final score?
That is their final score. So, Team Mpumalanga Northwest next to go in the turn of Nariska Prinsloo Hill and Blue Steel Equestrian Capital Carlene. So they have that score,
the big
of
score,
the
sorry.
27, yes, that they will be looking to drop. Nariska having a pole there, but still, if she can come in under the 27 penalties, they will definitely better their score and time.
So only the 4 penalties and a time of 47.16. So definitely now they can drop the 27 penalties and they end on a score of 12 penalties in 139.02.
So they won't be taking home the win in this team competition. But things are getting very exciting now. Team Western Cape, Victoria Rivers, Rivendell Coldplay. She is the last rider for Team Western Cape. She needs to jump clear.
And still a speedy round, and she is always very speedy. So they could still possibly take the win here today. She is very speedy. Two from home. If she jumps clear, they're definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Team Natal and Gauteng. Oh, shame.
Just the back rail falling. A great time, 39.58. So that means that Team Western Cape currently sitting on 4 penalties in a time of 121.87.
So that is faster than Gauteng's current team. So Fiona would definitely want to try and better the time, but also keep the poles up so that Gauteng's 4 penalties can be the drop score.
Absolutely. So I think could come down to Fiona on deciding this team championship. If she goes clear quick enough.
Oh, she's had number 1 down. So she needs to still go fast to try and improve Gauteng's time to be faster than Western Province.
So it's going to be the battle for second place currently. But Fiona will still keep quite a good time. She's always quick and speedy.
Super. So that actually means that Natal has, we'll have to verify the results first, but that Natal has won and that Leona doesn't actually have to jump again.
We see Leona in the arena though, so Team
But maybe she
Gauteng,
doesn't know, in the moment she doesn't
absolutely,
know that yet.
She would have already been warmed up and
ready to go.
And she knows that if Fiona had jumped clear, it would have put major pressure on
definitely.
Team KwaZulu-Natal.
So Gauteng has gone into second place with that team, with that time of Fiona's.
Yeah, they sit on 4 penalties, 120.72. Leona.
This horse and Leona are very speedy. They came second in the 135 championships yesterday with an unbelievable jump off.
She was flying, her and Chris.
Yes,
Both
they were
on the
very
podium.
fast.
Oh,
And
word.
Fiona,
Yeah.
the 3 of them.
I swear she's jumping this like she's a pony rider, the way she's flying around this track. My word.
Super brilliant time.
39.36. So I think she actually does improve the time for Team KwaZulu-Natal. So we'll wait for the final results in this Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship. It looks like big hugs there for Team KwaZulu-Natal.
And we had our money on the right team, definitely.
So yeah, we hear that Leona didn't even need to jump that round. They had, of course, won. She did quicken their time. Team KwaZulu-Natal have defended their title. And they are the winners of the 2026 Toyota South African Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship.
Well done, Team Natal. Beautiful riding and in a very exciting class. Taryn, I'm going to love and leave you and go and get my 2 horses ready and myself. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And I hope everyone enjoys the big class.
Thank you so much, Jean. Thank you for joining us for this team championship. We really are wishing you all the best for the big one. Good luck, ride well, and have fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we'll be having the results coming in shortly from this team championship. It was won by Team KwaZulu-Natal. Hilton, Ford, Aisling, Triggle, Kyla Brains and Leona van der Merwe. Their reserve rider Chris van der Merwe. Second place going to Team Gauteng, Taryn Allnut, Jodie Peters, Zandi Alcock and Fiona van Vollenstein. Third place going to Team Western Cape, Daniel Evertser, Kristen Harhoff, Paige DeRoy and Victoria Rivers. Fourth place, Team Eastern Cape, Summer Roll, Jenna Corrie, Leandri Lewis Reeks, Georgia Roerich. Fifth place, Team Mpumalanga Northwest in Bradley Hitchens, Kaylee Walker, Shani Swanepoel and Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Seeing a few of our Eastern Cape riders. That's the beautiful Capital Don Costello and Georgia Roerich. He is very beautiful to look at. They, of course, Team Eastern Cape ending in fourth place.
Victory, of course, going to the only team to go clear. 7 rounds and 7 clears. Team KZN.
So the winner of this 2026 Toyota Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship goes the way of Team KwaZulu-Natal. They were the only team to finish on a score of 0. Second place goes the way of Gauteng Province. Third place going to the team hailing from the Western Cape. Fourth place goes to the Speed Queens from the Eastern Cape. And fifth place going to Team Mpumalanga Northwest. We still have plenty of very exciting show jumping happening here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. After we wrap up the results from this team event, we'll be looking forward to the one we've been waiting all week for. It is the 2026 Toyota South African Individual Show Jumping Championships. This jump's set at a 1.50 meters. The top 30 have spent all week qualifying, and now the top 30 horse and rider combinations in the country will be taking part in the 2026 South African Show Jumping Individual Championships, so proudly sponsored by Toyota. We are so lucky to have Toyota on board. This has been such a fantastic week of show jumping. Again, those are standings from the 2026 Toyota Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship. First place going the way of Team KwaZulu-Natal. Second place to Gauteng. Third to the Western Cape. Fourth place going to Team Eastern Cape. And fifth place going the way of Mpumalanga Northwest. And we see Team KwaZulu-Natal making their way into the arena. They, of course, the winners of this 2026 Open Interprovincial Team Championship. Their team members Hilton, Ford, Aisling, Triggle, Kyla Brains, Leona Funamava, reserve rider Chris Funamava, chef to keep Grant Langley, and if you are in the area, the Kailami area, pop down to Kailami Equestrian Park. Kyalami Park, one of the premier equestrian facilities, not just in Gauteng, but in South Africa. There are multiple multi-purpose arenas here. There is a beautiful track that is often used to exercise the horses. There are sand arenas, grass arenas. Of course, we host the fantastic Toyota South African Derby. You can also a fantastic place just to come and walk your dogs. There's a Seattle Coffee around here. So huge kudos must go to Kyalami Equestrian Park. Such phenomenal venue in equestrian sport. So second place in this interprovincial team championship, going the way of Team Gauteng. Team riders Taryn Allnut, Jody Peters, Zandi Alcock, Fiona van Wallenstein, their reserve rider Kaylin McDonald, chef d'équipe Kelly O'Connor,
Congratulate all our team riders on the ground.
So there you have Team KwaZulu-Natal receiving their first place prizes. Their team riders Hilton Ford, Aisling Triggle, Kyla Brains, Leona van der Merwe, their reserve rider Chris van der Merwe. And their chef to keep, of course, Mr. Grant Langley. Team KwaZulu-Natal took the win last year in this championship. And again, they are victorious in 2026. Some great shots there of Kyla Brains and the beautiful 334 Chimera. Here we see reserve rider Chris van der Merwe. So we go to second place in this Open Interprovincial Team Championship, going to Team Gauteng. The Gauteng team riders. That's Zandi Alcock. She rode Nina Rickyby. So Team Gauteng consisting of Zandi Alcock, Jody Peters, Taryn Allnut, and Fiona van Wallenstein. Their reserve rider was Kaylin McDonald. Their chef to keep, of course, Kelly O'Connor. So great to have some members from Toyota. They made their way down to Kyalami Equestrian Park, having a blast here at the 2026 Toyota South African Championships. This, of course, day 5 of this competition. And we are so lucky to have Toyota on board. They have done wonderful things for the sport of show jumping. And you see Chef to keep there, Kelly O'Connor. So third place in this team championship, going the way of Team Western Cape. And really not a lot separating the teams in second and third place. And I say it's roughly 1 second. Team Gauteng ended with a total score of 4 penalties with a time of 120.72. And Team Western Cape finished in third with 4 penalties with a time of 121.87. So less than an entire second separated second and third place. And those Western Cape riders, Kristen Harhoff, Paige DeRoy, Victoria Rivers and Danielle Evitsa. Very competitive team from the Western Cape. They've had, all 4 ladies have had a fantastic week here at the South African Championships. Reserve rider Tamarin Burton-Moore. So 4th place in the team championship, but going the way of the Team Eastern Cape. Riders in the Eastern Cape team, Georgia Rorek, Leandri Lewis-Reeks, Jenna Corrie and Samaral. Those 4 riders also having a fantastic week at these South African Championships. And Team Eastern Cape not having a reserve rider, so it was just the 4 ladies. They've done a fantastic job to finish 4th in this team championship.
We know the bulk of the riders in the equestrian discipline, especially show jumping,
And 5th place in the team championship goes the way of Mpumalanga Northwest. They were a combined team. Of course, we don't have that many open riders hailing from Mpumalanga or the Northwest. This team putting up a very exciting effort in this team championship. And Mpumalanga Northwest riders were Bradley Hitchens, Kaylee Walker, Shani Swanepoel and Nariska Prinsloo Hill. They finished on a total of 8 penalties in 139.02. So all the rosettes have been handed out. We're going to bring our top 3 teams over to the podium to award them their team medals. So you see our 3 winning teams, our top 3 teams, I should say, heading into the podiums. There's lots of camaraderie between these 3 teams. A lot of these riders have all jumped for different provinces. Some of them jump for Natal, now jumping for Gauteng, vice versa. Same with the Western Cape. At first place going to Team KwaZulu-Natal. Second place to Team Gauteng, and third place goes the way of the ladies from the Western Cape. Team KwaZulu-Natal receiving their winning sashes. They of course won this team event last year. They came back this year and have won it again. Of course, Team KwaZulu-Natal consisting of Kyla Brains, Aisling Triggle, Leona Fanamava, and Hilton Ford. Their reserve rider, Chris Fanamava. Their chef to keep, of course, Mr. Grant Langley. Great catch there by Chris Fanamava. You see Mrs. Jill Shaw awarding the gold medal to the members from Team KwaZulu-Natal.
Last few years of this interprovincial team championship, it has been quite some time since we had back-to-back winners. The last time a team was able to successfully defend their title was Gauteng, won back in 2007 and 2008.
So KwaZulu-Natal are taking the gold in this open interprovincial team championship. Silver goes the way of Team Gauteng, and bronze to the ladies from the Western Cape. So the ladies from Team Gauteng, Taryn Allnut, Jodie Peters, Zandi Alcock, Fiona van Vollenstein. Their reserve rider was Kayla McDonald, chef to keep Kelly O'Connor. and receiving their third place sashes and bronze medals. The ladies from the Western Cape, they of course ended in third place. A team consisting of Danielle Evertser, Kristen Harhoff, Paige DeRoy, Victoria Rivers, and their reserve rider Tamron Burton-Moore. So huge congratulations to Team Western Cape taking home the bronze medal in this Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship. It's quite a feat for the ladies to get all the way up to Gauteng. It's a lot of traveling for them and their horses. And a very well-deserved bronze medal for the Western Cape team. Fourth place, of course, in this team event went to Team Eastern Cape, and fifth went the way of Team Mpumalanga Northwest. And the Team KwaZulu-Natal raising the shield. They are your 2026 Toyota South African Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Champions.
Twice over before that was Gauteng. Who will be next year? Will KZN be able to make it 3 years time? Will tell. What we can say is that the level of riding in KZN is fantastic. It's higher than it has been in a long time. Some of those teams remounting, then we're going to look to bring the top 3 teams' grooves up to the podium as well.
You are a problem.
So just seeing some images of the riders remounting. We are going to bring our winning grooms over to the podium. And of course, I've said it a couple times today, we know show jumping is deemed an individual sport, but you ask any rider, there is such a team that goes behind these horse and rider combinations. From riders, instructors, owners, breeders, but people who are so pivotal to the day-to-day lives of our horses are our grooms. They are invaluable. They do so much behind the scenes in the warm-up arena. They're picking up jumps, holding jackets and whips and spurs, tacking up horses. They're up early hours of the morning, plaiting horses, washing horses. They take great pride in these horses. They love them like they are their own. I've seen a lot of these grooms really come down hard on their riders when they have a bad round, because they feel just as invested in these horses as the riders. And it's really fantastic that Toyota is showing appreciation to our grooms, because they are pivotal in the equestrian sport. It's so nice that they can be recognized for all the hard work that they do day in and day out. They are always behind the scenes. So there you see the grooms from Team KwaZulu-Natal, Team Gauteng and the Western Cape. Grooms being awarded the trophy. Huge congratulations to everyone involved in this Open Interprovincial Show Jumping Team Championship. Of course, it was won by Team KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng in second, the Western Cape in third, Eastern Cape fourth, and fifth went the way of Team Northwest in Mpumalanga. So the excitement doesn't stop there. We have probably the most exciting event of the week coming up. It's the one we've been waiting all week for. So don't go anywhere. We have the 2026 Toyota South African Individual Show Jumping Championship. The top 30 have qualified. And we get to watch them jump. Some great shots of our team prize winners there. So don't go too far. The class we've all been waiting for, the big 1.50 m South African Individual Championship, will be coming up next. So go grab a quick bite to eat, maybe a nice cold beer. There is a lot of very, very exciting action to happen right here at Kyalami Equestrian Park.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
Fix the paint. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, eh? Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, it should be fine. It's a Toyota.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and the speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other usual.
You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of riot boys.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
Dis 'n kar as al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X. Dis 'n kar as al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy eind first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n kar as al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick though. Oh shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yeah.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other usual.
You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here? Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
full round over a full length Everyone comes back to that elimination with time. At the end of the second round, we have a penalty from the first and second. If you have a quality for the lead, then take to a jump off the ground. Potentially, forward to go all the way to the third round. In recent years, we have seen it do so. The jump off could be the deciding factor here. Today, lower racing can determine by their time in the second round. If you take note, second round will be depending on time could be a factor. Looking at riders who've won in recent years, and in 2026, the defending champion is not here. Ron Lee, who won last year at Calico Comet. He's of course flying his trade in Europe at the moment. He's representing South Africa at the World Equestrian Games in Aachen. But don't let that fool, just because Ronnie not here to defend his title doesn't mean the riders that remain any less talented, their best, any less scope. Of course, they'll be working hard to get to the top of their game for the championship class here today. He has gone by prior to Ronnie Healy, Thomas van Rake, of course, Amy McCall, and Lisa Williams taking the win, and then represented here today. But in 2021, Nicholas Klein riding one and Sergeant GT. Sergeant Nicholas will be each step up the riders, having performed incredibly well the week coming to the sixth highest. South Africa, and if you want to get down Toyota support for a third year running here at APC. First, it was the Toyota Triple Crown in last year, this year, led powered by Toyota, dominating number one those standings. This year, they'll perform by all four here now with Toyota. There is, of course, the Toyota Corolla, also likely released at the legendary Toyota lineup. Or if you like that little circuit, check out the link of the Zoo Racing Park from Toyota. Toyota knows the thing will shield our horsepower. They won the 24 hours in the Mans this year. They won at Dakar. So whatever your needs, Toyota has the vehicle for you.
Well done, Helen! Champion Marvin, make it here. that line is pretty straightforward. This is a little bit of a question to the water. This line is straightforward. It's all straightforward. Yeah, but it's quite a nice distance. They can float on down to it. Let's see how many we get. If I have them all clear, I'm giving up. Okay, you're witness to that. Just the second round, they're going up 3 holes. Remember, I have 2 rounds. If they all go clear in the first, then I'm like, stuff that.
Dis 'n karre test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n karre test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
No, should be fine. It's a Toyota.
Welcome to Kailami Equestrian Park. It is the class we have been waiting all week for. It is the Toyota 2026 Individual Show Jumping Championships of South Africa. It is, of course, an opportunity for riders to pick up very, very valuable points in the Ultimate 4x4 Series, powered by Toyota. Leading the charge, Jean Corba and Equine Walker SA's Lexington. 10 points behind in second place, Dominic Alexander Soakley Z. A tie for third place in Lawrence Moet in Calaho Lorenzo. He ties with Carl Bunzai and Luc Duan. Fifth place, Amy Hay, Othello van Het Kieshoff. We'll see her jumping in this championship. Got a very, very exciting lineup. Riders will be looking to pick up very valuable points. This, of course, the third of 4 legs in the Ultimate 4x4 Series. The final leg taking place at the Toyota South African Derby. Riders will be picking up double the points at the Derby. You can see some of those lower rankings. 11th currently, Tracy Carney, Calaho Lemoore. We'll see her jumping today. As well as in 12th, 334, Mr. Twister 5 and Raina Korba. They were second highest qualifier for this individual show jumping championship. And of course, heading a little bit further down the rankings, Colin Cedar Rival, Chucky Ferreira in 16th. 17th, Shayton Hendricks. He also sits in 20th. 17th on Callao Tripolite and 20th on Callaho's Larison. 19th currently, Simon Hendry and Callao Caspiano. Ivan van der Seyde in 18th, PM Corinna. He's had a fantastic week at the South African Championships. We've got a very, very exciting lineup of the best of South African show jumping. And there you can see the lineup. First to go will be Johan Lotte. He has 2 rides in this class. You'll also see the likes of Raina Korba, Lawrence Mowat, Stacey Lee Weston, Leona van der Merwe, Lucinda Woodruff having a fantastic week. Nicholas Syme Riley has 2 horses in this class. You can also see Shayton Hendricks, Georgia Scribanti, Helen Kritikos has been a speed queen this week. Ivan van der Seyde, of course, I mentioned. Dominique Alexander with 2 rides. Dominique having a fantastic week of show jumping here at the South African Show Jumping Championships. I am joined in commentary for this 1 meter 50 individual show jumping championship by Rogan Askin. Very, very lucky to have Rogan here with me. But our first rider in to the 2026 Toyota Individual Show Jumping Championship of South Africa is Mr. Johan Lotte. He, as I mentioned, has 2 rides in this 1 meter 50 class. He aboard now Best Company Z. So Rogan, what are your thoughts on the lineup for this very, very exciting championship class?
I think it's one of the strongest fields we've seen contest this championship, and partly because of the timing of the year, the incentives from Toyota with that series, and it's really the perfect venue. It's the central to South African sport, great facilities, there's top-level course design. It's perfect. So I'm not surprised we've got a deep, strong field. So I've tried to divide this into what's what. There's 1 thoroughbred in the class. That's remarkable. There used to be 1 warm blood in the class. Then there are 9 stallions. There are 16 imports and 13 South African sport horses in this field of 31. So what's interesting is that the number of locally bred top horses is increasing.
And something to note for the spectators at home, this championship class will be taking place over at least 2 full rounds. So all our riders, unless they have been eliminated or have retired, will go into the 2nd round regardless of their penalties. And if we then have...
Wow.
What a way to start this individual show jumping championship, with a clear round from Johan Lotte and Best Company Z. Wow, some fantastic show jumping. If that's anything of what this class is going to be, we're in for a very exciting round. Of course, we will see Johan again on his later ride, Poimois.
Here we go with a 14-year-old Callao by Lissabon out of a contender mare. This is from that very strong family of Le Chocolat. So in part, this is a stamina and concentration test. It's a long track, jumped twice. That's a lot of jumps. And if there's equality after 2 rounds, it goes to a jump off.
quite a strong field that tried to qualify. We had over 50 riders trying to qualify for this championship. Of course, only the top 31 making the cut. A lot of riding has happened this week. Most of these horses, we know they had to jump one of the qualifiers. Most of these riders ended up jumping both qualifiers just because of how competitive the field has been. And here they are for a third day of jumping at this incredibly high level.
These days, fairly uncommon to see a triple bar at the entrance to the treble combination. Thus far, after these two horses have jumped it, no problems.
This is a great round by Tracy so far.
Wow.
Absolute
Wow.
elation as she goes through the finish. Clear. Two riders gone, 2 clear rounds in the first round of this individual show jumping championship of South Africa.
There's over 150,000 Rand on offer. Very generous Super Toyota prize money. So we've had an import go clear, we've had a locally bred sport horse go clear, and now the only thoroughbred in the field. Milkwood Stud Wish to Land by Philanthropist. In the saddle is lawyer Grant Seaton Smith. He's big for a thoroughbred. Just a 12-year-old, so really in his prime.
And speaking of these Milkwood Stud thoroughbreds, we saw, of course, King Julian getting a third place in the 1m40 champs with
Yeah, he's
Caleb.
had a super show up here. 2 good tickets.
Just coming down on that back rail. Beautiful round there from Grant Seaton Smith and Milkwood Stud Wish to Land. So inside the time allowed, just that last, that third last fence falling. So 4 penalties they will carry into round 2.
Grant will be over the moon with that. This is his first ride in a South African championship.
Absolutely.
You can see he keeps himself in peak condition. There's no extra weight on him out of respect for the fact that this is a thoroughbred. They're not really weight carriers.
And Rogues, you'll know 4 penalties does not mean you are out of it yet.
Not
we
at all.
Still have a second full round of jumping to go. We, yes, of course, have those 2 clears. But of course, that second round is where things get really interesting. So the turn now of Lawrence Moet. He rides number 5 on the program, Callao Lorenzo.
Again, locally bred at the Callao Stud, which is situated near Christiana.
And Lawrence also sitting in a tie for 3rd place on the ultimate 4x4 Toyota ranking. So it's valuable, the points that he collects here going into the South African Derby. Of course, they're all trying to catch a Jean Corbet. Everyone wanting to take home that beautiful Toyota Hilux.
Lawrence forward to that oxa off the turn and touches off the front rail.
An interesting fact about that oxa, it is the first jump on the course that stands at 1m50. First few jumps are at a 145.
I think that's 3 down.
Yes, it's
Is that
3
correct?
down, 12 penalties for Lawrence Moitz and Callagho Lorenzo. Great effort. They've had a fantastic week of show jumping. Of course, there's still a whole second round of show jumping to come.
It's possible that some of the riders who've had penalties won't return for the second round if they think they're not in contention. It'll be interesting to see. We go with now number 6, Lure de Mel. Consuelo with thoroughbred blood on the mother's side. The very competitive and focused Stacey Lee Weston. Consuelo, the colour grey, and also very good behind. This mare is capable of a very good jump, and she opens behind beautifully over fences. Theoretically, our best rounds should come towards the end of the class.
Yes, of course, the riders are jumping in reverse order of qualification. So our highest qualified rider will be jumping last, and that's Dominique Alexander. But clear to the last, and clear through the finish.
Wow.
We're going to have to check the time there. So the time allowed 82 seconds. Stacey's time 82.53. So clear for jumping, but 1 time penalty. But I've seen people win this competition with a 1 time penalty. It can sometimes work in your favor into those second rounds.
Not out of the question.
Not at all. Fantastic display of jumping from Stacey Lee Weston. So number 7 on the program, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She rides the wonderful stallion Capital Aiden.
There's a great horseman saying that older horses win classes. So often the rookies, the horses that are sort of 11 years and under, could be forgiven for having a mistake. The older ones, when the chips are down, often deliver. And at this stage, the water looking like it's causing no trouble at all. That Hackamore bit combination that Nariska's riding in will appear certainly more than once in this class. First trail down for her. I'll just glance across, no problem.
So through the finish, 82.03. She'll also pick up a time penalty. So that will leave a Capital Aiden and Nariska Prinsloo Hill after the first round on 5 penalties.
sporting the fancy 334 jacket. It's the first of the 334 riders, Leona van der Merwe, from the 334 Sport Horse stud. Vedante is by Victory Forever from the Callao stud out of a Diamant de Semele mare. So predominantly French pedigree, this. And most of you are probably aware that this horse has one eye, and it doesn't seem to inhibit her ability at all.
I often say to my sister, imagine how big it would jump if it had two eyes.
Happily it doesn't work like that, but yes, I agree with the sentiment. She was a little off that oxer, touches the back rail. That's a challenge, the tight turn back to number 5.
Leona, of course, having a fantastic show this week at the South African Championships. She has been on the podium, not just in the individuals, but as well as the team events. And of course, Leona, one of our riders with 2 rides in this championship class. So just the 4 penalties down to the last, through the finish, and she will stay on 4 penalties. 334 Callao Vedante.
See Kayla Naudé parking in front of the water jump. She's had an issue at the water. She's reassuring the horse. In the old days, you were not allowed to show the horses the obstacles. I think it's eminently sensible to give the horses a chance to engage with what they're doing.
So although Kayla did have some problems at the water in one of her classes, in her other qualifier she picked up quite a high placing, which...
A very good round.
She, of course, picked up those valuable qualification points and landed herself in this individual championship.
Not getting the right-hand turn that she wanted her that, and not an ideal distance, so touching the back rail. Number 5 is definitely one of the challengers of the track, but no problem with the water.
She'll be really, really pleased with how Conzano just popped over that water. So 8 penalties as she's coming round to the last. And she will stay on those 8 penalties for round 1 in this individual show jumping championship of South Africa.
No doubt satisfied with most of that. Every rider wishes they'd gone clear, but that was a progressive round from how the show has been for Kayla. The little Zoid, Rivendell Zoid. A locally bred sport horse. By Rivendell Chancellor, out of a mare by Lorino. It's Jackie Cochran in the saddle, number 10.
And isn't Jackie having such a fantastic SA Champs with her lovely Zoid? She had 2 fantastic qualifiers. She's also got a couple other rides throughout the other levels at this show jumping championship, and she's brought home some pretty pleasable results.
There, Zoid shows his ability, the ability. She was a little bit off that oxer and not a problem at all. A little bit strong to that middle element of the treble combination, and down it goes. But wanting to hold on to 4 penalties in this round. And having the last down to finish on just the 8, no time.
No time, just the 8
Excellent.
penalties for Jackie and Rivendell Zoid. So, how the standings sit currently after our first few riders. We have 2 clear rounds in Johan Lotte, Best Company Z, as well as Tracy Carney, Callagho Lemoore. Then we had Stacey Lee Weston come in with just that 1 time penalty on Lua Demel. Grant Seaton Smith, 4 penalties on his wonderful thoroughbred Wish to Land. Leona van der Merwe also sitting on just the 4 penalties with Callagho Vidante. We then have Nariska on 5 penalties and a couple riders on 8. So John Bauer next to take on this championship round. He rides Ebb and Flow Brannick Cabana Boy.
This is the second Consuelo you are seeing. By Consuelo out of a mare by Ulio van Wetenshof, owned by Joanne Roberts. This is an 11-year-old. This horse goes with a bigger, slower canter, a more deliberate way of going. Scopy horse, he has a big jump.
And again, another of those hackamores that we are seeing more and more of in this 1m50 class.
Little stall to that vertical round, the sharpish turn. Being not a big arena, there'll be multiple times where the horses are turned quite tightly. Very good.
He's going to pick up a couple of time penalties as well, so he'll just have the 4 for jumping. He'll pick up 3 for time, so he will leave on 7 penalties in this first round. But I have a feeling we'll definitely see John in the second round with Cabana Boy.
Undoubtedly.
Again, a reminder to our spectators, this individual championship taking place over 2 full rounds. All our riders, except for the eliminations and the scratchings, will go into the second round, should they choose to jump, of course. And should we then have still a tie of clears or penalties, we will then go to a jump off. So plenty of show jumping still to come. And on track, Lucinda Woodruff, Equine Performance Products, Rivendell Baldur.
This is progeny of Bono van der Kickenhoever, bred in KwaZulu-Natal, bred in the Western Cape at the Rivendell Stud. And this young lady, a racehorse trainer, apart from being a wonderful show jumping rider.
And a good racehorse trainer at that. So whatever Lulu does, she does it with professionalism and class, whether it be racing or a show jumping. She's had a fantastic week on this horse. They've jumped some fantastic rounds around these 1m50 tracks.
She's a sympathetic rider, allows this horse to jump in a very good style. It jumps with a very good style. That middle element of the treble and the third element.
So we've seen quite a number of riders have that B element of the Toyota. Rogan, do you think it could have anything to do with the triple bar jumping in?
Yeah, the riders can ride that a bit hard. The horses can land unbalanced. So an expensive round for her. 4 down for 16 penalties. Time?
She's good for time, so she'll just leave with the 16, but she'll be really, really happy with that effort. Baldor's been absolutely fantastic this week.
So rails coming towards the end of the track as the horses get excited or more and more stimulated by the demands of this track. But there's been a spread of penalties round the track, actually.
So the turn now of Jean Korber on her first ride, Equine Walker SA's Lexington. That's
one of the country's top horses, really.
Absolutely, top combinations.
Yes.
Jean and Lex, of course, current leaders in the Toyota 4x4 Ultimate Series. This, of course, an opportunity for riders to pick up points in this championship round. So Jean are looking.
Gosh, and that's an uncharacteristic
points.
rail going at number 2. She has a second ride later on. Pretty Woman. Jean so successful with the dam of this horse. Callao Fiorella. No doubt a title that Jean was very keen to win, but not looking like Lexington's day today with the 2 down and 2 fences left to go after this one.
Third rail falling there, jump number 11.
Yeah, and we can chalk this up to a not form day for Lexington.
No, but Jean will be really happy with Lexington's performance throughout the week. She told me earlier she's so grateful for every ride on him. They've built such a fantastic partnership. He can do absolutely no wrong in her eyes. And we'll see Jean back a little bit later on her second round. But Nicola Syme-Ridey, another lady with 2 rides in the class. Her first ride is Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
And Quintessence, a Quintender. Bred in the Western Cape at the Rivendell stud. Small stud, so credit to them for having so many horses at the top in the sport. By a Quintender out of a Kalido mare, 11-year-old.
Nicola was the winner of the 1m40 championship class earlier today.
Also on a Rivendell bred horse.
Yeah, Lamborghini, that wonderful stallion. Nicola has won the individual show jumping championship before. She's actually won it twice. The first time she won it was in 2016 aboard the wonderful Grey.
Wow, that was a moment. So she steadied the horse and he oversteadied, and then she had to kick forward again. And testimony to his ability, he jumped out of it with no problem at all. He's going in a slide gag, a Nath mouthpiece, American slide gag. So quite a mild bit. It puts a tiny bit. Okay, 2 fences going. There's similar to Lucinda Woodruff at the treble.
Of course, Nicola did win this competition in 2016 on Sunny Park El Paso and in 2021 on Sunny Park Insagi, who she will be jumping later in this class. So through the finish with those two fences falling, she's picked up 2 time penalties as well. So she will end the first round on a quintessence with a score of 10. But we will, of course, see Nicola back on her second ride in Sagi. And I'm
So interesting. Those opening 2 clears, you could have thought that had the course designer slightly underpitched it. And as we've moved down the higher qualifiers, the penalties have crept up. "13-year-old Kazal mare, out of a mare by Laurentine." And this is a really good partnership. Ashley empathizes with this horse and sympathizes with it. It wouldn't necessarily be an easy ride, but she's cool and smooth and calm.
And I was about to say they've had a fantastic week of show jumping, but to get into this individual championship, you had to have had a fantastic week of show jumping. Qualification was very, very hot.
You can see Franzi Yu opening her mouth. There's a drop noseband on, but she opens her mouth against the pressure from the bit. And that's where Ashley's so cool. Just keeps a contact and lets the mare jump in her own way. Scopy, brave mare, this. Oh, a little strong out of the treble, so 1 down then. Thought she was in right. Disunite round the turn to that vertical.
Let's just keep an eye on the time as well. Time allowed 82 seconds, so she's going to pick up a time penalty or 2. So it'll be 2 time penalties, and the 4 for jumping will leave Ashley Fox and 334 Franzi Yu on a total of 6 penalties going into the second round.
Very presentable round.
Absolutely. So we currently still have just those 2 clears in Johan Lotte and Tracy Carney. We then have Stacey Lee Weston on 1 penalty, 2 riders on a 4 penalty, Grant Seaton Smith and Leona Fanamava. We then see Nariska Prinsloo Hill on 5 penalties, and then we find Ashley Fox on 6 penalties. So the turn now of Amy Hay. She rides number 16, Othello van Het Kaiserhof.
This is a 12-year-old stallion by Harley VDL out of a For Pleasure mare. This was taking the color of the dam sire, For Pleasure. Oh goodness, that's not what you want to have happen. He set his jaw against the left rein and ducked out to the left. And you wonder if the water there on the right had anything to do with it. So positive. Kicks the horse and makes sure she gets a good jump from him over number 2. But that'll be expensive because it's time penalties as well.
And Othello, he's probably one of the smaller horses in this field, but my oh my, does he have the power to get over these big fences.
You're absolutely right. All the power and athletic ability you'd ever need. And you're right, he's not big. Feisty guy, and she might have lit his fuse with having to ride so hard at that bridge fence. Let's see if she can settle him.
Now taking that turn really wide to just try and gather him before these last two fences.
Jumped that vertical well.
And you'll see she is into time, so every second she's picking up a time penalty. Of course, every second that you are over the time allowed, you do incur one time penalty. So 12 jumping penalties, 10 time penalties. She'll end on a total of 22 penalties.
I think that's her first ride in South African Championship class, and all credit to her. Jodie Peters is tiny. So one of the smaller women in the game on a 12-year-old gelding by Callao Casperon. Here she brings in Callao Casco Grey out of an Argentinus mare. And she remarks how much blood and sensitivity this horse has got, which is why somebody as small as her can ride a big, strong horse like this guy. Jodie and her late mum Sue ran a spelling business. Jodie's continued it up here in Johannesburg, so she's very involved in the racing scene.
Yes, so Jodie and her mother Sue, they actually bred a little racehorse, and Jodie has been doing a lot of the training on that horse. She's been doing, you could see her on the track a lot, and I'm hopeful that one day we'll actually see Jodie run that horse in a race. It'll be really incredibly special for her. And we wish Jodie nothing but the best with that racehorse on the track.
So horses sprawl in 2 strides, and it's towards the gate. So having made a big effort over the triple bar, often are not back on their hocks enough to clear that middle element. Oh, that's show jumping.
So she'll have 12 penalties from this first round of Jodie Peters and Callao Casco Grey.
So Clezy pausing to manure before the bell rings for Domini.
So this is the first of 2 rides for Domini Alexander.
Also a blood horse with quality, a stylish jump. Domini imported him a few years back from Europe. And great grandsire Staccato. Another horse in this class that's out of a Laranero mare.
And he was the winner of one of the earlier qualifiers in the week.
Domini's had much success with this newest Hackamore. That is, it's obviously a bitless bridle. So the control comes from some pressure on the nose and then contact on the back of the horse's jaw. There are many horses who seem to go better in the Hackamore, preferring to have no bit inside their mouths and contact on the bars of their gums.
So a little interesting fact about Domini. He has won the individual South African championships before. He has only won it once, and that was in 2006 aboard Fedora. So it's been 20 years since Dom lifted the trophy. How incredible would it be if Dom could do it on the 20-year anniversary? He is, of course, the top qualifier in this class with Capital Collier.
He'd certainly be one of the favorites. Beautifully through the treble. This is looking very promising.
Times are looking good. One from home.
There it is. Marvelous round.
A clear round for Dominique Alexander and Sokli Z. He is ecstatic with that. Our third clear round of this first round of the individual show jumping championships, of course sponsored by the wonderful Toyota.
So the first two clear, and then 15 rounds before we get another clear at number 18, Sokli Z.
So Johan Lotte returns. Of course, we saw him jump clear on the wonderful Best Company Z. He now rides his higher qualified ride, Nova Zonnestrol's Poimois.
So often the horses, during the pause from the warm-up ring to number one, with the adrenaline, need to manure. And it's ideal that that's accommodated and that happens before they jump number one. Hopefully they feel that little bit more comfortable. Johan runs rather a smart equestrian centre at Stain City and hosts shows, trains horses and riders, and real all-round horseman, and he's passionate at owning and breeding cattle. Gets that treble combination right. This is looking keen.
He's
sat down.
Yep, he's just touched the front rail on that oxer.
Oh, what a shame, because up until now, it had been a very strong round. 2 down.
2 down, 8 penalties for Johan Lotte and Nova Zonnestrol's Poimois. He, of course, does have the clear round on his first ride. Best Company Z.
Some of Callagho's best blood is represented by Sequoia Vela, an 11-year-old, by Sampras out of a Lissabon mare. Geordie Byrne, this is an 11-year-old, and this would be her first attempt at the South African Championships. Passed her mother on the way earlier, and not convinced that she was going to watch this. I think she was feeling nauseous with anxiety. Just stroked off number 2. But she'll be focusing, and a 4 penalty round would be most presentable.
Absolutely. We have the 3 clears currently, a rider on 1 penalty, and then we have the 2 riders on 4 penalties. So 4 penalties does not mean that you are out of it at all.
A very short stride to the water, but it looked like she cleared it. This is a cool, focused young lady, and one hopes that she gets more horses. We'll see a lot of her. She is full of ability. Wow. Jumped the first 2 parts of treble perfectly, and then a little forward out of it. What a thrill for her, touching just 2 verticals in her first South African Championship.
Absolutely, a really great effort from Geordie Byrne and Callagho Sequoia Vela. So the return of Leona van der Merwe. This time she rides Matilda 334. We saw her jump earlier on 334 Calaho Vidante. She just had the one fence down.
Belgian bred by Maestro van der Bishop out of a Raphael mare. Part of the mare herd, the 334 stud. With modern technology, such horses can continue competing. Ovum are harvested, and donor mares will breed for her while she carries on competing. It's remarkable. It also means that a mare can have more than one foal per season. As many ovum as she delivers and get fertilized can be how many she can breed in a season. And a mare like this, that's this quality, jumping at this level, is an extremely valuable addition to any stud. Also in a Hackamore bit combination, a plastic mouthpiece. The idea of the Hackamore bit is it spreads the load of control, so there's a little bit of control on the nose, some on the back of the chin, and then a gentle nylon bit as the mouthpiece.
So she's one from home. She's clear so far. We'll have to keep an eye on the time.
Fantastic round, time faults or no?
No time faults. She's inside the time, and she gives us our fourth clear round of the 2026 Toyota Individual Show Jumping Championship of South Africa.
All these good rounds move down to qualify towards the end. So by jumping a clear, she guarantees that she goes later in the second round. And if lucky enough to go clear again, later in the jump off. Here's an entertaining horse. This is a 10-year-old by Cornet Obolensky out of a Kidam de Revel mare with Colin Ferreira. And on the first days, the horse is very fresh, can buck and kick, ticklish to the rider's leg, and full of temperament, as is typical of Cornet Obolensky. This horse has about 20 progeny coming through. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does to the gene pool and what his progeny look like. He's very useful. The Cornet Obolenskys are not known for their easy mouths. They can have tricky or fussy mouths. You'll see them. There's the middle element of the treble doing its damage. As I said earlier, horses can sprawl in 2 strides, and 2 can often be more dangerous than 1.
He also found the back rail of that Oxer at number 10. So 8 penalties as he comes to the last.
Also, first ride in a South African championship for that horse, and a very creditable round for 8 penalties.
He's also picked up a time penalty, which I think he'll kick himself for that, to be because he knows he could have gotten away without it.
And the time can be, the time penalty can be earned by the horse bucking and playing and losing some forward momentum. You have the course plans in front of you. The time it's run at 375 meters a minute. Is that correct?
Yes, it's running at 375. Time allowed is, of course, 82 seconds in this first round.
Outdoors on grass, the time limit is established at 400 meters a minute at this level. But these slightly smaller sand arenas, the time is eased down to 375 meters a minute.
So a very exciting young rider next to go in Georgia Scribanti. She rides Ultime Deliapi.
This is an 18-year-old by Laria de Heer out of a Guillaume Tell mare. This young lady, a student. She was a top junior rider and now a very exciting, promising talent in the adult ranks. Very good so far.
So she's 2 from home. She looked to really focus as she now comes to the last. We'll keep an eye on the time as well. Time allowed 82 seconds.
Do you think any of her BMT is for sale? Because if it was, there'd be a very strong market for it. Wonderful.
Fantastic at jumping. She's picked up a time penalty, but I don't think she'll be too concerned about that. A huge smile from Georgia as she heads through the finish. So 4 riders have jumped clear. We have 2 riders then with 1 time penalty, 2 riders with 4 penalties, and then a rider on 5, a rider on 6, and a rider on 7 penalties. So there's still lots of jumping to come in this Toyota 1m50 individual show jumping championship. And next to go, Shayton Hendricks rides a Callao Chipolite.
This is a beautiful model of a horse. He's a 13-year-old breeding stallion. His progeny will be being sold, or has been sold already by Callao, and he makes this, often reproduces this attractive dark color and long-legged, light modern horses. He goes in a nylon snaffle, and he's ridden, you would say, to perfection by Shayton. Shayton and his wife Evie, proud new parents of a baby daughter.
Shayton's been having a phenomenal season with the Chipolite. They were winners of the Toyota World Cup qualifier here in this arena a couple months ago. And of course, were the winners of the President's Cup as well.
I would say there's no such thing as a bad Katoki. They're all super. You'll all remember Lisa Williams with Campbell in the recent past.
They actually
prolific winners.
They won this event in 2022.
Exactly. Shayton, very light, wiry, strong rider, and he rides with super delicacy. He has a strong dressage background, so his horses are beautifully schooled on the flat.
He's a very kind and wonderful human as well, such a professional in the ring.
Ah, there we go.
And clear for jumping, clear for time. Clear all the way for Shayton Hendricks and Callao Chipolite. So that makes it clear round number 5 in the first round of this Toyota Individual Show Jumping Championship.
And let's hope that form continues to the next Callao horse, Liberia. The talented Helen Kritikos. Extremely hard-working young lady. She's always doing something at a horse show, coaching, producing a young horse. She's one of those riders who appears to do very little and gets the best out of her animals. Liberia is a Lissabon out of an Argentinas mare. So that name has appeared in the pedigrees already this afternoon. This horse goes in a snaffle with a mild gag action. And there are just some riders that extract the best from their horses or produce the best of their horses, this would be one of them.
There's a lot of trust between this combination.
Watch the middle element, careful. Gets it. Super.
So she is clear currently. She's 2 from home.
Your course designer here this afternoon is Kate Launder, and she's set a really valid, good test. And there's another clear. 6.
6 clear rounds so far in this first round. We then have 2 riders on 1 penalty, 2 riders on 4 penalties. So the second round is shaping up to be quite an exciting one.
Jean Corber has produced this mare, Equine Walker's SA's Pretty Woman M. She's by Vanan, who's by Canaan, and she's out of a Voltaire mare, so beautifully bred. And nobody would tell you that this was an easy young horse, very feisty mare. She's a big mare with all the jump you'd ever need.
You know, we already saw Jean head around this track with Lexington. She picked up 3 poles, 12 penalties. So she already does have a feel of the track.
There, the mare shows her ability and scope and technique. Of course, we hope in the future to see progeny from this mare in the future. Pretty Woman M. Now, the middle element of the treble. Touch the third part going out, but it stays in the cups. One to go.
Time looking all right. She just needs to get over the last safely, and
Wow,
she
wow,
does.
Wow, wow.
A clear round for Jean Corber. Equine Walker SA's Pretty Woman M, giving us a clear round number 7 in this first round.
Number 27, Sunny Park Stables, Inzaghi DB, Nicholas Syme Riley. She's been around the track once already, and here we have all the experience, both an experienced horse and rider.
They have won this competition before in 2021.
That's interesting and very uncharacteristic. So that's expensive. That's 4 penalties and a use of time. And the rail down too. So an expensive moment there for Nicola and Inzaghi.
So she's decided to call it a day with Inzaghi. He is, of course, an 18-year-old, so he's a little bit older. She knows it's not his day today. They have, of course, won this competition in 2021. So she'll save him for another day.
And the inconsistency of animals. You can never be sure of what you're going to get.
So we go now to our top 4 qualifiers. Next to go will be Chris van der Merwe. He rides 334 Brandon.
This is by the Dutch stallion, Bransau VDL, out of a Coleman mare, 10-year-old, and possessed of enormous quality. Not a big horse. His progeny will be available to purchase from the 334 stud, and he's a very smart horse.
And Chris was on the podium in the 1m35 champs class. He finished in third.
Possessed of really good front technique. It's a horse that focuses. These two elements have caused some trouble, and Chris gets them perfectly. Looking very strong coming to the last.
He should be okay for time as well.
The 8th clear round of the competition. Chris will be delighted. What a strong competition this is shaking down to be.
Absolutely. So 8 clear rounds in this first round of the South African Individual Show Jumping Championships. We then, of course, have 2 riders on 1 time penalty, and then a couple riders on 4 penalties. So we go to number 29 on the program. It's Ivan van der Sade. He rides a PM Corinna. And into commentary with me, I welcome Jason Phillips. Jason, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's great to be here. What an exciting competition. What an amazing round from Chris there. Fabulous, eh?
Yeah, so we've got the 8 clear rounds so far. The 2 riders with 1 time penalty. And then a couple of riders on 4 penalties as we move towards the end of this first round.
Yeah, the exciting, and Ivan's coming in here from that side all the way up from Plett. He's had a good showing this year and thinks so much of this mare, so I think he's in his own way is expecting some good things, you know. And when I did chat to him the other day, he just said there's not a jump big enough for this mare, so this is exciting to watch this.
Yeah, he was in the placings, both placings in the qualifiers. Really strong combination in this individual championship.
Yeah, Kate's been clever. It's been a nice course. Actually, when I'm sure she got a bit nervous the way it started with 2 clear rounds straight off the bat, but we were watching 2 fabulous riders there in Johan and Tracy. But what a great way to start the round from that side, and then it's been a few little bit quieter after that. Oh.
Seen that B element falling a lot. Rogan and I spoke earlier about maybe the triple bar jumping in, just not quite finding enough space for that B element.
I definitely think that's a massive part of it from that side. When you walked, it walked a little stepping as well. So I think when you jumped in on the triple bar, you also wanted to make sure that you didn't. Ivan was actually, I think, going for a bit of time. They're having 1 down. I think he wanted to be a really fast 4 falter and risked it to the last, unfortunately. But how much did he end up on 2 poles there?
Yeah, 2 down, so he'll end on 8 penalties.
But you can see if he had Ford, would have really pushed him up a lot in a quick time. He would have almost been, in 9th place,
Absolutely.
But paid the price.
Paid the price. So just 2 to go in the first round. These are our highest qualifiers. First of them will be Ray Korber, 334 Mr. Twister 5.
Yeah, and Ray comes off a win here, I think, if I remember last year. I think they won the Grand Prix here at the World Cup show. I'm pretty sure it was that, if I remember correctly. So that's very nice, and Ray and this horse seem to always rise to the occasion, coming in 2nd highest qualifier, 1 ahead of Domini. He's had a good show so far.
Absolutely, and he did actually qualify 2 rides. He also qualified 334 Impossible. He's elected not to jump him. But I think it speaks a lot to a ride of, I should say, of a rider who can qualify 2 rides in a competition like this.
Yeah, exactly, because there were way more than 31 starters on day one, and to have only the 30. It's amazing what the jumpers cause from that side. I don't know if it's the illusion of the long uprights being the Mandela Bridge, or if it's next to the water. But, you know, that horse again didn't focus on it. The same happened to my jockey, Amy. You know, he was out of character, kind of ran past it left, which was really weird from that side. So it's been amazing how some horses haven't blinked and other horses have, you know, done out of character stuff like that.
Absolutely. It's not something we regularly see. Kate said she really went digging in the jump shed to find it.
And that was nice of her.
So she said it usually comes with some planks, and she opted to put the poles in because it hasn't really been on the circuit this year. But it's actually caused a number of problems this week, and it's been one of those jumps that either you have a problem with it or you don't.
Yeah. No, exactly. You've watched enough horses since Wednesday, so I'm sure you've watched it jumped a few thousand times, or definitely hundreds of times. Yeah. When you saw where he jumped the water, you probably thought that he had one eye on the water when he came down to number 2, because, you know, he cantered down and jumped number 6 and cleared it, but he did jump a little right and stuff away. So, and then I think Ray also, after having that, has also tried to pick up the post for a 4-falter, and again just caught another one in the treble, you know.
Yeah, so he'll leave on 8 penalties after the first round. Of course, there is still a whole nother round to come of show jumping, where all our riders go through except for those that are eliminated or scratch. They can, of course, elect not to jump if they feel that they, you know, are out of it, maybe with a larger score of penalties. But 8 penalties doesn't exactly mean that you're out of it. You can definitely pick up a prize.
I definitely think 8 and better, I would jump, you know, from that point of view, as long as my horse was feeling good from that side. 8 plus, I'm not sure I would from that point of view, but under 8, and I would definitely consider it.
So highest qualifier in Dominique Alexander and Capital Collier. We saw him produce a stunning clear earlier on Sokli Z.
Yeah, it's exciting, and they're coming in here as winner of the second qualifier, if I'm correct in saying.
Absolutely.
Okay. And winner of the Shongweni World Cup in the middle of June. So definitely a horse on form, and
Dom himself won the Burlington Cup not too long ago.
Of course.
Not on these rides, but
on his Jella S.
Jella, yes.
Which is amazing. Yeah, he's coming back. He's been out of the ring for 18 months with just a little niggle, and Dom's made him back strong in that, and that was part of his rehab and coming back to this. So that's exciting for Dom to have those choices, and I actually asked him which horse he nominated for the SA Champs and realised he didn't have to nominate. So to have 2 horses of Sokli and Collier's ability and have both opportunities to compete on level playing fields is fabulous for him. Oh, and he's looking good, eh? So 8 clears out of 30 starters. What percentage does that put us on here?
27% clear. And when I spoke to Kate, she only wanted 25, but knowing Kate, she'll be happy with her 27.
That's pretty bang on, though, isn't it? I mean, that really is. Oh, almost looked like he slipped a little there on takeoff. I'm not quite sure from where I was, but
still a great round to end on 4 penalties. Definitely not out of it yet. So 2 rides for Dominique Alexander. He's got a clear in Sokli Z and 4 penalties in Capital Collier. So that concludes our first round of jumping. We're going to take a small break, and then we are going to have a lot of our riders coming back for the second round. Our riders will ride in reverse order of merit. So our clear rounds will be riding later in the class.
This is also, it's another course walk as well, isn't it?
Yes, I believe
so I think
we
it's
will
a
be
full
having
course
a quick
walk from that
course
side.
walk.
I'll have a walk on the course, then we can discuss it when we come back for that side and then chat through what's different and what they've changed going forward.
Alrighty, so we'll let everyone go and grab a nice cold beer, maybe a quick bite to eat. And don't go too far, we've got plenty of exciting action coming up in the second round of the Toyota Individual South African Championships.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll be
back.
able to turn in here, and the speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
If jy first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done,
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
there's the new generation Hilux.
Boys, pit stop!
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n kar is al. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick though. Oh shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
So if you're new to the sport, if you're joining us for the first time, welcome to Kyalami Equestrian Park, the Toyota South African Show Jumping Championships, and all the ladies out there, happy Women's Day. So far we have had a bunch of riders withdrawing from the second round. All of those with penalties were eligible to return. Unfortunately, at the time of eliminations, not so. So far we've got about 20 riders at this stage coming back. Maybe a few of them looking to withdraw if you are not intending on riding. Please do let us know. We go to reverse order of penalties for the second round. If at the end of round 2 you have a quality of penalties, there will be a jump off to determine the winner. That knows a thing or two about horsepower is Toyota. From the racing exploits of Gazoo Racing, where you can buy the Gazoo Racing Corolla, Yaris, and GR86, or the towing capacity of the Toyota Hilux, Land Cruiser, and of course the Land Cruiser family now expanding for the Land Cruiser FJ. There is a Toyota for your needs, and if you haven't yet done so, head on down to your nearest Toyota dealership or chat to the Toyota South African team on site and find out which of the full range of vehicles is perfect for your lifestyle. Get behind the wheel today. While the first round was not against the clock, the second one is. Of course, if there's quality of penalties for the lead, we do go to a jump off, but the riders will need to have it in the back of their mind if they perhaps perhaps have a rail down, they're going to want to go quick. Minor money decided by penalties and time, so this time out, time is a factor. We have had a couple more scratchings, those being Lorenzo, Quintessence, and
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so if you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.
So welcome back to Kyalami Equestrian Park. We are kicking off with round 2 in the 2026 Toyota Individual Show Jumping Championship of South Africa. We kick off with Johan Lotte. He rides Nova Zonnestraal's Poimois. So he's carrying forward 8 penalties from the first round. And you see he has a rail there. He's going to elect to retire. He's going to save Poimois for another day. He, of course, jumped clear on his second ride, Best Company Z. We'll be seeing them a little bit later. So how this second round works, we won't see all of our combinations. Everyone was given the opportunity to jump this second round as long as you were not eliminated. And it seems like riders with 8 penalties or less have opted to jump in this round. And we see Ashley Fox 334 Franzi U next to go. She's bringing forward 6 penalties from the first round. She just had the 1 rail down and 2 time penalties. Riders are jumping the same track that they jumped in the first round. The full same track, so a test of stamina for sure for these horses. So something you don't often see, but Ashley and Franzi, you putting 3 strides in that 2-strided portion of the combination. She's clear. She comes to the last, just carrying her 6 penalties from the first phase, picking up 1 penalty in this phase will leave Ashley Fox and 3-3-4 Franzi Yu on a total of 7 penalties. So I am joined in commentary by Jason Phillips. Jason, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you. It was a great start to the second round there with Ashley and a one-time fault and a nice improvement from the first round.
So we go to Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She rides Capital Aiden. She brings forward 5 penalties from the first round.
So Nariska's challenge on this horse will always be time. He spends so much time in the air and he's such a big boy, but Nariska over the years has really taught him to travel, and also she rides him slightly different. You'll see she has slightly tighter turns, puts her a little bit more under pressure, but then it's able her to make it the time, which has become such a huge factor in show jumping nowadays.
Absolutely. A couple of days ago, I think it was the 1m40 class, it was a 2-phase. Many time penalties coming from the first phase. We were really hunting for clears.
Yeah, you can see this horse has no lack of scope, no lack of care, and then with, beautifully piloted by Nariska. So just always against him is how big he is and how much time he spends in the air.
And Nariska herself, not a big lady, but very strong. She has immense power.
Good ride into that double, sure. For such a big horse, he really uses himself beautifully there, and there's a nice steady 7 down here. Fabulous. So 2 from home. I don't know what I'm looking like.
Time looking all right. The time allowed, obviously, 82 seconds. Of course,
so you can see again,
rail.
there was a time where she could try and make up time and turn back, and then unfortunately paid the price, What a good round, though.
So 5 penalties from the first round, 4 penalties from the second round will leave Nariska Prinsloo Hill and Capital Aiden on 9 penalties. Valiant effort in this show jumping championship.
Yeah, fabulous there. No, that was great. I mean, she really has had a good year, and that horse gets better and better all the time. So, and I think if you'll see him next year, I think we'll even see him even better, having another year's strength under his belt and everything like that.
And he's only a 10-year-old, so plenty still to come from him. So the turn now of Grant Seaton Smith. He rides Milkwood Stud Wish to Land.
It was interesting to be some nice Milkwood Stud horses of recent coming through the thing. I think there was one, if I remember seeing on the results the other day, one down at the Pletcher, the Robeg show. And I remember that one's got a great name, King Julian.
King Julian, he jumped earlier, ended 3rd in his champs class.
Oh, fabulous. Okay, so
just
was there.
Earlier this morning.
Oh, okay. So still on form, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So interesting when you come around the second round, you can actually see how much sometimes the last round took out these horses, Having 1 and 2 down, sometimes a little bit of fatigue plays in.
And again, this is a thoroughbred, so a little bit smaller than some of the other horses, that doesn't quite have obviously the blood that the warm bloods have.
Yeah. And he'll be new to this height. He hasn't jumped many. I think this will probably be this horse's first SA Champs. To have jumped around the first round with 4 faults is a fabulous achievement from that side, And I mean, he really does look like he's coping and deserves to be here, which is fabulous and exciting going forward,
Absolutely, and I think also a first SA Champs for Grant.
As well, sure. So both have rookies upside. That's fabulous. So again, that treble, it's really created, and especially that second element. I mean, it'd be interesting to see the numbers that have had that one down.
Yeah, we've seen it fall probably at least 5 or 6 times in this class, at least.
Yeah, exactly that.
So a couple of rails that maybe chalk those up to a bit of inexperience at this height. Again, a lot of stamina takes to get round 2 full tracks at this height. Horses have been jumping all week. Some of them again travelled long distances to get you.
Yeah, exactly. And the second round plays a part. You know, very jumped around, they're very exerted, they're very pushed hard, and sometimes they don't have enough diesel. And, you know, that was towards the end of the course, and maybe he was feeling it. But also, what a great, I mean, I'd still be, I'm sure he is, you know, super chuffed with that horse. And what an exciting horse for the future, the two of them, eh?
Absolutely. So another exciting combination to look forward to is Leona van der Merwe, 334 Calaho Vidante. They are bringing forward 4 penalties from the first round.
Yeah, and Leona just brings so much experience in here, and the horse has done so much experience, World Cups and everything like that. So 4 faults is pretty much just an unlucky rail, yeah. Great shot to that 334. This line has been not too many problems there. Not too many rails down that line. It's actually ridden quite nicely. It actually looks a bit bigger off the turn when you walk it. From our side, for sitting behind it, it doesn't look so big. But it's a little bit, you know, out the corner, up the hill. It looks a little bit bigger than what it looks from our side. The water horse hasn't created too many problems. Odd one now and again, but nothing too major.
No, we saw most of the problems happening throughout the week. It seems like riders gone home, done a bit of homework.
Yeah.
And no problems in this class.
Yeah.
For the water.
Great shot in there from Leona. And beautifully executed. And when you watch her go through there, and if you watch a replay, you see how strong her body is through that triple combination, and that's amazing. Her landing, how she controls her body, how quick she is up at the next of the rails, and even there you could see that her body made a massive difference.
I've said this to a lot of people. If I was a horse, I'd want Leona to be my jockey.
You and me both. What a fabulous run in the time.
In the time allowed, so she
fabulous.
is clear in the second round. She carries forward those 4 penalties, so she will stay on 4 penalties. She does now put the pressure on the riders. Those clear round riders, of course, they will need to jump clear. These are 4 penalty riders as well. Those with 1 penalty, Leona's put the pressure on. So
yeah, that's fabulous. What a great position she is. You couldn't do anything more. Unlucky round the first there. Dominic will want to be doing exactly the same as what Leona just did. Also a silly rail, which I think he'll be irritated about. You know, they're better than that, but those things happen. So let's see what Dom and them have round 2. What's interesting about the time now is that the top riders here, they're jumping 1 and they're shaving the Calaho. So they really are just trying to save time everywhere. So just to make sure that they can, where it's unnecessary to, you know, to where they can save some time without putting pressure on the horses, they all are doing that. And especially you saw Leona almost have exact same riders dominate, just tight around that Calaho.
absolutely. There's not many places where they can make up time per se. Not many, you know, inside turns here and there. And I think Kate's done that purposefully to force them to ride at the correct pace.
Oh, this horse is looking so strong, eh? Really is. And I know you watch it on TV, but when they land in front of you and you see the muscles and you see what great condition they are, you can really see how strong the horses are looking, eh? 7 down to that, to work hard there. Dom's coming back to the vertical from the last time, so he's giving a little more space this time, but he's shaved other times there.
So 1 from home, he'll really need to keep this one up to keep the pressure on the rest. And
fabulous.
he does.
Fabulous ride.
Clear for time as well. So 4 penalties from the first phase, a clear round in the second round will leave Domini and Capital Collier on 4 penalties.
So we've got the 2 one-time faulters next, being Stacey and Georgie, and then we enter all the clear rounds. 8 of them, eh?
Yes, 8 clear rounds.
And some great names in that. I mean, you see Tripolite there, Helen Kritikos and Liberia, Pretty Woman. That's a great result for her because she's also new to this level up here from that side. Brandon did a little equitation round that was exquisite between the both of them. Soakley coming off some good form as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out the rest of this, rest of the competitors here.
Absolutely. And these one-time penalty riders can be so interesting because if Stacey can jump clear, she'll stay on her one penalty.
Yes.
Which does mean if any of those clear round riders take a pole,
She's already pips them.
She's pips them with her one penalty. So one penalty, it can be so frustrating, but it can be rewarding at the end of the second round.
I remember Nicola Sam winning President's Cup, I think 2 or 3 years ago, but I know she's won it once or twice on one-time penalty. You know, so yeah, let's.
I mean, I can't tell you how many one-time penalty jump-offs we've seen as well.
Yeah. One thing I think Dom, when he went 5 to 6 in the last round, I think he actually went down on 6 strides to the water. He cut the corner and just did it easy and stuff like that. So that also again made up a second to give him space otherwise. Yeah, unluckily. So now the problem with the one-time penalty, it now puts it on 5 faults, which now, you know, Leonie and Dom are now still sitting in pole position there on their 4 faults, you know?
Exactly. So one-time penalty, a tricky
Yeah.
situation to be in. Rolling the back rail on that as well, so she'll currently sit on 9 penalties.
It's interesting how many people have hit the back rail of that. You know, I think it's a steady 7 down there and stuff like that. So maybe getting a little deep and just catching the back rail. But yeah, I know Stacey won't be unhappy with that.
Not at all. She also is going to pick up some time penalties. So yeah, so she'll pick up.
Basically, where some 2 fences down, they were late on at 7, 8, and 10, and 2 time penalties.
So it'll be
this time
10 from this round and
total of 11 penalties.
one penalty from the first round. So she'll end on 11 penalties.
Georgie, our representative from KwaZulu-Natal, also with Helen coming in later from that side, and she's probably the youngest starter in the field here, I think, eh?
Absolutely.
19 years old or so.
Between her and Helen, not sure how old.
No, Helen's old. No, I'm kidding. She's at least 21. But no, and I mean, Georgia's got an amazing CV, such a great young rider, represented South Africa, winning on the team, and just, yeah, unbelievable feel this rider has from that side, an incredible rhythm, you know, trained by Grant. Yeah, that was a real soft rail there. It almost looked like the horse was manuring there from that side, because it just lacked the power that she was expecting to have when she got there.
But again, that Nelson Mandela Bridge claims another victim this week. They have also put the very flat cups on the top pole, so if you just breathe on that pole, it's going to fall.
Yeah. Is that clear at the water? I didn't see. It just looked like such an easy jump. I wasn't quite sure sitting from where we are.
Seems to be clear over the water, so just carrying the 4 penalties so far, and of course that 1 penalty from round 1.
Great shot to the triple bar. Lovely one. Beautifully executed. Just also think this girl's got incredible BMT. Her big match temperament on championship day, she's always cool as kind of cucumber. Well, she looks it. Whether she is inside, I'm not just sure, but she's definitely able to execute from that side, and this will again be her first adult SA champs. And geez, what an exciting future for South African show jumping when they canter around like that, eh?
Absolutely. So she'll end her second round on 5 penalties. She's picked up 1 for time. To add to the one from the first round, we'll leave Georgia and Ultimate Deliapi on 6 penalties. So, puts them into 3rd place currently. Of course, we only have those 2 full faulters, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander, and Leona Funamava 334, Calaho Vidante, and then we find Georgia on 6 penalties. But now we go into the clear rounds.
I can't see the 4 faulters with having 8 clear rounds. I can't see our 4 faulters that are currently leading still be there. But I definitely do. I mean, out of these 8, I would say there'll be 2 or 3 that'll have a 4-faulter or some ride. So, predictably, out of the 8, we have a 4 to 5 horse jump off, maybe.
You've
watched
tend to agree with
others.
you on that.
Yeah.
Nope. They have been very competitive
I think
this week, putting up a lot of clear rounds in these 1m50s. So,
and especially with the quality of horses that are still to come here, there is some incredible riders and horse combination here.
so Johan Lotte, he on his second ride, best company Z. We saw him on Pomois. Decided to save Pomois for another day.
Oh, did he, huh? And what was amazing here is you know, statistically, he was, I'm going to say inverted commas, the worst qualifier here. But, you know, with Johan and this horse, with their experience and stuff like that, you know, whatever happened on day 1 and 2, he qualified, that's all he had to do, and then came out as the first horse out and jumped a beautiful clear round, you know?
Yeah, and I think for some reason, strangely, a lot of people kind of count this horse out every now and then, but they...
Also a BMT horse as well, you know, he's won a lot and done a lot of good stuff, but I do think he is he's a little bit unconventional from that point of view. So, you know, it does take a Johan Lotte and stuff like that, and Johan also realised that this is not his day, and he'll save him again, like you said, like his other horse for another day. You know, he's already on 12 down that one line. There's no chance of placings.
He knows he's out of the prizes, so he'll save company for another day. But if we know Johan, keep a lookout for him at the next few World Cups and the Derby, my word.
He'll be back, yeah, fabulous. Yeah, and he comes off a nice Pomois, and him had a really nice result in Shangweni. I remember there were top 3 there, might even been second, I don't remember exactly, there behind Dom. So great result there, and yeah, and also when I walked the course, I thought it would maybe be a little bit bigger. I think it's big enough when you see how the results we've had here from that point of view. But you know, the Pomois and the Colliers and the Lexingtons, they really do need big jumps nowadays. You know, from that side. And but Tracy Broven, a beautiful exquisite clear round as well, coming in at number 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, Tracy, she's been a little bit undercover this show, you know? Undercover, but low key. But when
saving
she
it for the last.
Yeah, when she produced that clear round, she really put it all out there. She's also had a fantastic season with this horse. They've
I think she was also Shangweni. I think she was placed. She had a great there, if I remember correctly. I remember being in the jump off from that side, so she definitely was in the top 5 or 6, if I remember correctly.
She could pick up a prize in this Toyota Individual Championship. Can imagine the elation from Tracy.
Yeah, great rider, and you know the horse you're seeing here is a horse that she's produced, you know, under the Callagher banner for a number of years, and yeah, is not always the easiest from that side of thing. Sometimes I think it needs Tracy, but when the mare's on form, she really is. And one thing is for sure, she can jump. She has incredible ability there. And I think Tracy's also got to know over the years. I don't think it's one of those horses that what you see is what you get. I think she really understands how the mare needs to be ridden and what kind of riding and prep and all that. It really does do that. She is particular in a few aspects.
Well, producing a fantastic round here so far.
He's in big up jump at this vertical, and then just keep her head to the last. She's done such a great job.
Keep an eye on the time. The time allowed 82 seconds, so
she might just be one time fault.
So she'll come in clear for jumping. She'll pick up 1 for time, but I don't think she'll worry too much about that time penalty. She seems absolutely thrilled with that round.
Tracy, well done. That was fabulous.
Legend rounder from Tracy Carney and Callaholamoor. So, with her 1-time penalty, she goes into the lead.
She does, yeah, exactly that.
And takes the lead from those 4 penalty riders. And the 1-time penalty now puts the pressure on the clears.
It does, 100%.
So, Dominique Alexander returns his second ride, Sokli Z. They were, of course, clear. Jumped a fantastic clear round in the first round.
Yeah, and also winner of the first qualifier, wasn't he, on this one, eh?
Yes, he was.
It's interesting that you say that Mandela, because even though Dominic jumped it there nicely, it hasn't jumped well, has it? It really has been. We keep mentioning it, but it's been such an odd thing. Like,
And I think the first time we've actually seen that rail fall in this class.
yeah, it almost looked just a little bit flat. I mean, it looked like they were turning and on their way again from that side. But again, that one time fault puts Tracy in pole position again. You know that pole. So Dom will need to ideally be a quick four-faulter here, and he did the tight inside turn there, cutting, shaving the turn again. Put a bit of pressure on there, but like you said, it does put Tracy into pole position again.
And just to our spectators at home, we are in the second round of the 2026 Toyota South African Individual Show Jumping Championship. If we do happen to have an equality of penalties after this round, we will go to a jump off. Right now, leading the charge is Tracy Carney and Kalahula Moore on one penalty. And a great round for Dom and Soklizi. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that fence falling.
It was a bit of a no rail, wasn't it? You know, like you said, I think the first time we've hit it, and it was just a little disappointing on that side. But the rest of it was masterclass.
I don't think Dom will be too angry about currently sitting in second and third place. If you look at the prize money on offer,
hey?
If anything, Dom is consistent. So, Leona van der Merwe.
So Leona's already sitting in with a full fault on Vidante, isn't she?
Yes, she's currently sitting in fourth place.
And she'll be in fourth place because of time, isn't it? Yes. That'll be the difference, eh? So she's actually there. So second, 2, 3, and 4 all on full faults, eh?
Yes, they're all sitting on 4. She, of course, the slowest of the full faulters.
Yeah. But this Matilda's a magical horse, sure. It's definitely one of my favourite of Leonie strings on that side, and also relatively new to this. I think probably the horse's first SA Champs. I think she jumped a World Cup here at KPC at the beginning of the year, and if I remember, jumped clear or had a great run. I know she was in a jump off of some sort, or had a good showing.
Yeah, I think this combination was also winners of the 1m40 champs at the ranch.
Okay.
So she definitely takes her, up to the 150s, down.
Yeah.
A lot of the top riders doing that.
Yeah, I mean, she is only 9 years old as well, so really up and coming mare from that point of view, and definitely one for the future. So, that rail was maybe a little bit green, pushed out the thing and got there too easy. It is a steady 5, so she just got that a little easy, but definitely didn't make the same mistake there after the treble, huh? Beautifully ballooned that oxer.
And interesting, in the second round, we're actually seeing fences fall that we didn't really see fall in the first round at all. So interesting
good for
that.
Time.
Yeah,
just over.
So no, she's going to be in for time. Time allowed 82. So she'll just stay on the 4 penalties, and with her time 80.31, she'll knock herself out of fourth place. So she currently sits in 4th and 5th place. Not a bad place to sit when you look at the prize money on offer. The winner will be taking home 65,000 rand.
That's really nice. I mean, what a nice little purse, and also, to be honest, it'll give you some good points towards the whole Legends Tour.
Absolutely, the Ultimate 4x4 series. Of course, this is the 6th qualifier. So riders are looking to pick up valuable points. And our next clear to go, Shayton Hendricks, Calaho Tripolite. We've spoken about the success that this combination have had throughout their season this year.
Yeah, it's fabulous. So we're still looking for a double clear from all our. We've got 4 riders left to come that are sitting on naught. So, and yeah, like you said, this is an incredible combination, and they just matured the last year beautifully. Shayden very conscious of the time there. You saw as he jumped the Hirsch, as he got going forward strides there to save a bit of time here.
Yeah, he'll know that if he does have a rail or anything like that, the time does count. So you want to be clear, but you also want to be quick.
Yeah, we've got Tracy leading it on 1 time fault right now, so still sitting in a great pole position. Worst place Tracy could come is pretty much 6. No? Yeah. 5th.
Beautiful through that Toyota treble.
So crisp, eh? Shayden's had such a great pace around this course here, and also you can see how him and Chipolite know each other. He really does see that he understands and is thinking the same way Chipolite's thinking. Oh, and there you have it.
There
The
you
first
have
double clear.
it. Our first double clear in the 2026 Toyota South African Individual Show Jumping Championship. It comes from Shayton Hendricks and Callagho Chipolite.
And what a quick time, 77 seconds round there. Really, really quick. Super. What a great round.
Absolutely, you can see the elation from Shayt. Wow, wow, wow. So again, putting the pressure on the rest of the clears.
Yeah, well, exactly that. Now here's we have the next 3 riders that have to force a jump off.
And if you look at those 3 riders to come, it's not unlikely that we could get a clear. Helen Kritzikos, Jean Corbin, and Chris Van der Merwe.
It's going to be exciting next 10 minutes here. See where this SA Champs leads us.
Will we get a jump off?
Helen also comes in here, also with a great young rider CV, also under the watch for eye of Grant Langley. Had a good show outside ring as well. I think she was the winner of the she was winner of the 120 champs on Nespresso. I think the team won the interprovincials. So outside of the main ring, she's been pretty competitive and keeping it together outside. Again, this is a horse that Helen's produced, bought on the auction. I was actually wondering how old she was. 15 years old, so they've had a long partnership together, Also a daughter of Lisbon. That horse has done incredible stuff in this country for the Callagho family.
Absolutely. We've seen, I'm sure here on the showgrounds, through the course of the entire South African Championship, there must be at least 100 Lissabon babies, from 80 centimeter all the way up to 1 meter 50.
Yeah.
And we saw Helen just rolling the B element of that Toyota treble.
So that still puts Tracy in second there with her one-time fault we were talking about, and Shayton still out front there.
Yeah, absolutely.
She'll be quick as well, this Helen, naturally.
She will
77 seconds.
So 77.75. She wasn't quick enough to catch Shayton's time.
Yeah, so she'll be interesting. So she will, I'm sure she's quicker than all of us. 4 falters.
And at this stage, it makes her the quickest, I do believe, of the 4 falters. Third behind Tracy Carney.
Right, so we hear that that does put Helen into third. She is quickest of the 4 falters. So 2 riders still to go. Jean Corbin, Equine Walker SA's Pretty Woman M.
And this is great from Jean again. May new at this. I think she jumped her first World Cup at Chongweni, and jumped beautifully. She's been placed, I think, in the first 2 qualifiers, or she must have been. I think she was highly qualified, wasn't she?
She won the second qualifier.
Oh, did she? Okay.
She did.
Very good. I think it was at Burlington Cup where she was first and second as well, with this man another one. So she really is coming off some great form. Sure, she was quick down there. I think she went on 1 less there, 6. I didn't count, but you could see she opened up there, so just really cognizant of the time. Oh, just rubbed it. That was really unlucky.
So she'll want to still stay quite quick to try and get one of those better prizes. She'll want to try and kick Helen out of third. But again, that B element falls. We've seen it fall, I'm going to say at least 10 times in this Toyota Championship.
Yeah, and again, sometimes maybe you think Mare's young still at this age, maybe a little bit of strength there from that side. She's 11, but she is new to this level. But, I mean, John, what an exciting horse of the future. It really is going to be. We'll see a lot of this horse, and we'll see this horse win some big titles because she is lightning fast in the jump offs.
Absolutely. So she will end on 8 penalties.
So that means with one horse to go, we've got Chipolite out front, we've got Tracy in second here on 1 time fault, and then our fastest 4 faulter, which I think is still Helen.
It's Helen, yes. Helen on Callao Liberia in third.
So Brandon is going to either have to force a jump off with Chipolite.
Absolutely. And we know Brandon can.
Oh, 100%. You can't have 2 cooler characters coming in at last to go and highest qualified than these two. They've been here many a times and know how to deliver. I'm sure for the 334 family this is going to be a long number of jumps.
Absolutely.
Every jump is breathtaking.
I'm sure Team 3-3 hard riding very hard from the sidelines.
Yeah, there's lots of people jumping outside. Oh, that's amazing. That horse also the same as Soakley, yeah? But that does mean that we know who our South African champion is.
We do.
And what a result. I mean, to have 31 qualified starters and have a great amount of show jumping here, and I think a spectacular round with faults falling everywhere, and have 1 double clear, just shows you what a genius Kate is.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And
oh, Brandon just shows his class through there, didn't he? He was so slick through there. So 2 away from home. Not naturally the quickest horse. I'm not sure he'll rival Helen's time here. But
not sure if he will be quicker than Helen. We'll have to wait and see. Great round for Chris van der Merwe and 3-3 Brandon. Just that one fence falling. So they will leave on 4 penalties.
So as you said, how exciting was that 1 time fault? Huh?
Absolutely. So the only rider to jump 2 clear rounds, and our 2026 Toyota individual show jumping champion is Shayton Hendricks and Callao Chipolite. Second place goes to Tracy Carney and Callao Lemoore with 1 time penalty. Third to Helen Kritikos and Callao Liberia. Fourth place to Chris van der Merwe, 3-3 Brandon. 5th and 6th place going to Dominique Alexander. He takes 5th place on Capital Collier, 6th place on Soakley Z, and 7th and 8th place going the way of Leonie van der Merwe. 7th on Matilda 3-3 and 8th on 3-3 Callao Virante.
That's incredible. So from 3rd to 8th is all 4 falters, just a time difference there from that side. And the time difference is 77 to 80. So 3rd place was 77 seconds, 7.75, and 8th place was 80 seconds. So in those 5 placings of 3 seconds, there's 5 placings. That's incredible. That really is. What a worthy champion. I mean, Shayton absolutely deserves it. The Callao family, Chipolite just stood up and showed his class again. And yeah, what a 2 beautiful, spectacular rounds.
And Shayton having such a fantastic season. He has had multiple wins with the Chipolite this year. They were, of course, winners at President's Cup. They were, of course, winners down at Chongweni. So, they were winners here.
Yeah, exactly.
In mid-run.
Yeah, exactly. In May, they won the World Cup here on a very fast jump off. I know against Brandon and a whole bunch of people that were really. I remember Ashley was there on Aldo. It was flat out, and so yeah, he obviously likes KEP and the Toyota series, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. So our winner, of course, Shayton Hendricks, Callao Chipolite. They are your 2026 Toyota South African individual champions. Second place goes to Tracy Carney. How fantastic for Tracy to pick up a second place.
That is amazing. She'll be ecstatic, and I think it's just so well deserved. She's been knocking on the door and had an unlucky row here, had a great Shongweni, and here she is standing on the podium, second place at SA Champs. Amazing, and so well deserved.
Absolutely.
And then, what a great result for Helen as well. I mean, she's such a. I mean, it was such a. I know again, it was the middle of the treble that she had. From that side, it was the bogey fence and just didn't get away. But a great showing, fast time, naturally quick, and into 3rd. So wow, amazing.
Fantastic display of show jumping here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Wow, we've had a fantastic week. Wow, every single championship has brought nothing but excitement. And of course, your champions for 2026, Shayton Hendricks, Callagho Chipolite. That's really exciting. Dominique Alexander picking up 2 prizes, 5th and 6th. Leona van der Merwe also picking up 7th and 8th. 4th going the way of Chris van der Merwe. Of course, we mentioned 3rd to Helen Kritikar, 2nd to Tracy Carney. And wow, what a display of show jumping. A huge thank you has to go out to Toyota. How fantastic have Toyota been this week?
Yeah, they're amazing. I mean, to have this series and to have the opportunity to win the prizes and the prize money and that prize of a vehicle at the end for dressage and for show jumping, I mean, that's incredible. They really are amazing sponsors to the sport, and they're the reason that makes this all possible. That maybe they were a bit unfair with the triple combination being the Toyota. Maybe they could have been a bit kinder there, but it did make for great show jumping and that. And yeah, a big thank you to everybody at Toyota and Gwen and everybody from the marketing that makes this work,
And not just fantastic show jumping. Look at the prize money. Shayton will be taking home 65,000 Rand. Tracy will be taking home 40,000 Rand. Helen walks home with 25,000 Rand. I mean, our 8th place rider taking home 3,000 Rand.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Dominique takes 4th and 5th, and there's a bit, and Leonie gets 7th and 8th from that point of view. So nice paydays for everybody on that side, which is fabulous.
So some great shots there of your 2026 Toyota show jumping champion. It's Shayton Hendricks and Callagho Chipolite.
He knows he's good, isn't he? He walks in with such royalty and elegance, and from that side that he really does own it, doesn't he?
And it's almost like Chipolite knows that he's won. You can see he's kind of almost boasting around as he walks around the arena with his day sheets on. So
great day for
much
Callagho
love
as
there.
well.
Oh,
1, 2, and 3 on the
absolutely.
podium. Very interesting from that side. So definitely a fabulous day for them. They must be ecstatic. And I think also a great mention to Kate. I mean, she's great show jumping here. She's had, she's been in this arena since Wednesday. We've seen fast championships. The 135 was, you couldn't believe how fast they went. The 130 yesterday got quicker and quicker and quicker. 140 this morning. It's been absolutely amazing, and she's just built up to have, every day the horses are built up to great show jumping all around, and also when you look at the start list of all the horses here, how exciting it is. You take out, we've got a whole bunch of horses that have been taken out and gone overseas and that, and still we see the exciting, young prospects, the young riders coming through. It really is exciting for South African show jumping.
Absolutely. And of course, Shayton being our winner. He rides the wonderful Callagho Chipolite. Wow, what a phenomenal horse. That horse, that partnership, wow. I'm actually a little bit speechless. And wow, Tracy Carney, how happy will she be with her 2nd place on her wonderful Callagho Lamoa. She just ended on the 1-time penalty. So the time penalty falling in her favor this time.
But in Tracy, in the horse's defense, Tracy had one job. The horse did everything else. All she had to do was come in within the time.
Absolutely.
One job from Tracy.
And 3rd place goes the way of Helen Kritikos, Callagho Liberia. What a show Helen has had. This partnership phenomenal throughout the week.
That was interesting.
So 4th place goes the way of Chris van der Merwe. He rides the 334 Sport Horse Stud Stallion 334 Brandon.
And also a great showing for 334 with Leonie having 2 horses in the lineup, Chris being there 3 out of the top 8. Also
Absolutely, and
nice,
I mean,
strong, yeah?
They've had a lot of rides. We saw Ashley Fox, Francie Yu, of course, Mr. Twister.
Yeah.
So Matilda 334, plenty 334 horses in this 1m50 class. And 5th place going to Dominique Alexander and Capital Collier. And he just picked up a 6th place as well on Sokli Z. And I am getting word that Dominique Alexander has just taken the lead from Jean Corber in the Ultimate 4x4
Sure.
Toyota Series.
Well, I know he really enjoyed the one he won last year. Sure, it was such a beautiful vehicle and stuff like that. So I definitely think it's on his radar to do back-to-backs, yeah, from that point of view.
Absolutely.
So exciting.
And of course, the final leg of the Ultimate 4x4 Series happening at the South African Derby, where the points are worth double.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. So all to play for, huh?
All to play for.
Is this
there.
the last leg before the Derby?
This is the last leg before the Derby. They will have 2 opportunities to pick up points at the Derby. One of the Derby qualifiers will be an opportunity to pick up points, and then of course the main Derby class. Yes, of course, Derby points worth double. So going into that
and
final
is Jean
standing,
leading? Is Jean second on
Lexington?
On Lexington, okay, and they're both going to be starting in Derby.
Absolutely. So the
is
rules,
Collier leading now?
I think he leads on Sokli Z actually.
Be interesting then, huh?
So it'll be very, very interesting. And of course, although their top 6 results towards the series count, they have to jump at the Derby.
Yes, yeah, you have to, yeah,
you
exactly.
have to jump the Derby. You can't decide to drop those 2 scores. So it'll be really, really interesting to see how those standings,
how they play out
through the Derby. So onto the podium there, our 3 prize winners taking home the gold medal is Shayton Hendricks on the wonderful Callao Triple Light.
Be interesting to see Triple Light's CV over the last 2 years. If you take last year's results and this results, I think it's incredible what the 2 of them achieved. I don't know who won South African champs last year. Actually, who was the
Ronnie Healy.
Ronnie, of course he did. He did on
Callao
Connor, who's overseas right now. Yeah, fabulous there. So I don't know if Shayton never been South African champion, or is this the first he's got a title?
He has not. This is his first time lifting the trophy. So a huge achievement for him.
Yeah, brilliant. So definitely one, off the CV box ticked. Well done. That's an amazing achievement. First SA champs. I think that's super memorable. You see some super worthy winners here. When I look at all these people here, Ronnie from last year, Thomas from Raycomb also was overseas. Lisa has won it numerous times there. Sean Neal, Jonathan Clark.
Nicole Hallwood, Catherine Neal, Sean Neal. No, Laura Neal, the only of the Neal parents to not have her name on the cup just yet.
That's a bit harsh to say there. Sure, no pressure, Laura. I love it. At least I got something to rag her about. I thought she's won everything that's possible. Finally, she's human.
Right. I think she'll actually be upset that I've put that stat out
yeah,
there
exactly.
now.
I think the rest of the family are going to rag her for sure.
And of course, the gold medal going to Shayton, the silver medal to Tracy Carney, and the bronze to Helen Kritikos. What an exciting championship. And you can see how happy Shayton is to lift that cup.
Yeah, that's amazing, yeah. That's exciting. I mean, we now finished SA Champs. It's a little bit of a break in the calendar before the next big one, and most of the focus is off to Aachen, for our South African team there.
Absolutely. We are so excited for Team South Africa. They will be competing in the World Championships over in Aachen. We wish them all the best of luck. We will be watching them with bated breath. We're also going to shout out our Zimbabwean neighbor, Charlie Barford. We'll definitely be wishing her the best of luck as she also takes on the World Equestrian Championships in Aachen.
And it is quite amazing if you think last year at SA Champs we had all these horses in the country, and a year later we have a whole new crop of things, great jumping, and all those horses overseas, going to represent us at Aachen, the holy grail of show jumping, the Wimbledon of show jumping, as I heard the other day, which I thought was the best way to describe it, And
another thing to point out, we're not just competing in Europe. We are competing heavily in Europe. We are competitive in Europe. We're getting prizes. We're not just there as a number. Our riders are doing exceptionally well overseas.
Yeah, I think the national team that did such a great job in Poland was amazing. It was incredible what they did there, And it's been great to see. Charlie's been flying the flag for Zimbabwe and Africa as a continent as well. And Thomas and Reichenbos was across there, and we've got Charlie Bays doing great stuff, and Page and Ale. So it's amazing how many names we ramble off our tongue without even thinking, and we probably missed a few as well. But it is incredible to see that what is happening and what we've been able to produce.
I also just want to say how fantastic of Toyota to recognize our fantastic grooms. Show jumping, I've said this throughout the whole 5 days, and people will be sick of hearing me say this, but it's seen as such an individual sport, but people don't realize the team behind the horse and rider. We've got sponsors, owners, grooms, family and friends. And the grooms in particular, I mean, the hard days,
the long
days, mornings, nights, up early these horses all turned out absolutely beautifully. They're plaiting horses, they're washing horses. I've also heard a lot of grooms, when the riders come out, say, hey, why did you ride my horse like that?
No, what people don't understand is what horsemen these grooms actually are. I actually listened to something the other day, and if we didn't have grooms, there'd be no sport.
Absolutely.
That's how integral these guys are, and how deserving they are. And to be honest, they're more important, I'm going to say this, than the rider, because they have to pitch up every day. They're the ones that look at so Monday morning. They'll be there looking after the horses, making sure. And those horses become our family to them, and that's why they are protective of the rider not doing a good job.
Absolutely. They love the horses. They care for the horses. I mean, they actually spend a lot more time with the horses than some of the riders do.
Yeah, no, it is. It's amazing how integral they are to the sport, yeah. Victor Ledorum of SA Champs, Dom.
Oh, so well deserved.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Slightly.
Mr. Consistent, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think his name's been on that trophy quite a lot. It's definitely not the first time he's won the Victor Ledorum.
So huge congratulations to our Victor Ledorum, Dominique Alexander.
Fabulous.
Wow, what a truly phenomenal display of show jumping in South Africa.
Exciting, very exciting. It really is. It's one double clear round, exciting second round, 8 clear rounds going into that, that final round. Not playing out the way I really did think we would have 3 or 4 in the jump off. That was my prediction. But like you said, the second round rode differently, different rails in different places, rails we didn't expect to see happening. So exciting, and that's what the sport's about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Unpredictability.
And
we can enjoy the moment with our
absolutely
new South African champion, Shaitan Hendricks and Callahoo Tripolite. Well deserved.
Huge congratulations to Shaitan. Huge congratulations to Team Callahoo as well.
Dom.
So there you have some final shots of our new 2026 Toyota Individual Show Jumping Champion. That's Shaitan Hendricks, Callahoo Tripolite. Second place, of course, going to Tracy Carney and Callahoo Lamour. Third to Helen Kritikos and Callahoo Liberia. What a class, what a show. I'm hopefully going to be getting Shaitan in for a quick interview. Jason, I want to say a huge thank you to you for joining me throughout this class. I know you've got about 1 million rides over the show. So thank you so much for joining me. It's been so nice to get your perspective and your insights. I really appreciate you sitting with me for these last few hours.
Let me thank you as well. You've been busy here since Wednesday. I think they've been 12-hour days. I think if you see another horse jump another jump and tell us how good it was, you might puke. But thank you for your time and everything like that. I know this means a lot to a lot of people at home. And I always talk about my family that are absolutely glued to this. It gives them an opportunity to watch me and carry on with their day, and they absolutely love it. So, it's thank you to the broadcasters, to Toyota for sponsoring us, and thank you for making it possible. Because without you here, giving us all the thing, it wouldn't be happening. So, thank you again, and enjoy.
Great. So I am joined by our 2026 Toyota South African champion, Shaiten Hendricks. Shaiten, first of all, congratulations. Phenomenal display of show jumping. Do you want to talk us a little bit through your 2 rounds with the Triple Light?
Thank you so much. It's a title that I think everyone in South African show jumping wants to win. You just take a look at that beautiful trophy. Yeah, I have the most incredible horse. I sound like a broken record every time I say it, but he's just an unbelievable horse, and I don't ever have to worry about the track too much with him. We recently had a daughter, so my plan was to just ride him at the show and sort of concentrate on him, and it paid off. But yeah, he's an unbelievable horse. Kate put up a good track. When the first 2 riders went clear, I thought, oh, we're going to have a lot of clears, double clears possibly, and that meant a jump off, and I kept thinking to myself, I really don't want to do a jump off if I don't have to. But yeah, the first round was good. I was a little bit backwards to number 3. He had a lucky rub there, and I thought should get going a bit, and I did, and it paid off. In the second round, he's always better. Even in a jump off, he just comes in and he almost knows that he has to do something. And so the second round was probably a better round from the first, and he just felt unbelievable, and I was very lucky that I didn't have to do a jump off.
So not just a phenomenal day today for you, but you've had a phenomenal season this entire year. You have picked up multiple wins across multiple big shows. I mean, we saw you win here at the Toyota World Cup qualifier. Can you talk us through a little bit how your season has been and how you've, you know, managed those wins and kept on top form the entire season, really?
Yeah, you often hear riders say there's a crest of a wave, and I'm lucky enough to have that crest of a wave, but it's not without this horse and the team behind me. You know, I can't remember when my first South African champs was, so it's been a long time in the making, and that's why we come here to try and win. I've had the most incredible season. He started off by winning the President's Cup, which was unbelievable, and he went on to win the Toyota World Cup and now the SA Champs. So I said it a couple of times ago that he's a horse that people deserve to remember, and you only remember the ones that win, unfortunately, and so for him, he deserves every success that he gets. I'm lucky that I'm his rider. But he just gives you everything when he comes into the arena, and I couldn't do it without the stud farm behind me, my owners in Shanae and Stan, and my whole team, my wife, my grooms. It's not just this. People see this and people wish for this, but it's a long time coming, and it's a lot of stuff in the making. So I'm very proud of this win, but I'm even proud of how we got here.
So a huge congratulations must go to you again, Shayden. I really can't tell you what a fantastic display of show jumping that was. And again, fantastic show all round from Toyota. They have been the main sponsor in this show, and we can't do what we do without our sponsors, and Toyota been phenomenal throughout the last few years to the equestrian sport, and I'm sure you can speak to how fantastic Toyota has been throughout the show.
No, absolutely. I was just about to end by saying, we can't do what we do without sponsors, and then the sponsors bring these sort of competitions to us as riders, and we can deliver something for the people, and it's a whole full circle. But Toyota have been incredible, and they've sponsored the 4x4 series, and everyone gets to see all the oohs and ahs, but you don't see them. They're also sponsoring the Sanisa shows, and they're bringing their brand to a lot of our sport, not just the top sport. And again, it's an endless thank you, but we are so grateful.
Well, Shayden, I will let you go and enjoy your win. Again, I want to say the biggest congratulations to you. There you have it, everyone. This is your 2026 Toyota 1m50 show jumping champion of South Africa, Shayden Hendricks, Callahoo Chipolite.
Dis 'n carousel. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
Take the BZ4X to the farm.
Let's go to the farm. I'm not too sure about that.
No, I don't know. Help out with the farm work.
Oh my goodness, really?
Of die heining gaan regmaak.
It depends. Let's go racing.
Jy gaan first die last.
Do you think we're done after this, or do you think there's another challenge?
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
Inspired by Gazoo Racing, the new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Dis 'n carousel. Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go.
This thing is quick, though. Oh, shucks. I think this thing is too beautiful to take to the farm.
Should be fine. It's a Toyota.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Driving endless hours with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey, you'll have a silent partner. One that gets to work without complaining or hesitating. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a bakkie? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Test drive the new Toyota BZ4X.
Okay, come, let's go. Good seat warmers, you know. It's so nice.
Here's your bum out.
Yep.
Let's go. This thing is like a transformer, so you're pressing buttons here, this thing is going to lift off.
Goes all the way
You'll
back.
be able to turn in here, in a speedo.
Oh, there it changes to a normal one.
I see you.
Oh, what a view.
Hello?
Hey babe, you're the usual.
Yeah, see you in a sec.
Where you?
At our usual.
Oh, you meant the other usual.
Yeah. Let me guess. Our other
usual. You know what, babe? Maybe we should just reschedule.
Or let's find a new usual.
The Urban Cruiser. Be boldly curious.
Hey, ready for the weekend?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
What? Guys, what is happening here?
Channel 6 News live. What we're seeing here appears to be
A whole convoy of RAV4s.
All heading out to somewhere.
Six News live. Sir, can you tell us, why are you here?
It's the weekend?
The all-new RAV4. Be part of the adventure.